bathroom. "You're acting like a caveman," I pointed out, not struggling because I didn't exactly hate the caveman routine.
"Shut the fuck up,"
he growled.
"I'm so fucking mad at you. Can't decide whether I'm gonna fuck you or punish you."
My whole body reacted to the primal tone, the words. My toes curled in preparation for either. Eldon reached inside the shower stall to turn the water on. He set me on my feet, my legs unsteady as his furious, hungry glare fastened on me. His hand circled around my neck. Not hard, not enough to hurt. More than enough to melt my fucking panties, though.
"You're in so much fucking trouble,"
he rasped. One of his hands went to my shirt, a button down. Or it was until he ripped it open and buttons went flying everywhere. He let out a hiss when it revealed my naked torso. I'd foregone a bra, not thinking it was necessary. Eldon pushed me against the wall of the bathroom as it filled with steam. His finger trailed down the middle of my chest, my stomach tightening with need as he made it to the waistband of my pants. My hands went to him, trying to aim for the zipper of his pants, but he caught my wrists.
"No,"
he bit out, staring at me with swirling irises.
"I need a fucking second, Violet. I'm battling with control right now. I'm so fucking mad at you for not listening to me, but I want to take every inch of you. Fuck you so hard that all you know is my cock."
Adrenaline surged through me, not just from the words, not just from his gaze, but at the choppy, tight way those words came out. He was on the edge of something. He was battling to keep himself locked down. This strong, powerful man was coming apart because of me. I met his eyes, my own hunger nearly splitting me apart. "I don't want you to control shit around me," I whispered. "Do it," I challenged. "Take me how you want. I can handle it. Don't you dare be gentle with me." There was a single moment of consideration, of pause after I stopped speaking. A single moment when I thought Eldon would try to be the better man, try to protect me from himself. But then the moment passed and we were on each other. I was slammed against the wall once again, but this time Eldon's mouth was plastered to mine, tongues clashing, teeth sinking into lips. The coppery taste of our blood only drove me wilder as we both frantically tore off clothes. He was still wearing his boots when we made it into the shower. My legs were wrapped around him, the water pounded down on us both, neither of us caring about anything but each other. "No," I rasped as I heard the telltale crackle of the foil packet. I had no idea how I heard it over the shower, the roar of my own heartbeat. Fuck, I had no idea how he'd managed to get it in the shower in the midst of this craziness. Eldon froze, looking up at me. "I don't want you to use that." It was a bad decision. In that moment, I knew it was a bad decision. I had some very good, practical experience as to what such a decision could result in. The protection was essential. For a number of reasons, but primarily because I did not use birth control due to all of the harm it did to women's bodies and minds.
"Violet."
Eldon also knew why protection was important to me. He had not once said a word about it. He had religiously used condoms every time we had sex. I had not thought about how the condoms were also for his protection. How him using them might not have been all about me. "If you want to," I stated quickly. "Use it, of course, you should. But I just meant that I don't need you to use it if you don't want to."
"Violet."
His eyes briefly lowered to my lips.
"You're offering me something here, and I want it. I want to take you raw more than I want to fucking inhale and exhale. But I don't want you doing shit for me. Being inside you is already the best feeling in the fucking world."
"Eldon," I raked my fingers through his hair. "I don't want protection from you. I don't want anything between us." He measured my words for a scant second before he grasped the back of my neck, slammed me against the tile of the shower, and surged inside of me. His growl vibrated my ribs as he filled me up with nothing between us.
"You're so fucking tight."
He rasped against the water beating down on us, our mouths inches away from each other.
"You're heaven, Violet."
I couldn't speak, couldn't reply. It was all I could do to hold on for dear life. How many more times will we have to say goodbye to each other? I whispered into the night. Crickets sang through the window screen. Eldon didn't answer. Maybe this was one of our forbidden topics. Maybe there were more rules than I'd realized between us. Our togetherness was thin, fragile, dependent on how long both of us could suspend reality, battle against the outside world hammering at the door. We were silent for a long while before Eldon yanked me so I was straddling him. My hands found his chest on instinct to steady myself.
"If I had it my way, we'd never be saying goodbye,"
he murmured into the night.
"If I had it my way, I'd be waking up with you every morning."
His hands gripped my hips.
"I'd be fucking you awake and fucking you asleep. You'd be on the back of my bike."
My skin tingled. Back of his bike. That was the biker version of commitment. It wasn't a marriage proposal, but it was a declaration of intention, of commitment, of permanence. It should have made me happy. Except it didn't. Because it shouldn't. "But," I said when he'd stopped talking. His hands clutched my hips harder. He didn't reply. "But you won't," I expanded for him. My tone was sharp to offset the hurt in my heart.
"I can't,"
he said through his teeth. My throat burned again, and I wished for antacids and maybe a different life. One that still contained Eldon, but without all the complications. I tried to climb off of him, but his hands tightened at my hips, not letting me go. I was disappointed and happy, taking it as a sign that maybe, just maybe, he would fight for me. Us. "You can," I argued, my voice low. "We can. I'll make sure that Swiss doesn't hurt you." Eldon's hold tightened for a second longer, before he flipped us so he was hovering on top of me, his body pressed into mine, caging me in. Our lips were inches apart.
"I don't give a fuck who hurts me,"
he exhaled heavily.
"If this was about what might happen to me, I would have claimed you publicly in a fucking second."
"But you didn't," I shot back.
"I didn't,"
he agreed in a soft voice. I stiffened, or at least I tried to. My body betrayed me. Everything softened and relaxed under Eldon's touch.
"Want to claim you, Violet?"
He stroked the side of my face.
"More than anything in this fucking world. But it's not the time. Not right now."
I pulled my lip between my teeth, eager to argue with him, to scream about how this wasn't fair, that he was making excuses. Except he wasn't. He was right. Not now, with my mother happily married, with a new baby, the club experiencing peace and harmony. I didn't have time to argue because his lips were on mine. We didn't speak the rest of the night, although maybe we should have. We spent another full day in that motel room. Eldon only left to get food. I did not put on pants. We did not speak of anything outside of the room. We got to experience the unexpected pleasure of waking up together, of eating meals together, watching movies together, sharing beers. I texted Soraya to tell her where I was, and she sent back a plethora of very explicit texts that I gathered was her form of approval. It was heaven. Except heaven didn't exist. Both heaven and hell were here on Earth. Us humans brought them both upon each other. And that's what it was with Eldon and me. heaven and hell intermingled, unable to separate one from the other. "Where does the club think you are?" I asked him in the early hours of the morning we were going to leave.
"They don't think I'm anywhere."
He drew lazy patterns on my back. We'd been desperate, feral for each other during the hours we'd spent in this room. Now we'd lapsed into something different. Something less wild, but something precious. Something comfortable, intimate. A glimpse into a life we might have had. My hopeful heart still held on to the fantasy that we could possibly have that, or a different version of that. "They don't know you're here?" I clarified.
"It's not a prison, Violet."
I bristled at the reference.
"I'd leave it,"
he continued, still drawing circles.
"For you."
My heart stammered. My lungs burned. He was telling me he'd give up everything he knew and loved. For me. What every girl wanted to hear. Except it wasn't. Eldon's world had imploded when he was 18. He lost his entire family, had to become a whole different person. And if I asked him to, he'd give up the club, which would mean he'd have to become an entirely new person without the Sons of Templar. And even if he managed that, Swiss would still find him. We would still have to see him, and my mom, and my club. Because they were family. One you didn't escape. It wasn't a prison, but it was a life that didn't let you go. Now it was my turn to do the alpha move and reposition us so I was on top of Eldon, straddling him, pressing myself against him so we both gasped in pleasure. We should have been satiated. It would have been physically impossible for us to have any more sex. Yet Eldon stiffening underneath me, and my body priming itself in preparation for him communicated that it was indeed possible. My hands landed on either side of his head as I hovered above him. I kept my naked body pressed as close to his naked body as was humanly possible. "You're not leaving the club," I informed him, my mouth inches away from his.
"Is that an order?"
He smiled, hands on my hips, positioning me so he pressed against my entrance. My body quivered in anticipation. "Yes, that is an order," I whispered. "You are not to ruin your life for me." His firm heat rubbed along my sensitive core.
"Not possible, baby. My life was in ruins before you."
I didn't have the time to respond in any kind of way to that because he was inside me. We barely slept the rest of the night, but eventually we did sleep. Eventually we had to wake up. Eventually we had to say goodbye. My back was against my car. Eldon's hands were at my neck. His lips were on mine. We had been like this for quite some time. If I had my way, we'd be like this forever. "I have to leave," I complained against his lips.
"Me too,"
he agreed. Then he kissed me again. His phone buzzed in his pocket. It had been doing that. The phone and my repeated arguments were the reason he wasn't trailing me on his bike all the way back to Providence. He had been dead serious about that too. I was thankful that the club was calling because having him follow me all the way back to Providence would have weakened my resolve. Actually, it would have shattered entirely.
"We have to go."
He pulled back from me, his eyes a storm of emotions. They held untold depths, I knew that. But something was simmering in them, a knowing. He couldn't be reading my thoughts, of course. But he saw me better than anyone else did, and I was struggling to hide the pain from my expression. I held my breath, waiting for him to say something, address the tension between us, what was being left unsaid. But he didn't say anything. His eyes just roved over my face as if he were committing it to memory.
"Drive safe," he ordered. "You let me know the second you arrive back in Providence."
I arched a brow. "Don't pretend you don't have someone tracking my phone." His brow did not quirk, and his mouth did not twitch.
"Let me know anyway."
I pursed my lips and fought against tears, nodding. When I failed, Eldon wiped away a tear that escaped. He lifted his thumb and brought it to his mouth. In the midst of all of this, my stomach fluttered with desire. Seeing him taste my sadness, he'd tasted everything else. Eldon rested his forehead against mine. I opened my mouth to say it all, but he knew it all, so there was nothing to say. He kissed me once more, gently, close-mouthed, before opening my door for me. I took one last look at him, my bearded, brooding biker in black, staring at me in a way that every woman would give their left tit for. It took everything I had to drive away from him. Chapter 15. I did not see or speak to Eldon until I came home for the end of spring semester, before I started summer school. He had called. I stared at the phone, at his name, with tears running down my face. Later, there were no tears, but there was a margarita in my hand. Soraya was careful not to mention Eldon. When I'd arrived home from the motel, she'd shrieked, "Welcome home! Are you pregnant yet, you kinky bitch?" I'd stared at her for 10 seconds, then burst into tears. Soraya had reacted quickly, yelling at Henry to make the margaritas and for Ollie to whip up some cookie dough. "And if anyone says shit about salmonella or whatever the fuck, I will cut them," she screamed as she told Ollie not to put the cookies in the oven. I didn't tell her the specifics. Didn't tell her that I took the coward's way out by essentially ghosting him. I was too ashamed to tell my brave, fearless friend that I couldn't show the man I loved the respect of breaking up with him in person, or even by phone. Eldon got the picture. He'd called me, still did. He didn't leave messages, didn't text. Eldon wasn't really a text kind of guy, but he continued to call, long after he understood what I was doing, because he was showing me that he wasn't going anywhere. He wasn't giving up on us, like I had. It made me sick, physically sick not to hear his voice. Sick knowing I'd have to go back to Garnet and pretend. Not just pretend with everyone else, but with him. But I couldn't not go. I needed to see my brother, my family. I needed to see him, even if it was from a distance. Even if we looked at each other like we were strangers. So I went home, and I stayed away from him, no matter how much it hurt me, and it did. No matter how often my resolve faltered, he respected that distance. For a time. Maybe I was testing things. No, I knew I was testing things. I pushed it to the edge one day, not long before I was set to go back to school. Colby and I were coming back from the gun range. He had not spoken of Eldon, nor had I. Colby invited me back to the clubhouse for a beer. I went, even though I knew the chances of seeing him were high. I'd already seen him. He came into the cafe, every day, for coffee. We didn't speak. We only stared at each other, our fingers brushing when I handed him his coffee. I lived for those handful of seconds. Those seconds were what kept me up at night, what made me feel alive. Other than that, he didn't push it. We kept our distance at any kind of club gatherings. It was torture, but he didn't push it. Until I went too far. sitting at the bar of his club, drinking a beer and laughing with another man. It didn't matter that the other man was like a brother to me, and Eldon knew that. Not when it had been so long. Not when you were talking about a possessive alpha male. Colby saw him first, his eyes widening as he took a sip of his beer before slamming it on the bar. "I've got to go and do a thing, break the law or whatever." He looked toward the hall, then back at me before walking out. I swiveled my stool around, but Eldon caught the edges of it by the time it made half a rotation. My beer slipped from my hand at his closeness. He caught it with one hand without looking, the other still on the edge of my stool. He placed the beer on the bar. The only sound came from the speakers Colby and I had been playing music from. No one else was around, which was insane. There always seemed to be at least a few members out in the garage portion of the compound working on cars. I knew some guys were out on a run, whatever that meant, and the rest were at home with their families. All the times I'd yearned for it to just be me and him. Now I couldn't handle it. Now my heart hurt. I wanted to run. I thought about it, my body tensed and ready, wondering how far I'd get.
"Not letting you go anywhere, Violet,"
Eldon murmured softly, as if he could read my mind.
"You're making a smart choice for the right reasons, and I should respect that,"
he continued, his voice low.
"But I fucking can't."
He reached up to coil my hair around his finger. I stopped breathing.
"If you tell me you've changed your mind, that this has run its course for you, I'll never touch you again."
I watched his lips move as he spoke, avoiding his eyes.
"I'll walk away right now."
I frowned, rage burning my throat. "Do you really think I'm that fickle?" I asked, trying to snap, but I only managed a rough whisper. When I finally looked at his eyes, Eldon was studying me.
"No, Violet, I know you're not. I know you're doing this for me. And fuck, does that make me love you more? As if that were fucking possible."
His hands went to my knees, spreading them apart. I didn't fight him, not even a little. My body opened for him with relief. He lifted me up the second his mouth plastered to mine, my legs wrapping around him instinctively. I cried out as my skirt parted, my panties rubbing against the rough denim of his jeans. Eldon let out a low growl in his throat as he placed me on the bar, the perfect height for him. He ripped my tank aside, lips landing on my nipple. I cried out, fingers tangling in his hair. My gaze went to the tinted windows. People were walking across the parking lot and into the garage bays. It was broad daylight. Eldon was frantically undoing his jeans. "Someone could walk in," I panted, breathless.
"They could."
His eyes were wild.
"But right now, I don't give a fuck about anything other than getting into your pussy."
He waited for me to argue, gave me the opportunity to say no, but I didn't. My fingers replaced his, working desperately at his belt. The second he was free, he pushed my panties to the side and slammed inside of me. We both cried out. I was holding onto his neck for dear life as he fucked me relentlessly, furiously, with all of the need we'd built up over the months. My heart beat frantically as the reality of what we were doing merged with my insane need. We were having sex in the clubhouse in broad daylight. That only caused my climax to rush forward quicker, racing through all of my nerve endings.
"Open your eyes, Violet,"
Eldon commanded. I did as I was told.
"You're mine," he vowed. "Whatever happens after this, you're mine."
"I'm yours," I promised. Then we crashed into nirvana together. We were silent as we cleaned up, the reality of what we'd just done rushing in. I didn't regret it. especially because no one had caught us. It was our goodbye. It suited what we'd created. It was irresponsible, dangerous, and impossibly hot. He wouldn't end it now. Not for my own good. He'd tried to do that already. Maybe he would further down the line, when I was closer to graduating, when I had to make the decision between my two warring futures. He wouldn't end it until this was close to disaster, until someone found out and his life was ruined. "The Sons are your family," I told him, standing on unsteady legs. "After what you went through for years, after living a life that wasn't your own, without anyone having your back, without a home." Tears flooded my vision. "You've got that here." I looked around the room. "And I want that for you. I want you, but I can't bring myself to ruin your life." "You won't ruin my life," he argued, echoing the conversation we had in the motel room. "I'd do this in a minute, do us, if you wouldn't get hurt in the process." I sighed, my heart breaking. "I'd do this in a minute if everyone would be upset at me, but they won't. Everyone will focus their anger on you. The big, bad, older biker who took advantage of me. Fucking double standards," I scoffed. "Sure, my mom may have some choice words for me, but no one would dream of kicking me out of this life. This is your life." I shook my head. I hadn't fully realized that we're playing with your life. I took him in, inhaled then exhaled his scent. I lived in the moment, my body still humming from his touch. "I don't give a fuck about my life, Violet," he retorted fiercely, making it clear he wasn't going to let me do the noble thing without a fight. He was going to fight for me, for us, and I wasn't going to win that, but I had to. He stepped forward like he was going to touch me, yet once he touched me, I'd lose this battle, and all my noble intentions would go up in smoke. But at that moment, someone was looking out for me as the door to the clubhouse opened, and I took a deliberate step back. Kira, one of the club girls, walked in with Javier's arms around her. His eyes jumped to the both of us, gaze sharpening and features turning cold. I plastered on a fake smile, hoping that it convinced at least Javier. He wouldn't hesitate to cause trouble for Eldon if he thought he was getting something I wasn't giving him. I took that as my opportunity to run. Eldon didn't follow me, even though I'd secretly hoped he would have. It was for the best. It was the only way to avoid disaster. I spent the rest of my time at home reveling in my little brother and his baby smell, and I worked overtime at the cafe. Eldon no longer came in. When there were club gatherings that I attended, he wasn't there either. Macy gave me worried looks, but thankfully she did not speak to me like she did at Violet's. I could tell my mother knew that there was something going on, but she thought it was something to do with my father. She tread carefully, treated me gently, and didn't ask questions. I took advantage of that, thankful for my father being a piece of shit and letting me hide behind his ghost. Then I went back to school where I went through the motions. Well, I went through the motions and then some. I did not mope. Not in the house, at least. Not with Ollie's baking, with Henry's cocktails, and Soraya's social cachet that got us into every and any party we wanted. Classes were hard, assignments were hard. But hard was good. Hard meant I couldn't think of Eldon. Except I did. Constantly. Soraya had heard every detail of the breakup. She had tried to delicately tell me that I didn't have to save a man who hadn't asked to be saved. "Don't you hate it when men do that to us?" she'd joked. I'd smiled and sipped my cocktail, but had held fast to my decision. I loved Soraya. I'd never had a friend like her before. She was effortlessly cool, kind, warm, smart. She always wanted to have fun, but also kept up her grades. I'd never heard her say a bad word about anyone. She loved men and women and dated both. She loved them, but she had never been in love with them. It was something she'd admitted freely, wearing her lack of love as somewhat of a badge of honor. Most likely it had to do with something her parents did to her to warp what love meant. She still never spoke about them. Because she had never been in love, she couldn't possibly understand why I was making that decision. I didn't tell her that, though. It would come off as condescending and cruel to a friend who was trying to help me. A friend who, despite never being in love herself, was a hopeless romantic. Luckily for me, she didn't try to convince me further. Eldon and I were never going to stay apart. I knew that it was far from over between us. Whatever was happening right now was delaying the inevitable. Until I turned 21, until I graduated, until my stepfather softened from being a father and a husband so that he was less likely to kill Eldon. Whatever. I wasn't sure how long my willpower would have lasted. Not much longer, surely. Definitely not until graduation or until my 21st birthday. Little did I know it would be when 2 lines appeared on a pregnancy test.
Eldon, we've got a shipment coming in from the Russians, and we've got the sheriff sniffing around, so I want everyone minding their P's and Q's. Hansen sighed, leaning back in his chair. This fucking guy is getting to be a pain in my ass. I could take care of him, Hades offered. Hansen looked at him. Much as I am tempted, unfortunately, we start killing cops, we start bringing more heat in our direction. Hades tapped his finger on the table. Might come to that. He keeps trying to fuck with us. There were multiple nods around the table. The new sheriff was indeed a pain in our fucking asses. For years, the club had enjoyed an amicable relationship with the previous sheriff, who didn't get paid near enough and was a throwback to the old days. He didn't give a shit about what laws we broke as long as we didn't bring shit into his jurisdiction. Those days were gone. This new sheriff wanted change, wanted to move up in the ranks. No better way of doing that than bringing down a chapter of a national criminal enterprise with ties to the Russian mob. Yeah, they'd pin some medal or something onto his puffed-up chest and send him to Washington after he sent us all to prison. I'd die before I went back. Don't think we're at the stage of killing cops just yet, Hansen replied tightly. We keep our shit tight. He's got no way to bust us. It was true, to a point. We broke the law, ran weapons, committed murder, did a whole lot of other illegal shit. No matter how tight we kept shit, if someone was looking close enough or long enough, they'd find something. On someone would talk. Shit would come to a head eventually, and it would be messy. None of the men at this table would go quietly. Would go at all. Everyone here would die for this club. It had come to that years ago. It would never come to that again. Maybe it was a good thing that Violet was keeping her distance. If she was close when this shit came to a head, I wouldn't be able to concentrate. If any of this shit blew back on her, I'd do whatever it took to protect her, no matter what. I'd go back into a jail cell without question, even if I'd rather eat worms first. For her, I'd do fucking anything. Right now, protecting her was keeping her far away from the shit, even if it felt like it was killing me. We need to keep an eye on these murders, Jagger threw in, leaning forward on his elbows. Everyone tensed. There had been women killed in a handful of towns around us, brutally. The Sons of Templar did not stand for any kind of violence against women. Now that so many men in this charter had old ladies, families that were everything to them, this news was hitting close to home. Youngest was 19 so far, Colby offered with a tight jaw. Oldest was in her 40s. Wire said there aren't any physical attributes that connected them. All of them worked in some area of the sex industry, though. Escorts, strippers. One extra security at the strip club. Hanson demanded immediately. None of those girls walk to their cars alone. None of them walk from their car to their houses alone. On it, Hades volunteered. He had a connection to the strip club since that's where he met his old lady. She still had a lot of friends who worked there, and if anything happened to them, it would hurt her. Hades wouldn't have anyone hurting his old lady. Same with the club girls, Hanson continued. He eyed Javier and Lucas, who were two of the single patches who'd spent the most time with him. Want you two to make sure they're not walking home alone in the dark. Javier beamed. They won't be walking home at all, or certainly won't be walking right when they do. There were a few chuckles around the table, but not many. Javier was young and considered himself to be a fucking Lothario. It was a miracle that I hadn't ripped his fucking head off for the way he looked at Violet. I didn't like it. Didn't like that, despite her many objections. He kept fucking coming on to her. Left a bad taste in my mouth. Hanson gave him a stern look. I got the idea that my president wasn't the biggest fan of that little fuck either, but he didn't let the look linger long. Okay, that's sorted. He banged down the gavel and everyone began to disperse. I avoided Swiss the best I could, as was a habit these days. Couldn't ignore him completely, though. He was a friend, a brother, which made looking him in the eye that much fucking worse. Like now when he sought me out, slapping me on the shoulder. You better be coming to Declan's birthday party, you slippery fucker, he grinned. It was hard to find the man without a grin these days. Before, he'd done it easily, but only because he fed his monster daily, because he needed to hurt people to survive. Before, he smiled with the blood of his enemies and his lovers. Now all he needed was his family. Might be, I hedged, knowing that Violet would probably be there for her little brother's first birthday. Already, my body hungered for her. Even if I could just look at her, maybe I'd be able to sleep. Maybe I'd stop feeling like I was inches away from losing control. You will be. Swiss flashed me a menacing glare. Or I'll hunt you fucking down and kill you. Then he winked and clapped me on the shoulder again. I didn't smile, because that joke would become true soon enough.
Violet. I didn't tell anyone about the positive pregnancy test. Not even Soraya, who, luckily, had some big assignments due and couldn't party as much. Therefore didn't notice that I wasn't drinking. If she hadn't had those assignments due, she would have figured it out in a second. The first thing I wanted to do when I saw those 2 lines was call Eldon. Hear his voice. Let him tell me he'd handle it. We'd handle it. Together. But I stopped, my finger hovering over the call button. If I told him he'd be on the next plane here, that was for sure. To do what? I didn't know. We had not talked about the future, children. He was old enough to have them if he'd wanted them. He did not have them. And I was too young for a child. I still had at least 3 more semesters left. Likely a lot longer, depending on how well I functioned while pregnant. Already, my stomach roiled in the mornings, and I could barely keep down dry toast. I was asleep at my laptop before 10 when before, I'd be up until the wee hours either partying or working on assignments, then up at 7 the next morning. My mood was all over the place and I constantly had cramps. That scared me until I saw the on-campus doctor who told me that it was perfectly normal for early pregnancy. Basically, I got PMS with the added bonus of morning sickness. It was too early for an ultrasound, but they did blood tests, and they all came up pregnant as fuck. Well, my doctor didn't use that term. I'd walked around campus for hours, my purse full of pamphlets and prenatals, in somewhat of a daze. There were options, of course. I could deal with this alone and never tell Eldon. But just the thought had me vomiting into a trash can. I got a couple of sideways looks, but it wasn't outside the norm to see such things on a college campus. I sat on a bench, staring at the brick buildings that stood like monoliths. The buildings that people put blood, sweat, and tears into to gain acceptance. Parents saved for 18 years. Students put themselves into a lifetime's worth of debt. There I was, debt-free, without having exerted any of the blood, sweat, or tears, with all the privilege in the world and all the opportunities, financial and otherwise, to study here. Yet I was lamenting that fact, resenting it. If I wanted to get a job at one of the big firms, I'd need at least another 2 more years of study, if not more. That was the plan when I started. Before I even started, my father and I had sat down and planned it all out. I'd mentioned taking some time after my initial few years to volunteer, travel some more, take a breath. He'd gotten that stern look on his face and told me that there would be time for volunteer work after I got my degree, after I was married. His tone brooked no argument. He told me he would be very disappointed in me if I did that. And despite my resistance to following what I was supposed to do, I didn't want to disappoint my father. But my father was dead. He had been for almost a year to the day. My brother's birthday was in 3 days, the anniversary of my father's death. My mom said it was a complicated day for me. She tried to talk to me multiple times over the phone, multiple times when I'd been home last. Caroline tried to talk to me. Freya tried to talk to me. They were worried, I guessed, because they saw what they wanted to see. That I was still at college, getting good grades, not lashing out, not wallowing. They did not see the partying or the arrest, likely because the club shielded my mother from that. Swiss had taken me aside when I got home and spoke to me about the arrest. He did not chastise me nor yell at me. He kissed me on the head and told me he was proud of me. It occurred to me that my father had never been proud of me. He'd said it, but he was only proud of me when I did the things he expected me to do, when I acted like his daughter should have. He was not proud of the person I was, merely the person he expected me to be, the person he made me into. So I'd never felt warm and comforted like I did when Swiss told me he was proud of me, for getting arrested, for standing up for a friend, for being rash, a little irresponsible and violent, for being imperfect but myself. It felt nice and complicated because of the guilt I was carrying over the secret. I almost told Swiss then about me and Eldon, just so I wasn't hiding anything anymore. Also, so I could finally live the life I wanted. But I held back, because it would have tainted the moment, soured it. There would be no more pride. There would only be Swiss's overarching fury. At Eldon, not me. And I didn't want that. Nor did I want the secret to continue. It had to come out at some point. But now there was a timeline for everything coming out. 8 months, give or take. Most likely 5, when it became impossible to hide what I was growing inside me. And it would be growing inside of me. I knew that my reaction to the very thought of another abortion had nothing to do with morning sickness. I cradled my stomach as I stared at the buildings. Declan's birthday party was this weekend. I would not ruin that. But I would be going home carrying Eldon's baby. And I had to figure out a way to tell him that. Chapter 16. I was a wreck from the second I got on the plane. Even worse as I walked through the gate to see my mother, brother, and stepfather waiting for me. I had not been able to eat since pretty much the moment I peed on the stick. I hadn't had any symptoms when I'd been pregnant last time. Then again, I was now growing 1/2 of a brooding badass inside of me, which apparently took everything out of you, Soraya was worried about me. I know that we still live in a society obsessed with image and skinniness, and the media throws diets and plastic surgery at us like footballs. But you are absolutely perfect the way you are, she said as I'd been packing my bag. What are you talking about? I asked, focusing on my clothes since I didn't like looking her in the eye when I was hiding something from her. I'm talking about you barely eating anything all week, even though Ollie outdid herself on those blueberry muffins, she scolded me. And you don't even have a hangover to blame it on. I concentrated very hard on my jeans, the ones I would only be fitting in for the next few months. I'm stressed with classes, I told her. Again, it was one of my patented non-lies. I was indeed stressed with classes, but that wasn't the reason for me not eating. Soraya's heels clicked against the hardwood floor as she walked in the direction of my dresser. The drawers opened and closed as I contemplated my jeans and whether or not I was going to throw up. When a mess of lace landed on top of my jeans, I turned my gaze toward Soraya. I'm guessing that the not eating and generally acting off and mopey has to do with the trip back home for your baby brother's birthday, she pressed, going back to my dresser, finding more lingerie and depositing it in my suitcase. We went shopping a lot. My father's money was burning a hole in my proverbial pocket, and I did enjoy spending it on things that he would hate. Clothing that embodied my personal style of classic yet edgy. Lingerie that erred on the side of harlot. I'm going home for my baby brother's birthday party, I reminded her. Not going to the Playboy Mansion. Soraya folded her arms. From what I hear, the Sons of Templar Clubhouse is so much better than the Playboy Mansion. I pursed my lips but didn't say anything. Now, I know that this is a weird time of year for you, she began in that soft tone I hated, the tone reserved for girls with dead dads. Soraya, up until this moment, hadn't spoken to me using that tone, and I am assuming Eldon will be at this birthday party, she said softly. A different kind of tone this time, the kind reserved for girls with broken hearts. Now, I understand you're being sensible and protecting him and the club or whatever the fuck. She waved a hand in the air, tone sharper now. But people only break their own hearts for noble reasons in fiction, so I'm not letting you do that. Her gaze was tinged with concern as it grazed over me. I'm not going to let you waste away. You're my hot best friend, and you're staying that way, which is why you're going to sneak away from your brother's birthday and get yourself good and fucked by that biker you love. That teased a smile out of me, despite everything else. Ah, she's in there, Soraya announced triumphantly. Now all I need is to shove a cheeseburger down your gullet. My stomach churned at the mention of a cheeseburger, but I forced my attention down at my suitcase. Eldon doesn't like lingerie, I told her. Her mouth hung open. Eldon is a living, breathing, badass man. He likes lingerie. You are one hot bitch. You look great in lingerie. I do, I grinned again. But lingerie doesn't stay on or whole for long enough for Eldon to appreciate how great I look in lingerie. My body heated at the memory of his large, calloused hands ripping at delicate lace. Soraya was gaping once more. I have no fucking clue how you're strong enough to distance yourself from a man who rips your lingerie off, she quipped. But you're to stop doing what you've been doing, for your own good. I'm not watching you waste away. I glanced up at my friend when her voice shook a bit at the end. Her eyes were misty. Promise me you're going to get yourself laid this weekend, she demanded. Promise me you're going to get back together with your man, motorcycle club politics, and stepfather be damned. Or I swear to God, I'll fly down there and fight him myself. I grinned at that image. Though I didn't feel right about telling Soraya about the pregnancy before telling Eldon. That I could promise her. I promise. I am going to get back together with my man. I said dutifully. "And have a cheeseburger," she added. My stomach heaved at the thought. "I'll try my best." Though I intended on keeping my promises, I didn't think I'd be able to handle the cheeseburger one since I'd thrown up 5 times during the plane ride here. I didn't look good. I looked pale, even more so than normal. I'd lost a couple of pounds I didn't need to lose. My hair was a mess, and my face was dewy with sweat. My mother clocked it all the second I met them at the gate. But luckily, I had a very small human excitedly waving his fists at me the second I got close enough. And then he launched himself into my arms, and I got to use him as a buffer between my worried mother and stepfather. It wasn't until he was strapped in his car seat that my mother got to hit me with the questions. "You look sick. What's wrong? Are you okay?" My mother had turned so she could look at me in the back seat. "I'm fine," I told her, looking at my brother, landing kisses on his little cheeks. "You are not fine," she barked. "Tell her she's not fine." She addressed her husband.
"I'm not saying anything except when women say they're fine, they rarely are."
Swiss's eyes met mine in the mirror. They were twinkling.
"I also know our girl is pretty darn tough and is also a college student. She's probably hungover as fuck."
"Swiss!" my mother exclaimed, smacking his arm. "Don't swear in front of your son."
"First of all, he's a baby."
"He's a sponge," my mother cut him off. "And I don't want his first word to be, fuck," she whispered theatrically.
"Second of all,"
Swiss continued as if my mother hadn't spoken,
"he's my son, so he's going to swear eventually. Plus, a baby saying fuck would be fucking hilarious."
I grinned, or did my best to. I was still reeling over the "our girl" comment. That and the warmth in Swiss's eyes. It settled wrong, rubbed against all of the secrets I was keeping. But luckily, my mother and Swiss bickered pretty much all the way back to Garnet. Bickered with love and tenderness, with humor, warmth. With Swiss calling Mom Countess, and him with his hand on her knee before he held her hand up to his mouth. Declan fell asleep beside me, and eventually I followed suit, resting my head on my little brother's car seat. I only woke when Mom gently shook me in the stationary car. I blinked rapidly, taking in the driveway we were parked on, the charming house and the crisp scent of lavender in the air. "Honey, you want Swiss to carry you in?" Mom asked. I was too bleary-eyed and groggy to decipher whether that was a joke or not. "I still have use of both of my legs," I muttered, pushing myself out of the car. Mom lingered close to me, snapping when I attempted to grab my stuff from the trunk. "That's the entire reason I married a big, muscly biker," she explained, directing me into the house. It smelled of fresh-baked cookies, expensive candles, and my mom's perfume. A cocktail of scents that normally made my whole body relax and pretty much all of my troubles melt away. Normally, I wasn't pregnant, so even in my sleep-deprived state, I almost threw up. Almost. "Are you hungry, sweetie?" Mom asked. "I can make you something, whatever you want." "Sleep," I murmured, fighting against my unpredictable stomach. Mom walked me all the way back to my room where I slumped onto the bed without thinking. I even let her pull my shoes off for me. She fussed with the blankets until I was all the way under them. Her hand brushed the hair from my face as I lapsed between sleepiness and wakefulness. "You're working too hard at that school," she pouted. "Or partying too hard." She sounded like she was frowning, but my lids were too heavy to see if I was correct. I smiled sleepily. "I'm fine. I have to agree with my husband. No woman is fine when she says she's fine." "I will be fine," I amended, half asleep. "I know, sweetie." Mom kissed my head. Love you endlessly. Love you, I mumbled. Then my mom tucked me in for the last time, though neither of us knew it then. I was at the club with Colby, trying not to vomit. Half of that was because of the pregnancy. Half of it was because of my nerves. I'd spent the entire morning under the watchful eye of my mother, and had somehow managed to convince her that I was indeed okay and not carrying an illegitimate biker's child. It was a good thing she had Declan's party to organize along with a restaurant to run. I had a biker who needed to be told I was in love with him and carrying his illegitimate child. I was nervous. Very fucking nervous. I'd spent 2 hours deciding what to wear for this meeting. It didn't help that 3/4 of my suitcase was lingerie, thanks to Soraya, and then there were the 5 pairs of jeans I'd inexplicably packed. Luckily, I kept a well-stocked closet at Mom's place. Mom and I had done a lot of shopping. Unfortunately, we had not been shopping for this particular scenario. I decided on a long silk skirt in a deep shade of red, knee-high leather-heeled boots in a deeper shade of red. My sweater was tight and almost black, but with a tinge of maroon. My hair was dead straight, a dark curtain against my pale skin. Makeup hid the dark circles, and I tried to offset my general paleness with a soft blush and a pink gloss. Yes, I looked good. Or I did when I left Mom and Swiss's house for the club. I stopped 3 times to vomit, so my lip gloss was ruined by that point, my hair disheveled, my face likely a disturbing shade of green. Then there were the sweaty palms and the general air of panic that settled over me as I set my booted foot inside. "Violet!" Colby exclaimed, getting up from the bar and rushing over to give me a hug. It was so tight he lifted me off the floor. I did my best to steady myself and not vomit all over him when he placed me down. "College is making you too skinny," he frowned. "We need to get you a cheeseburger." "Why does everybody keep saying that?" I whined, pouting. "Because it's fucking true," he grunted, dragging me from the door to where he'd been situated at the bar. I peered around the room, trying to be subtle about it. There was no one else in the vicinity. Music played quietly over the speakers. "Sit," Colby ordered. Because of the panic and the nausea, I complied. Colby rounded the bar to get a beer from the fridge, taking off the top and placing it in front of me. He did the same for himself, though he already had a half-full one in front of his seat. "It's barely noon," I informed him as he walked back around the bar and sat on the stool beside me. "What are you, a cop?" he scoffed. "And you're in fucking college. Don't even pretend that drinking before noon isn't part of the curriculum." He finished the rest of his original beer. "Or do they not do that at the fancy colleges?" I rolled my eyes. Of course they do it at the fancy colleges. They do it more, for all the future CEOs and billionaires to prepare for their casual alcoholism and drug addictions, I joked. Colby grinned. "Perfect training for your weekend of partying with me." I bit my lip, trying to figure out how I was going to get out of this. Colby took a lot of things seriously, partying being one of them. And usually I was on board with it. Usually I wasn't pregnant. Well, except that one time. I'm not in the mood for partying right now. Even thinking about beer made my mouth dry. Colby laughed. "Yeah, good one. Drink up, bitch." I didn't take the beer he'd picked up and held to me. He squinted at me. "What, are you pregnant or something?" he joked. I pressed my lips together. I was unable to lie straight to his face. I really hadn't thought someone would ask me flat out. Colby's eyes stopped twinkling with humor, and my friend turned into a scary badass once again. "You're fucking pregnant?" he boomed, leaning forward. "Shut up," I hissed. "I don't think they heard you in the garage." But it became apparent that someone had heard when Colby's eyes jumped behind me, hardening into a glare as I was lifted off the stool. Eldon's scent enveloped me. I breathed him in. There was one thing that didn't make me feel sick, it seemed. I didn't have much time to protest as Eldon gathered me into his arms, carefully, more carefully than he'd ever touched me, and walked us out of the common room and down the hall. It was pure luck that no one saw us. We'd had a lot of that. What with all of the times we'd tempted fate by showing what we were to each other for anyone to see. Maybe fate was on our side. I liked to think that. He didn't speak as he walked us down the hall in long, purposeful strides. It should have felt ridiculous to be carried like this. It didn't. Eldon's arms were around me, strong, firm, safe. I didn't speak either, simply gazed up at him hungrily, taking in every detail. His beard was streaked with slivers of silver, groomed, and smelled like the Tom Ford oil I'd bought him over the Christmas break. I liked it because I smelled him on me for hours after we left each other. His face was tanned, weathered, every groove in it serving to make him more distinguished and rugged at the same time. His icy eyes were inscrutable, intense, capturing mine every second step. My heart was slamming against my rib cage as the door to his room closed behind us. Again, I breathed in the scent of the cleaning products he used, mingling with his own smell. My body settled into it. This was my home. He was. I didn't know when the change had happened. Maybe it was when the second line showed up. Maybe it was long before that. But it clicked right then. There in that moment. He sat me on the bed, kneeling between my knees. Large hands settled on the silk of my skirt. "I'm pregnant," I uttered, pointing out the obvious. His hand cradled my chin, his eyes sparkling with something that wasn't rage or disappointment. "I know." I blinked at him, coming out of my brain fog, getting over the shock of seeing him again, of feeling him again. "You don't sound mad." "Why in the fuck would I be mad?" I stared at him, realizing that he was genuinely confused. He was something else, too. It looked like happiness, but I must have been hallucinating. Outlaw bikers didn't tend to be happy in the face of unplanned pregnancies. Or at least that's what I'd thought. Because of all the things that made you not want to touch me in the first place?" I splayed my palms, my voice shaky. I felt unstable under the weight of a gaze I'd never seen from Eldon before. The age difference, my stepfather, all your thoughts about me being too good for you, about me deserving a life bigger than this, different. I listed them off on my fingers. My hand was still shaking. "Baby, I knew what I was doing the second I fucked you raw," he told me, eyes never leaving mine, his hand taking my shaking one and lifting it to his lips. "What does that mean?" "It means that I was there the night you had to deal with the consequences of a man being selfish with his pleasure, not caring about the consequences." His fury seeped into the air. "I would never let you go through that shit again," he vowed. "I would never have taken you raw unless I was ready for this moment right here." I digested what he was saying. "So you expected me to get pregnant?" I deduced, blindsided. "Well, up until recently, we'd been fucking every chance we got," he shrugged. "Figured it would happen sometime." Okay, I must have ventured into a parallel universe. I ripped my hand out of his grasp. Because the Eldon I knew wanted to keep us a secret under the pain of death because of all of the blood and violence that would erupt if someone, namely Swiss, found out we were fucking. He cracked his neck. "It was never just fucking with us, and you know that." "I know that." I thrust my hands through my hair. "But there's a big difference between you admitting that and putting a baby in me. For so long you've been convinced that you needed to do the good thing, push me away, let me live life without you or whatever the fuck. How did everything change so quickly without me knowing?"
"You knew," he replied evenly. "You're smart, Violet. Don't pretend you're not. Don't pretend you didn't know exactly what you were doing the second you asked me to take you raw."
He was forcing me to face the thing I'd been hiding from. Because he was right. I was the one who'd told him not to use a condom. I was the one who wasn't on birth control. I was the one who'd forgotten to track my cycle. It was all me. On some level, not that deep down, I'd known this was going to happen. Fuck, on some level, I'd wanted this to happen. So the truth would be shoved to the surface. So we'd have to tell everyone. So no one could hurt Eldon. He was the father of my baby now. He was not just the older man who took advantage of a member's stepdaughter. That, and I wanted this for Eldon. For me. Even though I'd droned on to anyone who would listen that I wouldn't exist just to be a mother, a housewife, that I had a different life in store for myself. Yet here I was. "I can't talk to you right now." I pushed him away so I could stand up. I felt vaguely sick and mad at myself. Yet happiness crept up from somewhere deep. Peace threatened to settle at the possibility of getting everything I wanted. A family, a life with Eldon. But I pushed it away because I was too fucked up, scared, whatever.
"You sure as fuck aren't leaving right now,"
Eldon bit out, moving to stand between me and the door. I put my hand on my hip. "It's my little brother's first birthday." I huffed in frustration. "What are you going to do, stop me bodily?" Eldon flexed his fists at his sides, and his eyes flared with fury. But he didn't do anything. He wasn't going to physically force me to stay there, though I could see him battling with it. So I used that moment to push past him and walk purposefully out of the clubhouse. Chapter 17. I'd pulled myself together enough so no one noticed what a mess I was at the party. I'd changed out of my sweater because the sun was shining, making it unseasonably warm for the time of year. I chose a white sundress, putting a light cardigan on top. My face was still too pale, my eyes a little red from the tears I'd let escape, but it was easy to miss. The party itself was lovely chaos. All of the Sons of Templar children running around, laughing, screaming, and causing trouble. Men in cuts were scattered everywhere. My stepfather at the barbecue with Hanson and Hades. Freya was sitting by the pool wearing a gingham bathing suit and heart-shaped glasses. Hades was not even pretending to be grilling, staring directly at her. Macy was wiping food off one of the boys' faces. Caroline was sitting on her husband's lap. Music poured from the speakers, the desert yawning from beyond my mother's garden. "Violet," my mother greeted, Declan on her hip. "Where have you been?" She frowned at me as she stopped in front of me, inspecting my face. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine, Mom." I didn't look at her, instead focusing my attention on Declan, tickling his stomach. My mother didn't look convinced, but Swiss yelled, "Countess, where are we putting the burgers?" from across the patio, temporarily distracting her. He says he can do anything, yet when it comes to finding a place to put a plate of burgers, he's helpless. She scowled. "Can you take him?" she asked, not waiting for me to answer before handing me Declan. I took him gratefully, thankful for Swiss's intervention and for my baby brother's existence. "Happy birthday, sweet boy," I cooed, lifting up my little brother, kissing his chubby cheek and reveling in his squeal of delight. Declan Carter was simply the cutest baby on planet Earth. He was thoroughly adored by his parents, by his big sister, his grandparents, and everyone in the Sons of Templar. He was curious, cheeky, and always smiling. He brought a light to our lives that I was constantly grateful for. and he potentially may have a niece or nephew who would be less than 2 years younger than him. If I was brave enough to move forward with the life I'd secretly wanted since the second Eldon and I became Eldon and I. But holding my brother, basking in the sun of the garden my mother had curated and turned into a paradise, I couldn't even entertain the thought of repeating the other option. Having the abortion had been the best choice for me, the only choice for me at that time. I didn't feel any regret, any guilt, because that pregnancy was not created from love. It was a result of deception, a product of a terrible moment in my life. And had I not made that decision, it would have defined me in ways I didn't want to be defined. Those were my reasons for making that choice. Every woman had her own reason that had nothing to do with anyone else. But I had no reason to make that choice now. Not when we had created something out of love. Even if our situation was complicated beyond words, even if it would take my life in a direction I couldn't even fathom, it was ours. Suddenly, I was going to burst into tears. It didn't help that Eldon had entered the party and was staring at me from across the patio. "Fuck. Can you take him for a second?" I asked Macy, who was thankfully nearby. "Sure, sweetie." She frowned, taking Declan from me. "Are you okay?" But I was already halfway inside by the time she finished speaking. I'd been planning on locking myself in a bathroom, getting myself together, without the aid of tequila, which would have been really great right about then, and going back to celebrate my brother, pushing my problems away for the day at least. But Eldon wasn't going to let me do that. He snatched my wrist just as I walked into the kitchen. "What's wrong?" His eyes were glittering with fury and something else when I faced him. My eyes bugged out as I scanned the kitchen. Luckily, no one was in there. And from our spot slightly off to the side, no one outside could see us either. "What's wrong?" I repeated. "I'm pregnant and you're not freaked out about it." Which I guess makes sense because it's not you who has to make all the choices, who has to decide whether to drop out of college or have the baby. He yanked me closer. "You're not dropping out of college and you're definitely having this baby." "It's your choice, is it?" I ripped myself from his grasp. "You're going to force me to have the baby?" I didn't even know why I was saying that. I was having the baby. That had already been decided. But the way he'd said that, as if I didn't have a choice in the matter, triggered me. I wondered if this was how my mother felt 20 years ago. Except then she had been younger, more scared, without any other choices, without a voice of her own. Nausea churned in my belly at those thoughts. "There's a lot of shit that needs to be sorted," Eldon agreed. "You're scared, I get it." He lifted up his hand to trail it over my cheek. "But we're in this together, baby. You're mine, both of you." The words hit me bodily, settling inside me like a rock sinking to the bottom of a pond. It was exactly what I'd dreamed of hearing, exactly what I wanted to hear, except it scared the shit out of me. "We're not doing this now, though," I hissed at Eldon. He stalked toward me until my back hit the wall. "We sure as fuck are doing it now, Violet." I took a deep breath, trying to clear my mind of his effect on me. But that didn't work well since the breath I took was polluted by his intoxicating, infuriating scent. His palm flattened on the wall beside my head. "You can be scared, baby," he murmured. "You can be mad at me, you can be whatever the fuck you want, but it's not gonna change the fact that you're mine." His eyes dropped down to my stomach. "Both of you. And Violet, you in that sundress is driving me fucking mad. So later, we're gonna fuck. You can still be mad, if you want." Holy shit. My cheeks flushed and my body warmed, desire chasing away the worst of my fury. My breath shallowed. I leaned in toward Eldon, not caring about the party or who could walk into the kitchen. But he stiffened, taking 3 large steps back from me without warning. I frowned at him in confusion, but he was focused on something else. Someone else. My mother was standing in the kitchen, looking between the both of us in shock. Tell me I did not just see what I think I saw. Her voice was eerily calm. Of all the ways I wanted my mother to find out about me and Eldon, I would never have wanted it to be like this. Mom, she held her finger up to silence me, not looking at me but at Eldon, whose expression was unreadable. You know, if I tell my husband what I just saw, things are not going to go well, she told Eldon softly. I'm going to get blood on my floor, and I don't want to have to mop it up. I've got a 1-year-old. I have enough to worry about, you know? Her voice was cold, calculated. She was pissed off, that much I could tell. But there was something else in her words. Betrayal. I could feel it even though she wasn't looking at me. Mom, I stuttered, close to tears. Again, she gave me a finger to silence me. I'm going to forget I saw all of this. She waved her hand. Because I don't want my husband killing his brother today. I tasted bile at her no-nonsense tone, at the fear I had been holding on to about that very scenario. And also because I don't want to have to mop up blood, my mother continued. Then again, Swiss isn't exactly one to force household duties onto me, so he'd probably mop it up. My mouth was impossibly dry. Eldon didn't speak. He didn't offer explanations or apologies. He was just staring at my mother because it was clear she wasn't done. Her gaze sharpened onto him. And I know I'm married to kind of a depraved badass who has somewhat of a reputation. But when it comes to her, she jabbed her finger at me without looking at me. I can get pretty depraved, buddy, so just remember that. My mother was being sincere. There was violence behind her words I'd never once heard from her. With my father, she'd always been soft-spoken, timid. With Swiss, she was definitely not soft-spoken nor timid. But she was never openly aggressive. That wasn't who my mother was. Until now. When she turned her glare at me, I restrained my flinch. We're going to speak in my closet. She pointed in the direction of her and Swiss's bedroom. Now, she added in a tone that left no room for argument. I took one last panicked gaze at Eldon, unsure of what to do. I knew that making a scene in the kitchen would not be the move. Even though I didn't want to leave him, I did what my mother said. I walked to her and Swiss's wing of the house on autopilot, feeling numb and also kind of relieved. This was not the way my mother should have found out about me and Eldon, but it was too late to change that. It was too late for a lot of things. Everything she said was true. Swiss considered Eldon to be his brother. He trusted him. They all trusted each other with their lives. No matter what this was to me and Eldon, Swiss would see it as Eldon breaking some kind of sacred rule. I couldn't stop moving as I entered the closet crammed full of clothes that were nothing like the ones in my mom's old, color-coded, immaculate walk-in. Her and my father's clothes had always been purposefully separated, a not-so-subtle symbol for the way they'd lived their lives. But in this closet, Swiss's things were blended in with my mother's, motorcycle boots and chunky wedges beside each other. It signified how they lived their lives. It showed me what a fucked-up example I'd had of relationships and marriage my entire life. She was happy with Swiss. I wanted that. Wanted my clothes mixed with Eldon's in a closet of our own. wanted life to be uncomplicated, easy. But that wasn't going to happen. If I wanted uncomplicated and easy, I would have had to sacrifice passion, excitement. If I wanted uncomplicated, I would have stayed with Bennett. Would have quietly suffocated in a life with him and never known what it was like to be truly loved. I didn't believe in the happily ever after that Disney peddled, and hadn't believed in any version until I encountered the Sons of Templar and their women. Now I did. I was greedy for one of my own. My mother entered the room, her mouth tight, eyes narrowed. "You need to explain," she demanded, closing the door. "Right now." I stopped pacing to look at my mother, hating that I felt like a little kid right now. How did I explain everything that had happened with Eldon? How did I pour the past 2 years into some kind of explanation that wasn't going to give my mother a heart attack? "I love him, Mom." It was the most simple, straightforward answer. I wasn't sure what my mother had expected me to say. Maybe that we were just fucking. Maybe that wouldn't have shocked her quite so much, but all the blood drained from her face. "And I'm pregnant," I added, deciding to say it quickly, before she had the chance to recover. You could have knocked her over with a feather. For a moment. "You're finishing college," she declared suddenly. I frowned at the way her mind was moving. "Of course I am." "You are not throwing away your degree, your future because of this," she continued as if I hadn't spoken. "Plenty of women go to college pregnant. In fact, I read a story about a woman who took the bar while she was in labor, and she passed." She threw up her hands, pacing. "Well, of course she did. A man would say he couldn't take the test if he had a fucking cold sore." She stopped pacing, eyes flickering up and down my body, pausing on my stomach. "How far along are you?" "Not far. 6 weeks at the most." She nodded. 6 weeks? And you've got, 3 more semesters left? So that means that you'll be able to attend in person for at least this semester." She drummed her fingers on her chin. "Or we could talk to your professors and see if we could do distance. Maybe defer until after you've had the baby." She paused. Her lips parted as if she were contemplating her words. "That is, if you want to have it." Her eyes seemed to suddenly clear, properly focusing on me. "You don't have to. There is absolutely no shame in making that choice, sweetheart." "I know." I ran my hands through my hair, annoyed. Again, not at her, at myself, for not telling her that I'd already made that choice. For wrapping myself in secrets so that I didn't know where my lies began. I pulled in a deep breath, looking at my mother. "I want this baby." The rest was complicated, terrifyingly so. But that was the one easy truth. Her eyes brimmed with tears. "How long has this been going on?" I tugged at my lip. Suddenly my mother was not mad or making plans. She was simply hurt. Hurt that the daughter she thought told her everything had been keeping something so big from her. Pretty much since I arrived in Garnet. I hated that the truth would hurt her so much, but I was unable to tell another lie. Her eyes spread wide in shock, and she didn't speak for a couple of moments as she digested this information. "Why didn't you tell me?" She sounded hurt and tired. "What would you have said if I had told you?" I asked her cautiously. "I would have told you he was too old for you, too dangerous for you, and I probably would have tried to forbid you from seeing him." I nodded. "He is too old for you," she said firmly. "Is he, Mom? Because all the boys you would have deemed appropriate for me chug booze, play video games, and date rape girls." My mother's hand flew to her throat. "I don't have to explain to you what's different about these men because you know that already," I continued. "You've been wanting me to talk about Dad for the longest time, so now I will." I shifted my way, pulling in a deep breath. He fucked me up. First, before I knew anything, just by being him. By making me feel like I had to be perfect, that I wasn't worthy of his love if I didn't act a certain way. He crafted me into someone who both craved validation and attention from an older man, while making it so I only got that if I wasn't my authentic self. My eyes filled with tears. I'd never said any of this out loud before. I'd never even really thought any of it. But it was being forced upon me. It had been bubbling up inside of me for so long, there was simply no more room to store it. When I found out what my father truly was, I had to face the fact that not only was I seeking validation from a monster, but my mother had lived through hell for almost the entirety of my life. I hiccuped. I'm not exactly well adjusted from that, Mom. I'm fucked up. I'm going to be fucked up for life. Not all in a bad way, though. I tried to smile at her reassuringly, since the blood had drained from her face from everything I'd said thus far. It didn't really work. I swatted away my tears. Every single person connected to this club is fucked up, I said softly. Has horrific pasts. Yet they smile, throw parties. They accept people despite their damage. Eldon accepts me. He makes me feel safe. I don't have to be anyone different to earn his love. He gives it to me. He would never lay a hand on me. He would go to the ends of the earth to protect me. Yet I still don't think I deserve him. Tears were streaming down my face. Because Daddy fucked me up, I choked out. And I can't stand the thought of you only loving me if I make the right choices and love the right person. My mother was crying now, too. Oh, my little girl, she whispered, pulling me into her arms. I love you for exactly who you are, she murmured against my hair. And who you are is wonderful. I leaned against her, sinking into her embrace. We didn't speak for a long time, but she gently pulled me back to arm's length, wiping my tears from my face. My love for you is unconditional, she stated firmly. It does not matter what choice you make, ever. Nothing will ever change that. Her voice shook a little that time. I understand better than anyone that loving these men isn't exactly a choice. And as much as I hate it, I know that what your father did cannot be reversed. Her eyes hardened. I will forever carry it with me, she whispered. What he did to you, how he made you feel that you weren't worthy. She squeezed her eyes shut for a moment. It's a shock, you and Eldon, she said once she opened her eyes. But I understand it. I saw the way he looked at you. I can't believe it's the first time I've seen it. But, honey, he would move mountains for you. He will protect you and love you in a way that you're worthy of. She cupped my face in her palms. And that's all a mother wants for her daughter. We'll work out the details later. I squinted at her through my tears. I'm scared, I admitted in a meek voice. She smiled at me. Of course you are, sweetie. That means it's all worth it. And at that point, my mother took me in her arms again, and I sobbed, finally letting out everything I'd been holding in.
Eldon. It had taken every ounce of control I'd honed over the years to let Violet walk away, to let her face her mother alone. Ever since I'd found out she was carrying my baby, I'd had a difficult time letting her out of my sight. It had been hard enough before, but now she had our future growing inside of her. She had my fucking redemption growing inside of her. I couldn't stop thinking about how fucking delicate she was, how many things could take her away from me. There was a fucking sicko killing women in the area, tearing them apart. The club had enemies from all sides. On top of that, she could get in a fucking car accident, get sick. I could lose her. Control had been integral to my survival ever since I got out of prison. Now Violet was integral to my survival, and I couldn't control her, couldn't protect her from everything. Although I sure as fuck would try. Beyond feeling sheer fucking joy, unlike anything I'd felt in decades, at knowing she was pregnant with my kid, I felt relief. This was an indisputable reason for shit to come to light, for me to speak to Swiss. Have her on the back of my bike, finally. I stared at the man in question, standing at the grill. It was his kid's first birthday party. Absolute wrong time to tell him, but the chances of him killing me were slimmer here. And I couldn't stand one more fucking second of stealing moments with Violet, hiding how I felt about her. I was about to step forward when Hansen clapped me on the shoulder. I had no fucking idea where he came from. You wouldn't be planning on going to tell your brother you're in love with his stepdaughter on his son's first birthday, would you? He asked lightly. My eyes flew to my president. His stare was not light. His grip tightened on my shoulder. Although there isn't a right time for that conversation, this is a fucking wrong one, he added, tone still conversational. How the fuck do you know? I ground out, unable to keep my tone light. I'm the president of this charter. He took a leisurely pull of his beer. It's my job to know shit that threatens the club. I gripped the back of my neck. I would never threaten the club. Not on purpose, he amended. And I know you didn't enter into shit with her lightly. Didn't do it 'cause you wanted young pussy. Red crept along the corners of my gaze. I'd be real fucking careful how you speak about my woman, or I'll forget you're my president. I meant every word. I respected the fuck out of Hansen, considered him to be a brother, would be eternally grateful to him for giving me the club, but I wouldn't hesitate to hurt him if he talked about Violet like that. Instead of getting pissed at me or readying to fight, the fucker's lips curved into a grin. Yeah, I thought so, he muttered. It seems this charter is destined to have the same curse as Amber when it comes to old ladies. Courtships are never peaceful, never boring, and each is more fucking dramatic than the last. His gaze wandered over our brothers and their old ladies. This is gonna be messy, gonna cause shit in the club. I might have told you to end it if I'd caught it early enough, but I doubt there was a time when it would have been early enough. He sighed. He'd be fucking right on that. Violet had been mine from the moment I laid eyes on her. Nothing could have changed that. You want me out of this charter? I asked him seriously. It made sense. I was a recent patch. Didn't have the same roots here that Swiss did. No fucking way. Hansen's eyes flared with surprise. Your family. Those simple words hit me somewhere deep. We're a fucked up family, he continued, and sometimes families fight. He shrugged. Let's not draw blood at a kid's birthday party, though. Have a beer. Lock it down. There will be plenty of time for the truth later. He gave me a slap on the back. No one is going to make you leave this charter, brother. Not even him. He nodded to Swiss. Then he walked away, to be with his woman. I waited for mine, a weight off my shoulders, but that lingering sense of dread not entirely gone.
Violet. How am I going to tell Swiss? I asked Mom, taking the mascara wand she handed me. We were in her and Swiss's bathroom, both of us reapplying our makeup. The stone counters and double sinks were beautiful. The tones similar to Mom's restaurant, leaning toward a desert vibe, neutrals and rough textures. The counters were littered with beauty products, perfumes. It was clean but not painstakingly organized like her other bathroom had been. Although this was only the beginning of what I guessed was going to be a very long, complicated, and possibly violent journey, I felt much lighter. I'd cried for what seemed like hours. But no one had sent a search party, and Swiss would definitely come looking for his wife if she was out of his sight for too long. Eldon would look for me too. I knew that. No matter where I walked in this world, he'd be beside me, or not far behind. "You're not going to tell him anything," my mother said firmly, looking at me in the mirror. "Nor is Eldon, though you're probably going to have to convince him on that because he'll surely have some ideas about having a man-to-man talk with my husband." She rolled her eyes. "The only reason I know he's not doing it right now is because it's a child's birthday party. And even though Declan is going to grow up to be a badass, one is a little young to witness a gunfight." I felt the blood leave my face. "Do you think Swiss will really hurt him?" "He'll want to." She squeezed my arm. "These men are wonderful and unlike any other, but they are also men at the end of the day. And when it comes to those they care about, those they think it's their job to protect, they tend to err on the side of violence because they seem to think that solves everything." She rolled her eyes again. "It's probably not going to be pretty," she sighed, "and it's probably going to take Swiss some time. He may be reactive and overly dramatic, but he is also a romantic." She winked. "He loves you and just wants you to be happy." I put the mascara down, relieved. "Plus, when he finds out you're pregnant, he's not going to kill or maim the father of his grandchild." She added with another wink. That really did not make me feel better. "Ready?" she asked. I looked at myself in the mirror. My eyes were still red, my face a little blotchy, but I felt different, stronger, less alone. I hadn't realized what a toll it had taken on me, keeping all of that inside, keeping my mother on the outside. "Ready," I told her. We walked back into the party together.
"We need the candles, Countess,"
Swiss yelled from outside, proving that we'd chosen the right time to finish our conversation.
"And the cake."
Mom shook her head, smiling with her whole face, her whole soul. She took a moment to kiss the side of my head. "Are you going to be okay?" she asked quietly. I looked out to the party. "Yeah," I replied. She gave me one more look before walking toward the kitchen. I went outside, intending on eating since I was suddenly ravenous without all that toxic truth taking up space. He was on me the second I stopped at the large table of food.
"You okay, baby?"
Eldon murmured, coming to stand beside me at a distance that was much closer than he'd ever risked. I glanced around. Mom was in the kitchen preparing the cake, Swiss in there with her and Declan. All of his focus was on them. Everyone else was distracted with their own children or wives. "I'm fine," I told him, taking a carrot from the table and nibbling on it. I searched the table that was overflowing with all kinds of snacks. "I'd love a glass of wine," I groaned, staring longingly at the ice bucket. Eldon chuckled. Chuckled. Like we didn't have my stepfather's reaction to my pregnancy right before us. Like we didn't have my pregnancy and the life of our child right ahead of us. Like he didn't have a care in the world. Though that was vaguely worrying, I could not help but marvel at what Eldon looked like when he chuckled, how he held himself. It was no longer as if the world was on his shoulders. There was something freer about him. And that was because of me, of us. "You're really happy about this." I leaned forward, closer to him than I should have been, brushing up against the edges of his cut. Eldon looked down at me.
"I'm really fucking happy about this, baby."
The air buzzed with electricity. I drifted off somewhere different, somewhere ours. I was about to go up on my tiptoes, clutch onto his cut, and kiss him in front of everyone.
Cake!
Swiss's voice boomed from the kitchen and tore the moment apart. I scuttled back, Eldon's lips clamped together. I gave him one last look before moving to the kitchen where everyone had gathered for the cake. Eldon stood behind me, much too close. His hands found the hem of my dress, crept up it until his palm was flat on the skin of my ass. It stayed there the entire time we sang my brother happy birthday, because it seemed Eldon was done hiding things. We weren't just playing with fire now. It had been set and was readying to blow with the direction of the wind. It remained to be seen if it would burn everything to the ground. Chapter 18. "You're not pushing me away," I pointed out as we laid in his bed. I'd gone back to the club, slipping out with Eldon after Declan had shoved his face in the cake. We'd gone straight to his room where Eldon had torn my sundress off me and spent a long time making me forget about everything but our bodies moving together. Then I washed my face, complaining about the poor options I had in regard to skincare, and brushed my teeth with him standing beside me. It felt surreal to be standing at a sink with Eldon, wearing his tee, pregnant with his baby, brushing my teeth. It also felt right. But a small voice was telling me to run, telling me that something was going to happen to rip apart this fantasy. I tried my best to quiet that voice as we climbed into bed, and he immediately yanked me to his chest. It was probably much too risky for us to be sleeping together at the club. My mother knew, yes, Swiss did not, and he was apt to notice that I was not at his home in my bedroom. Sure, I'd been at the club plenty during my visits, partying, hanging out with my friends here, sleeping with Eldon, or more accurately, slipping off to fuck in his room when everyone was too drunk to notice. But I'd never slept over. Eldon held me tighter to his chest after I spoke.
Why in the fuck would I be pushing you away?
My mom's little speech today? I toyed with the comforter. Everything she said about the club, brotherhood. Eldon stiffened for just a moment. Then he moved so he was on top of me, bracing himself on the bed so he was hovering. He trailed a finger down my cheek.
Not anything I haven't thought 1,000,000 times over since the beginning.
I guess, I sighed. But was it different hearing it out loud, knowing there's no escape from that now, not knowing what will happen with the club?
Nope,
he continued, caressing my face.
Swiss is my brother, he agreed. And yeah, if I'd just fucked you, treated you like some club girl and nothing else, he'd be entitled to put a bullet in my brain.
My stomach dropped at the mere thought.
But,
he continued,
I knew that if I was going to touch you, it was never going to be a fuck. Knew that from the very beginning. And now you're carrying my baby. Now you're my woman.
His finger went to my lips just as I parted them to argue.
And I know that you've got a lot of ideas about what that means. And fuck, maybe those ideas are right for your generation. Or with a different man, in a different club. But to me, it means something. And my words aren't meant to make you feel smaller, make you feel like you're not your own. You're just mine too. And baby, before you talk about equality, I'm yours too.
Although I did want to argue, I couldn't. Not really. I don't know what I want yet, I admitted. With us.
Don't recall asking you to make any decisions.
He leaned down to place a soft kiss against my lips.
But I'll tell you one thing. I'm gonna be sleeping next to my woman. However the fuck we work that out, I'll be doing it. And I'm not sneaking around. I'll talk to Swiss first thing tomorrow.
All of those squishy feelings disappeared, replaced with panic. "You should let me do it," I said quickly. "Or my mom. He's not going to hurt either of us." Eldon's brows furrowed.
"Not gonna hide behind you or your mother, Violet. And I've already disrespected him enough by not going to him the second I knew you were it. Gonna do the respectable thing, the honorable thing."
"When did you know I was yours?" I asked. That was not the portion of the conversation I should have been latching on to. I should have been trying to convince Eldon to abandon his stupid bro code and just let the women handle it. But I knew that would be fighting a losing battle.
"The second you asked me to kiss you on the rooftop."
Before I could even process what was happening, tears were spilling down my cheeks. He wiped them away as they escaped without my consent. "It's the hormones," I blubbered.
"Baby, you didn't shed a single tear. Not once since you had your life turned upside down almost 2 years ago,"
Eldon said gently, not knowing about the breakdown in the closet.
"And crying doesn't make you weak."
I scowled at him. "Well, how come I've never seen you cry?"
"Watch up with me. I'll cry on command."
He smiled down at me. I gasped. "I don't even know where to start with that. You willingly watched an animated movie to begin with, or that's what makes you cry?" His eyes twinkled.
"Well, you've got a lifetime to discover that and more."
"A lifetime?" My breathing quickened. His expression turned serious.
"Violet, I would not have taken you raw, would not have fucked you, if I didn't intend on being the only man doing that for the rest of your life."
More tears wet my cheeks. Today had been a lot, a whole lot. Eldon was just verbalizing what I already knew in my heart to be true. Despite that, despite what my mother said today, despite everything, it still terrified me. Which I guessed was the point. If you weren't afraid, you weren't living. Since I found out the truth about my father, I've felt a sense of guilt because of what my mother lived through to give me what I had, I whispered, staring at Eldon even though I itched to turn my gaze away from him. On a wider scale, I have so much more than the generations of women who came before me. To give myself the title of old lady and nothing else does a disservice to everything I thought embodied my character my whole life. I took in a ragged breath, looking to the ceiling. But I forced myself to meet the eyes of the man I loved. I don't give a fuck about being extraordinary. I just want to be yours. Eldon's lips landed on mine. I kissed him hungrily.
"You're mine, and I'm yours,"
he promised. And he spent the rest of the night proving that. We woke up together the next morning. I did not sneak out, but Eldon had. I woke up to his lips on my forehead and the smell of coffee. He was dressed and holding 2 cups of coffee from Julian's. "Okay, I'm officially glad you impregnated me," I mumbled, still half asleep. Eldon gifted me with a dazzling grin as I sat up, handing me the coffee cup. "And he smiles," I added, cradling the cup and letting its warmth seep into my bones. But the majority of the warmth filling me wasn't from the coffee. It was all because of Eldon's smile. It would take some getting used to seeing him like this. It was utterly wonderful. But I couldn't help feeling tense, waiting for the other shoe to drop. "You're happy?" I pointed out.
"You're in my bed."
Eldon kissed my forehead.
"And you're pregnant with my baby."
"And that's all it takes to make you happy?" His eyes were glittery and stormy at the same time.
"No, it's everything I need to make me happy."
My stomach did a flip, which definitely had to do with what he said, And maybe a little bit to do with morning sickness. If you're happy, then maybe I can convince you to reconsider your plans for the day, I said, after taking a sip and placing my cup on the side table, while my stomach decided whether it was going to expel it or absorb it.
You mean my plans for eating you for breakfast, then fucking you after that?
Eldon moved the comforter back to expose my bare legs and how his tea had ridden up past my waist. Eldon spread my legs apart, his hands creeping up the inside of my thighs. Okay, I'd really like that, I murmured, my eyes already rolling to the back of my head. If you promise not to talk to Swiss today, I added while I still had coherent thought. Eldon's hands stopped moving. I scowled at him.
You're not changing my mind on that, Violet.
My scowl turned into a pout. His mouth turned up.
That's not gonna work either.
Why can't we just enjoy a day together that's normal? I whined.
Because things aren't normal with us. And whatever will pass for normal can only happen once we're not keeping this a secret from the club and from your stepfather.
His lips were a thin line.
This is real now, Violet.
I sat up farther in bed, thinking his plans for the morning may not be happening due to the turn of the conversation. I know it's real, Eldon, I groused, snatching my coffee. He frowned at me over his own.
This being real means me having a difficult conversation and maybe a fist fight with Swiss.
A fist fight? I gasped, almost choking on my coffee.
Eldon shrugged. A minor bullet wound, worst case scenario.
Explain to me a minor bullet wound, I demanded, rather alarmed at the prospect. When I started thinking about the blood, Eldon having a hole in him from a bullet, my stomach lurched, and I tried to climb off the bed. He stopped me, gripping my hips.
Where are you going?
I'm going to throw up, I informed him sweetly while glowering at him. Or would you like me to do it in your lap? Eldon did not let me go like I wanted. Instead, he carried me to the bathroom. My stomach turned as he set me down, but I managed to control it for the time being. Leave, I ordered weakly.
Not going anywhere.
He folded his arms. I was going to argue with him, but my stomach didn't let that happen. Therefore, I threw up in front of Eldon as he held my hair off my face, rubbed my back, and made soothing noises. It might have been romantic, if not for all of the vomit. You're not supposed to be around for that, I informed him after I washed my face and brushed my teeth, feeling a little more human, though my stomach had not entirely settled.
Newsflash, baby. I'm gonna be here for this entire pregnancy and then some, he replied, eyeing me with worry. I pulled my hair up into a messy bun. Even though I'd just thrown up and didn't have any of my skincare here to do a proper routine, I looked good. My skin was clear, my cheeks flushed. My eyes were glowing to an almost bright violet. They got more vibrant when I was really happy. My eyes met Eldon's in the mirror. And then some, I repeated, turning around. His hands settled on my hips. He nodded, kissing my nose. It was impossibly sweet, and an act of affection that was unfamiliar with us, and gave me butterflies that had nothing to do with morning sickness. I was going to prod him as to what exactly that meant, if it was the declaration of forever that it sounded like. Last night had been suspended from reality. Yes, there were all of the "I'm yours" promises, but what did that really mean? Marriage, a house, matching tattoos? There were many questions I needed to ask. But there was a commotion coming from the common room, meaning no time for questions. For the commotion to filter all the way back here, it must have been something intense. Eldon was on guard in a second. The sweet man who'd kissed my nose nowhere to be found. Instead,
It was my biker, badass baby daddy who was now holding a gun. I'd seen Eldon's gun before. He wore it in a holster underneath his cut. We'd even had sex while he was still wearing it, which I'm pretty sure wasn't safe at all, and turned me on way too much for someone who was passionate about gun control. I'd never seen Eldon holding a gun, preparing to use it, though.
"Stay here. Lock the door," he ordered. "I fucking mean it,"
he clipped out when I opened my mouth to argue with him. Then he was out the door. Though I probably should have listened to Eldon due to the criminal nature of the Sons of Templar and the various threats they could be facing at any given moment. All I could think about was the minor bullet wound comment. I shoved on my sundress from yesterday and poked my head out of the door. There were no sounds of fists thumping against fists or even gunshots. But I saw something that did reassure me that Eldon was not going to get shot. At least, not yet. I rushed forward to see him standing in the corner of the room, his arms crossed and his gun nowhere to be seen. She obviously hadn't seen him because she was arguing with Colby. "I will ask for the 4th time, who are you?" Colby demanded. He had his hands on his hips, facing off against the 5.5 Spitfire in bright pink Valentino platforms. Soraya blew the hair from her face before pushing her bright pink sunglasses to the top of her head. "I'm Soraya Cardozo. Who the fuck are you?" Colby stared at her a few seconds before his lips spread from ear to ear. "I'm the man you've been waiting for." I swallowed a chuckle as Soraya arched her brows and purposefully looked Colby up and down. "Honey, I don't wait for any man. I don't even pause for one. I'm here for my girl who has gotten impregnated by one of you." Her eyes found mine. "Her," she yelled, pointing to me. "That's who I'm looking for. My bestie who got knocked up by her biker." Eldon's turbulent eyes found mine. Somehow he'd not been able to use his badass biker spidey senses to note my presence until that moment. To be fair, Soraya in her pink platforms, pink leather pants, and a cropped bustier yelling at Colby was a sight to behold.
"I told you to stay the fuck in the room,"
Eldon bit out from across the room. He was charging forward, probably to growl at me some more. But Soraya was closer and more determined. She pulled me into a tight hug. "Careful, you're gonna squeeze the baby out of me," I joked, happy for her embrace. I'd missed my friend. I had only been able to send her a quick text last night about the pregnancy, to which she'd replied with a bunch of emojis and curse words even I hadn't heard of. She had been surprisingly quiet for the rest of the night, which made sense because she had been making the trek here. She let me go, still keeping hold of my upper arms. Eldon was hovering close by. "Chill, dude, she doesn't swing that way," she muttered, eyes flitting to him for a moment. "Plus, you've already impregnated her. It's too late for anyone else," she added with a wink. Colby, who by the grace of God was the only person in the common area right now, gaped at me. "You're really pregnant?" he asked. I hadn't had a moment alone with him since yesterday. I tugged on my ear, looking from Soraya to Eldon to him. It seems so. I was pretty sure there were rules about when to announce pregnancies, and I knew a lot of women kept it secret until the 12th week because of all of the risks in the first trimester. But none of that mattered anymore. Now that it had been announced here at the club, I knew it wouldn't stay secret for long. "Oh shit, I didn't ruin the announcement, did I?" Soraya winced. "What do bikers do to announce pregnancies? Shoot guns in the air?" I smiled at her. "You have to remember that this is an unplanned pregnancy. I'm not sure the protocol is the same. Though I didn't know if you could consider it unplanned when both parties stopped using protection and had crazy amounts of sex. I was still coming to terms with, I had, on some level, on multiple levels, wanted to get pregnant. No one knew. I told Soraya. Well, except you and Eldon, and now Colby, and my mom. Soraya's eyes bugged out. How did your mom take it? She was shocked at first, I sighed. Mostly because she didn't even know we were. I trailed off, looking to Eldon. Fucking? Soraya offered. I swallowed a chuckle. Yeah, that. But she's supportive. I don't think Swiss will take it as calmly, though. Nausea coiled through me as I looked to Eldon again. Parents will be parents, she shrugged. Oh shit, that's going to be you. Her hands covered her mouth. You're going to be a parent in like 8 months. The nausea increased, making me wonder if I needed to start heading toward the bathroom again. Don't remind me, I groaned, suddenly overcome with worry. I had been focused on not freaking about the actual pregnancy, and not on the fact that it would indeed result in a child in 8 months. I would be a mother in 8 months. Okay, she looks like she might faint or vomit or something, Soraya exclaimed, letting go of me. And honey, I love you, but this is Valentino. She gestured to her outfit. Eldon took advantage of Soraya's retreat to make his approach, putting an arm around me. You good, baby? He asked sweetly. I didn't get to answer that question because all hell broke loose. Chapter 19. Eldon was no longer in front of me, no longer touching me. When the door crashed open and the angry man barreled through it, Eldon created as much distance between me and him as possible. Colby moved quickly too, grabbing onto Soraya's arm and dragging her out of the line of fire. A low ringing had erupted in my ears the second the door smashed against the wall and my stepfather entered the room, gun pointed at Eldon. A gun pointed at him. My mother had rushed in behind him, grabbing onto me as we both watched in horror. Hansen and Jagger entered after them, either having come from the garage area or having arrived at the same moment. They'd obviously seen Swiss storming across the parking lot holding a gun and hauling ass. But when he strode across the living room and held it to Eldon's head, they didn't do anything. No one did anything. I didn't know what I expected everyone else here to do. Something like, I don't know, tackle Swiss. Everyone just watched. I should blow your brains out right here, right now. Swiss sounded nothing like the stepfather I had come to know and love. My stomach dropped at the sincerity in Swiss's tone, the lack of humanity. Eldon didn't say anything, didn't do anything. I knew he had a gun because he had just been holding it to protect me from unknown intruders only a few minutes ago. But him pulling a gun on Swiss would probably mean one of them would get shot. I didn't want anyone to get shot. There was a time in my life when I might not have fought you. Eldon finally spoke, his voice even. A time when I might have just let what happens happen. When I didn't care if I lived or died, because I didn't have anything to live for. My mom clutched onto me when I started shaking from the force of my tears, remembering what he told me in the cafe. My sorrow for Eldon and my terror that Swiss might actually do something mingled together. Now I've got something to live for. Eldon's eyes were no longer on Swiss, but on me. I've got everything to live for. My heart was beating in my throat. Not gonna argue with you that this got fucked up, he said to Swiss, still looking at me. That I made some bad fucking choices in the midst of this. But you're never gonna get me to wish away what I did, 'cause I wouldn't be standing right here. Still, he stared at me, despite the gun being pointed in his face. It was sweet, impossibly sweet. But sweet wasn't going to penetrate Swiss's fury right now. I couldn't be sure that anything would penetrate Swiss right now. So I didn't think, I just acted. Even though he wasn't good at macho man declarations in the face of death, Eldon was everything to me, too. My mother only let me go because she wasn't expecting me to rush forward and stand between Eldon and Swiss.
"Violet,"
Eldon growled the second I stepped in front of him, grabbing my shoulders.
"get the fuck behind me."
I stepped out of his grasp. "No," I hissed, eyes on Swiss, who had lowered the gun the second I stepped in front of it. "You're not going to point a gun at him," I snapped. "You are not going to threaten to kill him. You are not going to lay a hand on him."
"You need to move aside right now, Violet,"
Swiss said in a tone that cooled my blood.
"This has nothing to do with you."
I'd never heard him speak like that before. He didn't sound like the man who doted on my mother, who cooed at my brother. He sounded like a cold-blooded killer.
"Violet, get the fuck behind me!"
Eldon seethed from behind me. But I didn't move. "I'm not moving." I widened my stance, arms folded. "This has everything to do with me. And I swear to everything I hold dear in this world, including the man behind me. If you hurt him, I will never speak to you again. I will never stay under the same roof as you again. You will not meet this child." My hand went to my flat stomach, the one I intend on having, by the way. There was a venom in my voice I didn't recognize, but there was also a promise there. I was willing to do it, to break up my family, to cause my mother pain and suffering if Swiss made the choice first. And I also knew that he'd rather cut off his own hand than hurt my mother in any way, even in this almost primal state he seemed to be in. Silence rang out in the club, and everyone was on tenterhooks, waiting with bated breath. But I wasn't looking at anyone else. I was only looking at Swiss. His eyes went from me to the man who had now yanked me to his side, tugging at me until he was slightly in front of me. That pissed me off, but it still meant that Swiss wasn't going to discharge his weapon with me so close. Swiss's eyebrow twitched with fury. My mother walked toward him and gingerly took the gun from his hand. I was finally able to pull in a full breath of air when he let her. She handed it wordlessly to Hansen. The tension in the room did not abate even a little, though, because Swiss was not done.
"You're getting married,"
Swiss growled. Both my mother and I gaped at him. Eldon was still in an alpha stare-off. "You've got to be fucking kidding me!" I shrieked, not breaking their stares from one another.
"I'm not fucking kidding,"
Swiss grated out. I waited for Eldon to come to my aid, but again he was busy with the aforementioned stare-off, which was fine. I didn't need anyone to come to my aid. "You remember my mom, right?" I addressed Swiss. That finally made him break the alpha stare-off. He glanced at my mother, who was still gaping at him, and his eyes softened. But even the crazy love he had for my mother wasn't enough to fully penetrate his alpha fury.
"I'm familiar with her,"
he grunted. "Since you're married and in love in a way that I wouldn't have believed unless I witnessed it, I imagine she's told you about her history." Although his eyes remained fixed on Eldon, Swiss's hardened expression softened a bit more. Not completely yet, though, so I pressed on. "You're doing the nonverbal thing, but I assume you have retained the ability to hear sounds." I leaned forward, glaring, rage shaping my words into pointed, dangerous things. "So, I'll remind you of what happened when my mother got pregnant and was then forced to marry the man who impregnated her." Swiss froze, and Eldon exhaled loudly.
"He wouldn't lay a hand on you,"
Swiss sneered. "No," I agreed. "Not unless I wanted him to," I added wickedly, causing Swiss to curse. Eldon rubbed his temples. "And I did," I continued, want him to touch me, which is how I ended up pregnant, just in case you missed that one health class. And I do want him. My cheeks flamed. I hadn't intended to go so far, but my fury was paving the way. But I don't want to marry him. I didn't look at Eldon because I didn't want to see disappointment or relief in his expression. I didn't know which one I wanted. All I knew was, in theory, I was very against marriage. I had been before I knew about my father, and after. Marriage did not start off as some wholesome, sweet thing. It never was wholesome or sweet. It just had a great PR team. Marriage was about forcing alliances between families. Women used as cattle in transactions that had nothing to do with what they wanted, because history didn't care much about what women wanted. I forced myself back to the present, where I was currently furious at my stepfather for thinking we'd time-traveled back a couple of 100 years. I don't want to marry him because my stepfather is forcing me to do so, I hissed at him. The stepfather who is supposed to be all about living life on the fringes of society, about abandoning social norms like forcing a woman to get married because she had the gall to engage in unprotected sex. You tell him, girlfriend, Soraya chanted from her spot beside Colby. He was still gripping her arm. She was smiling. Interesting. Though I didn't know everything about my best friend, I could be certain that she hadn't witnessed something like this before. But she didn't look shocked or traumatized. The bitch was smiling. There wasn't time for wonder at that because I wasn't done telling Swiss off. We should not have kept this from you for so long, I admitted. But I was the one who wanted to keep it quiet. I pointed to my own chest as I continued to glare. Although I'm sure you like to think you're pretty special, and I would tend to agree with you when you're not waving a gun at my man and threatening to kill him. My eyes narrowed on Swiss. Right now, you're not being special, or kind, or funny, or anything like the man I know you are. You're acting the exact way I thought you would. Like I don't have a mind of my own. Like I don't deserve to choose who I want to be with. How about someone who's not almost 2 decades older than you? Swiss snarled. It's too late for you to argue about whether or not he's age-appropriate. I rolled my eyes. But even if it wasn't, I'm an adult. I'm going to make my own decisions. And I just buried a father who liked to control me and my mother. Swiss was the one who flinched now. It was a low blow, and maybe he didn't deserve it. But then I remembered the feeling of seeing a gun pointed to Eldon's head. So you better make some choices. My voice was no longer loud and passionate. I was tired already, and I knew this battle had just begun. You need to realize that you can pound your chest, wave your weapon, and make declarations of violence. But those actions have consequences, and your word is not law. I'm pretty sure this whole fucking club was founded because of your mutual distaste of laws. You may have been founded in a time when women didn't have a voice, didn't have much of a role beyond procreation and pleasure, but it is not that time now. I put my hands on my hips. I fucking dare you to try and tell me what I should do with my life now. Swiss appraised me for a long time. It hurt, much more than I let on, to see that coldness in his gaze, that disappointment. I hated that although I might have been talking some big talk, I felt very small and vulnerable. At least I had a good poker face. Mom was watching me with glassy eyes. I knew she was torn between me and Swiss, trying to gauge who needed her most in that moment. I hated that this was hurting her, that she was in the middle of this conflict. But it wasn't me who chose to turn it into a conflict. Swiss didn't say anything more. He just stared at me for a beat longer, glared at Eldon, then stomped out of the room. Mom looked at me helplessly. He'll come around, sweetheart. I rubbed my hands up and down my arms, giving her a weak smile. You should probably go with him. Her lip was trapped between her teeth, obviously torn between going to make sure her husband didn't burn anything down and comforting her pregnant, unwed daughter. Mom, I'm fine, I lied. Please go with him so he doesn't do anything stupid. She nodded, blowing me a kiss before quickly chasing after her husband. There was a very long, very loaded silence that followed. It's official. I love it here, Soraya cheered with glee. I didn't have the opportunity to respond to her or respond to anyone for that matter, because Eldon grabbed my arm and dragged me down the hall. I didn't fight him because I knew doing so would be pointless. He was mad. I expected him to be mad. I'd just stood in front of him and made a whole speech in front of him. A speech for him. For us. So, yes, I expected him to be pissed. I did not expect him to slam the door to his room closed, then sweep everything off his dresser to send it crashing to the ground. I jumped, my back pressed against the door. I wasn't scared exactly, but it was unnerving. Very unnerving to see him like that, completely out of control.
I told you to stay in this fucking room,
he roared, turning back to face me. He was shaking, literally shaking with rage. I'd never seen him like that. He'd never yelled at me, not once. He'd gotten pissed. He'd done the growling and glowering thing. He'd manhandled me, but he'd never yelled like that. Never turned into the man standing in front of me. It was Soraya, I said quietly, not moving from my spot against the door. I knew it was Soraya.
You only knew it was her because you left this fucking room,
he spat out. He wasn't yelling anymore or smashing things, but this was somehow worse. It was fine, I argued with him. Eldon stood in the middle of the room, his hands fisted at his sides.
It was not fine, Violet, because you stepped in front of a gun for me.
His voice shook. Swiss lowered the gun the second I stepped in front of it. That was not the right thing to say.
My pregnant woman, instead of staying the fuck in this room like I told her to, instead of believing me when I said I was going to handle it, stepped in front of a gun.
It was all too much. All of these men yelling, pointing weapons, smashing things, telling me what I could and couldn't do, thinking that protecting me meant taking away my agency, locking me in rooms. Yes, I stepped in front of a gun for you, I screamed. I stepped in front of a gun for you because you were calmly standing there, declaring your love for me like you were saying goodbye to me. I stepped forward so I was right in his face. I am not letting you say goodbye to me. I am not letting you take a bullet for me. I am not doing this alone. I was screaming so loud now that my throat ached. You are with me. I am not a girl. I am a woman. One who is not going to cower in a room while you might be in danger. I am not going to stand back and watch as someone waves a gun in front of your face. I am not an instrument in your story that you save. I will save you. Whenever I need to, as much as I can, so I do not have to live life alone. My chest was heaving at this point, and there were black spots dancing in my vision from how loud I was yelling. I didn't feel at all like myself. I wasn't myself. Screaming at people wasn't really my thing. But in for a penny, in for a pound. You want to smash things? I asked, not registering that Eldon was no longer scary broody, he was just plain broody. Fine, we'll both smash things, I yelled, looking for something and focusing on the lamp, picking it up and throwing it across the room. Well, I tried to. It was still attached to the wall, so it landed on the bed disappointingly. So I pushed the nightstand itself over. That crashed satisfyingly to the ground. Unfortunately, it took my coffee with it. There, I declared, breathing heavily. Now we've both smashed things. I stepped forward, glaring at him. Don't ever yell at me like that again," I whispered. My voice was much shakier than I intended it to be, and all broodiness left Eldon's face. But it was too late. "Don't you ever think that because you're angry, you get to scream at me and smash things," I added, tears streaming down my face. I wiped them away angrily. Eldon stepped forward, face stricken. I held my hand up. "Don't come near me." Eldon stopped in his tracks. "Violet," he murmured brokenly. His voice was full of apology, but it was too late. I slammed the door closed when I left the room. Soraya was waiting at the end of the hall looking concerned. "I was waiting to see if the yelling and the smashing continued and I needed to come in to save you," she explained. "I was also prepared for the yelling and smashing to stop and the makeup sex to commence." She winced, looking at my face, which was likely blotchy and tear-stained. She then scowled at the door. "Do I need to kill him?" she offered hopefully. "I know you just totally told off your stepdad for attempting to do that, but that was for him forgetting women got the vote and the right to make their own decisions quite some time ago." Her gaze was hard at the door. "My offer comes from a place of womanly rage at a man for yelling at my pregnant bestie." "I need to get far away from here," I said quietly, my throat sore from yelling, and I was also afraid that if I spoke any louder, I was going to burst into tears. Soraya nodded, linking her arm in mine. "Let's get the fuck out of here then." We ended up in the next town over at a kitschy diner that made great malts and greasy eggs that I did not throw up in the bathroom, which I counted as a win. My phone had been on the ill-fated nightstand, so no one could call me or track it, as I assumed Eldon tried doing. Soraya did not talk about the yelling match, which I was thankful about because I was not ready to talk about it. I knew it came from somewhere unrelated to the events of today. It was triggered by them, sure, but it had been a fear response, one that had to do with my father, and I really, really did not want to unpack all of that right now. Soraya, the angel that she was, kept me distracted. "Okay, so I've been keeping up with the news in Garnet because I'm officially enchanted by the way that town works," Soraya said, sucking on her own milkshake. "It seems to be glossed over by capitalist America. No big box stores, just family-owned businesses on Main Street. No gross developments like chain hotels or whatever. Even though there's a seriously fancy celebrity retreat not far away and really good yoga studios." She waggled her eyebrows. "Then there's this thing at the center of the town, an outlaw motorcycle club that has endured throughout the years, without getting broken up by law enforcement, even though they are definitely breaking a dozen laws. Not to mention the laws of nature. How can that many hot guys exist in one place?" She was really on a roll now, eyes bright with excitement. "The club's history itself is fascinating," she continued, speaking enthusiastically. "Someone should write a book about it. Not just the history, but the love stories. From what you've told me, they could make movies. Netflix would eat that shit up." She tried sucking on the milkshake, but there was none left, so she frowned at the glass. "Anyway, that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm talking about how there have been 3 murders so far in the area." I startled at the direction the conversation had taken. I knew about the murders in the area. They'd been the talk of the town. The men in the club had been more protective over their wives than normal. Eldon had told me not to walk anywhere alone late at night. Though I fucking hated it. That little survival tactic had been drilled into me long before these killings started. Don't walk home alone late at night. Don't run with earbuds in. Never take the same route. Don't leave your drink alone. Be careful how you say no to a man. Be careful how you break up with a man. The list of how we avoided getting raped and murdered was endless, when in reality there should be one item on one list for men. Don't rape and murder women. Apparently, that was much too difficult, and men couldn't be expected to follow that singular rule, so women had to change everything about their behavior and routines. Now, considering that there is an outlaw club operating in the area, the crime rate around here is actually pretty low, Soraya continued. Apart from the big massacre that apparently happened a few Christmases ago. Her lips curled downward. That was dark. She held out her coffee mug to the passing waitress, thanking her. I gratefully accepted a refill, too, thinking fondly of the coffee that had gone flying with the nightstand that made diner coffee seem like the dirty water it really was. Anyway, the women in question aren't actually from your town, Soraya continued. They were all found outside town limits, naked, posed, and stabbed at least 50 times. Thank you. She addressed the waitress, who had gone a little pale at Soraya's mention of dead bodies. Anyway, she focused back on me. They were all sex workers who, unfortunately, are commonly victims of serial killers, and the police don't treat their lives with the reverence they deserve. She shook her head in anger. I agreed with her on that one. We should start a podcast about it, Soraya suggested, thrumming her hands together. It did not surprise me that Soraya knew all the details of these murders. She was a child of this generation, and we were all obsessed with serial killers. Well, not we, because I did not share that same fascination. I had nightmares every time she made me watch those true crime shows with her. It did surprise me, however, that she was proposing this at all, especially right now, considering everything going on. We are not starting a podcast, I told her. She pouted at me. Why not? Because everyone and their dog has a podcast these days. I pointed out the obvious. There were a lot of other reasons, too, like us being in college, me being pregnant, and having just split my family in two. No, every toxic white guy has a podcast, she argued. They've ruined the medium for everyone. She wasn't entirely wrong, although I still loved podcasts when I had the time to listen to them. No one, not even the cops, have caught on yet, Soraya whined. Partly because they're still a part of a patriarchal institution that looks down on sex workers, and also because all of the cops around here seem to be idiots. Except for the new sheriff in Garnet, who is actually quite well regarded, but it seems like he's more focused on the Sons of Templar. I stared at her. He's focused on the Sons of Templar, I repeated, suddenly worried. She nodded, sipping her coffee. I wouldn't worry. She waved her free hand at me dismissively. They don't have anything that isn't like a decade old. My stomach twisted. How do you know what they do and don't have? I asked her carefully. She looked sheepish. Soraya? Ollie might have hacked into their system, she confessed, hiding behind her cup. You made Ollie hack into a law enforcement system? I yelled at her. She offered. She did not offer, I countered. Well, I may have asked her, she grimaced, but she was more than happy to do it. I rubbed my temples. Here I was thinking that Soraya was getting better, when really she was convincing our roommate to commit federal crimes. I think we should investigate at the very least, Soraya continued, inspecting her nails. Is that why you came here? I asked her. Because you want to start a podcast? She looked shocked and offended. No. I came here because my best friend is knocked up and I figured she needed moral support. Her features smoothed and her lips relaxed as she reached across the table to squeeze my hand. The serial killer thing is just like a bonus. Women are dead, Soraya, I scowled. Her expression was somber. I know, and I can't change that. But maybe we can make enough noise to make sure that they take this serious enough, and no more women die. Her eyes shone with passion, with desperation. My heart hurt for her. How long are you staying for? I changed the subject. Her eyes lit up even more. Until we go back to school? She asked hopefully. as long as your mom and Swiss don't mind me staying." She looked out the window, probably thinking about this morning's scene. "I could always bunk at the clubhouse," she said thoughtfully, a wicked and familiar glint in her eye. "Mom and Swiss would be happy to have you," I replied quickly. The last thing Soraya needed was to be tangled up with an alpha badass right now. "You'll be a good buffer," I decided. "You're not going to be staying at the club?" she asked tentatively. I toyed with my straw, even though my milkshake was long gone. I thought about the way Eldon had yelled at me, then the horror on his face once he'd realized what he'd done. I wondered if my father wore that same horrified expression after the first time he hit my mother. It was cruel of me to be comparing the two, especially considering Eldon had a gun pointed to his head in the moments before that outburst. But I couldn't help it. I couldn't trust my feelings right now, my heart. "I don't know," I sighed. Soraya stared at me for a long time. "He's not your father, Violet," she said softly. I fought against the burn in my throat that came with her words, and even though it was my first instinct to tell her I knew that, I couldn't get the words out. "Sometimes men yell," she shrugged, "because they don't know how to properly express their emotions, because they're really just toddlers, because they're scared. And I will say, I don't know that man very well, but he stood in front of a gun declaring how much he loved you." My heart rattled at the mere memory. "It is still not okay for him to yell at you like he did, though," she added, eyes brimming with passion. "And he owes you an apology centered around a nice purse or multiple orgasms." She winked. "He's not your father." She squeezed my hand. I nodded, hearing her words, knowing that they were technically true, but my heart couldn't trust them, couldn't trust him, because even though my father was buried, I didn't know when he'd stop haunting me, if he'd ever stop haunting me. Chapter 20. I was nervous walking through the door of Mom and Swiss's house. I hated that I almost felt the way I used to feel walking into my old house in Carver Springs. Tense, holding my breath for something I didn't even completely understand. It wasn't until I walked into the little house my mom lived in before moving here that it became clear that I'd never been in a home before. I grieved and celebrated that. It sucked that I didn't get that growing up, but it would have sucked a whole lot more if my mother had never found the strength to leave, had never been able to create what she did. I had to be thankful for that, for her protecting me from the truth for as long as she did. "You're back!" Mom yelled, pouncing on me the second the front door closed behind us. "I was worried sick," she said into my hair. "Everyone was. You left your phone at the club. I'm so sorry, sweetie," she said, squeezing my upper arms. "I knew that there was never going to be a good way for that news to come out, and I really thought if I caught him when he was soft and agreeable, he wouldn't go all—" She trailed off. "Crazy homicidal biker?" Soraya offered cheerfully from behind me. Mom nodded, not at all surprised to see that my best friend had traveled to Garnet to be here for me. "Yeah, but I should have known better," she sighed. "I really do apologize that was your first impression of the club, honey," she told Soraya. "We are a little bit crazy, but not usually brandishing a deadly weapon kind of crazy." Soraya shrugged. "You've got absolutely nothing to apologize for. I was worried that Violet was exaggerating about the club, and it turns out she was downplaying it," she giggled. Mom's concerned eyes moved back to me. "Are you okay?" she asked, looking me over. "Mom, I'm fine," I reassured her. I'm annoyed at all of the people with an XY chromosome and a Sons of Templar cut within a 50-mile radius, but other than that, I'm good. I'm not exactly thrilled with them either. Mom's brows pinched together. But no one was expecting the news that you're not only pregnant, but in love. Especially since you had been very adamant about avoiding both of those things. Are you disappointed in me? I asked, peering up at her from below my lashes. Of course I'm not. Her face fell. No. I'm shocked. I'm worried in a way that a mother worries. I'm trying to recalibrate. I'm also trying to compute that I'm going to be a grandmother and the mother of a toddler. She scrunched up her nose. But I'm not disappointed. No way, no how. Okay. I exhaled a relieved breath. Now. Mom clapped her hands together. Swiss is away brooding somewhere, and if he has any sense, he'll only come back here with chocolate and apologies. So, let's have a girls' night. A small person came running in and attached himself to Soraya's ankle. As long as you don't mind one boy crashing the party, my mother amended. Soraya picked him up, blowing a raspberry on his stomach as he squealed in delight. He can always crash the party, I said, looking to my little brother while trying to process that he would have a little playmate in 8 months. Instead of thinking too hard about that, I focused on my baby brother and our girls' night. Or at least, I did my best. Soraya and my mother had a lot of fun that night. My mother cooked up a storm, dancing around the kitchen, trying to overcompensate for the events of the morning, I guessed. Also because her and Soraya could drink wine. They had 2 bottles, the bitches. I was sipping on seltzer water, both hating and loving seeing my best friend and my mother getting along so wildly. Mom had already started talking about building an addition onto the house for the baby, as if it were obvious that the baby and I would live there. I didn't have the energy to dispute that because I didn't even know where we were going to live. Eldon and Swiss were topics we avoided. I retired to my bedroom earlier than either of them, tired, overwhelmed, and confused. Both of them understood me well enough to know I needed that. Or at least I thought I needed that. I took a long shower, did an elaborate skincare routine, put on washed cotton PJs, brushed my hair exactly 100 times, curled into fresh sheets with my latest spicy fantasy read. It was the recipe for a comforting night, a cure-all for the ills of this world, disappearing into another one where the woman was the hero and the male character was written by a woman. It should have been, except I reread the same page about 50 times. My mind was running over the events of the day. The way Eldon had looked at me, utterly devastated, disgusted in himself. The things he'd said to Swiss and everyone else in the common room at the club. The way Swiss had looked at him. The unfiltered hatred in that gaze. Then I stopped thinking of the past and started wondering about the future. What did that look like? Was I going to join the ranks of old ladies? Their lives seemed so wonderful, so unique, so outside of what was expected. But that would mean abandoning the dreams I had for myself. My hand was on my stomach the entire time I ruminated on this, working myself further into a spiral. There was a knock at the door, and I looked up to see Swiss standing there hesitantly, holding a plate.
I brought cookies.
He held them up as if they were a white flag. You may enter, I replied, putting the book down. His boots thumped as he entered the room I had made my own since they moved in. I had my own patio, my own bathroom complete with a tub, and the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves in a nook by the window were bursting with books. Nothing from our house in Carver Springs had come here. All of that was tainted. I watched Swiss as he gingerly handed me the plate of cookies.
"I'm sorry,"
he said, sitting down on the end of my bed.
"I was an over-the-top, protective asshole."
I tilted my head as I nibbled on a cookie. "Did my mom tell you to say that?" The corners of his mouth turned up.
"No, but that was one of the many things she called me when she told me off."
My mom told Swiss off. That didn't surprise me. She never hesitated to snap at him for being too protective, too alpha. They spent almost her entire pregnancy arguing over whether or not she could work at the restaurant. Mom won all of those arguments. I'd never seen my mother tell my father off. She hadn't dared argue with him. Mom was safe enough, comfortable enough to have a voice, raise it if she wished. We both were. I'd yelled plenty at this man earlier today, in front of his brothers, his president. Many men, lesser men, would not come in here looking sheepish or carrying cookies. But the Sons of Templar men were an anomaly. Alphas, possessive, deadly, soft, kind, loving, feminists in their own warped way. Swiss let out a long sigh.
"I know you don't have exactly fond feelings toward the inner workings of the club and the things we consider sacred."
I didn't reply because I didn't need to. I had made my feelings rather clear earlier.
"When I met your mom, I knew she was mine," he continued, "the second I laid eyes on her. And I need to make something clear. I don't mean she was mine to own. She was mine to earn, to treasure, protect. And again, I know you've got feelings about whether or not women need to be protected," he pointed out, telling me he'd heard me when I'd yelled at him. "And fuck, maybe we are all just cavemen." He showed me his palms. "But not because we don't respect you, but because we do. Because we all understand what kind of woman it takes to live this life. To love us, fucked up as we are. And maybe we're a little intense about it."
"A little?" I repeated.
"A fuck of a lot."
He sighed again.
"But that's 'cause life has taken a lot from all of us. We're all just waiting, prepared for it to take another thing."
He sucked in a deep breath.
"I consider you my daughter. If not in blood, in everything else that matters. Your future, your health, your happiness. It's something that I consider my job to ensure. It's any father's job to want that for their little girl."
Though his words punctured me somewhere soft and vulnerable, I opened my mouth to correct some of them.
"And you're not a little girl,"
he added before I could speak.
"You're a young woman, one who is more than strong enough to stand up for herself, for others, to yell and swear and pretty much do anything else she puts her mind to."
His eyes twinkled.
"You're a woman who knows what she wants and takes it. I'm very proud of that. Even if it had nothing to do with me and everything to do with your mother."
He studied me, rubbing at his chin.
"I'm excited to be a grandfather,"
he said finally.
"Thought I'd like to be a little older."
He shrugged.
"Thought I'd be walking you down the aisle before that happened. Thought you'd give me some gray hairs before you settled down, if you ever did."
I grinned at his bald head.
"I feel betrayed,"
he continued in a more serious tone.
"Not by you, but by a man I consider a brother. And I get that you're no one's property, that you made choices on your own. Not asking you to understand or even respect how things work here. But I'm telling you I'm an old dog. I'm trying my best to learn new tricks, but I can't promise I'm not going to bare my teeth, draw some blood along the way."
I leaned toward him, giving him a pointed glare. You're not to draw his blood.
Can promise not to use any weapons, he offered. But, honey, I'm gonna have to at least punch him in order to move forward. We don't really do cocktails and long conversations. We fight shit out.
You know that's fucking insane. I threw my hands up. He nodded.
Maybe, but that's the world you've got yourself into. You're smart enough to understand that.
Maybe. I chewed on the inside of my cheek, but I'm not going to like it. He grinned and leaned toward me, kissing my head.
Maybe this next generation will be a little more peaceful.
A crash and a shriek of delight sounded from somewhere in the house. We both looked in the direction where my baby brother was likely smashing something for the joy it brought him.
Or maybe not.
He countered with a wink, standing and walking out of the room. Swiss? I called when he was almost gone.
Yeah, baby doll?
He asked, turning. Please don't hate him, I requested quietly. He looked down at his boots, jaw set.
Don't hate him, Violet. Just love you a fuck of a lot.
I love you too, I whispered, my throat thick with tears. He smiled at me and closed the door, leaving me with my thoughts. Swiss was not my last visitor that night. I was halfway through the plate of cookies and still on the same page of my book when the door to my patio quietly opened and closed. The dark shape entering my room did not scare me. I'd been hoping he'd come, even though I hadn't made peace with him yet. Even though I hadn't found a way to bury my father and his influence properly. He didn't come to me right away. He stood there, half illuminated by my lamp, half in shadow, staring. Even now, after everything, I was still uncomfortable under his gaze. Not in a bad way. In the way that I was reminded that no one had ever looked at me like Eldon did. No one saw me like he did. I was frozen in place as he stared, then eventually crossed the distance between us to sit on my bed. You're brave to break into the house of the man who pointed a gun at your head today, I commented, unable to think of anything else to say. Though it was the truth. Swiss had promised he wasn't going to kill Eldon, but that promise was fresh, raw. Eldon did not respond to that. He kept staring at me with that tortured devastation on his face.
I'm sorry,
he finally said, trailing the back of his knuckles down my face. I waited for more, for the but. Nothing came. You're sorry? I eventually questioned, puncturing the silence that had felt like it would suffocate me.
I'm very sorry,
he repeated, his tone serious. I swallowed my smile. Even though today was heavy, very heavy indeed, it was quite something seeing Eldon look so sincere and apologetic. But there was something else, too. You're not adding any amendments? I asked him. A crease formed between his brows.
The point of an apology is to not add amendments.
I received 2 apologies today, I informed him, from 2 different men. Eldon's gaze remained intense but stony now.
You deserve 2 different apologies from 2 different men.
I swallowed hard. I've never been apologized to by a man who was important to me before, I said in a small voice. I know for a fact that my father never uttered the words, "I'm sorry," to me, even though he definitely did things worth apologizing for, and that's not counting all the things he did to my mother. The words burned like acid. Eldon's expression was tight, his back ramrod straight and his eyes squinting with anger.
hate that you haven't experienced what it's like to be loved by a real man. Real men apologize, Violet, without amendments, without excuses. And although he did indeed hold a gun to my head earlier today, I'm glad as fuck that for the rest of your life, you will have a father who is unafraid to apologize to you when he fucks up, ready to go to battle for you and then back down when you battle him right back. He smiled sadly, his hand moving down to my stomach, the stomach that skipped at his feather-light touch, his reverent gaze. And if we have a girl, we're gonna have one who isn't afraid to go to battle with her father if he steps a foot out of line. His eyes blazed with intensity. I'm gonna do everything in my power to ensure I don't step a foot out of line in our daughter's eyes. And if I do, I'm gonna show her what a real man does, how they apologize. And, Violet, I'm gonna try really fucking hard to fix what your father broke. His hand cradled my jaw. For as long as I live, I never want you to look at me the way you did today. My breath hitched. He wiped a tear that had escaped the corner of my eye. I'm not good at this, he admitted. The second I became a free man, I swore that I would always be in control, so I'd never feel the way I did while locked up in there. But with you, I have no control, none. Don't want to control you because you're wild, beautiful, brave, infuriating, and perfect the way you are. So, I can't promise I'm not going to get pissed at things I shouldn't get pissed at. Can't promise I'm not going to spend the rest of my life wanting to protect you. But I can promise you that I will never fucking hurt you. You are safe with me, Violet. He let the words sink in for a moment. Or maybe he was waiting for me to say something. I'd lost the ability to form words. I know it's just words, he continued, but I'm gonna prove that to you, Violet, that you're safe. I know I am, I whispered. My hand covered his on top of my stomach. I know we both are. We lingered for a long time before Eldon tore his gaze from me. His eyes landed first on the cookies, then on the book I'd long abandoned. He slipped his hand away to pick up the book and skim through it. I watched his mouth and eyebrows twitch as he likely arrived at particularly spicy scenes in the book. His cheeks were even flushed by the time he set the book back down. Eldon's cheeks were flushed. This is what you've been reading without me? He asked in a low rumble. I swallowed my smile, my own cheeks warm. I enjoy magic, dragons, and smut. I shrugged. Don't try to shame me for that. I would never shame you for that, Eldon replied, voice gravelly. You read this for as long as you want. When you're finished, I'll fuck you better than any book hero can. I cocked my hip. Is that a promise? I'll put it in my vows if you want, he replied. There it was, cold water on the moment. Eldon must have seen my face fall, softly adding, Not gonna rush you. I understand your thoughts on marriage. Respect them. But I hope one day I can convince you to be my wife. Can prove that marrying me doesn't have to look like anything you've ever seen. Doesn't have to be something that holds you back. But for now, he scooped me up and out of the bed. I let out a squeal, not expecting that. We need to get the fuck out of this house, Eldon groaned, because I need to fuck you, and that will not be happening under this roof. I agreed with him on all of that. The topic of marriage was not revisited that night, or the one after that, but it hovered like a shadow, following me around, making me feel cold no matter how bright the New Mexico sun shined.
Chapter 21. Eldon and I did not have to wait long for another argument. I had a shift at Oliver's the next day, which was what I told him when I woke up, asking for a ride back to Mom and Swiss's in order to get changed. First, he'd pulled me back into bed and fucked me. I hadn't argued about that. Then he'd said we needed to get my clothes, skincare, and smutty books from my Mom and Swiss's and move them to his room at the clubhouse. I hadn't argued about that either. As much as I loved the atmosphere at Mom and Swiss's, as much as I loved the space my mother had created, it didn't fit me. Not now that Eldon was a part of me. Which he was. There was no denying that. There was a lot to work out. A lot. But that was not something that would ever change. The argument started at Oliver's. We went there after we picked up something for me to wear for the day. I settled on tight black jeans. May as well enjoy them while I could. And a cropped black tee with the leather jacket Swiss got me for my birthday. Eldon did not come into my Mom and Swiss's house. He sat on the bike, looking like sex and sin. Swiss stood in the kitchen, glaring in the direction of the rumbling bike. He did not go out onto the driveway to challenge Eldon to a duel, so I called that a win. "Thank God you're here," Julian shouted at me the second we walked through the door. "Get your ass to the coffee machine." I was about to do what Julian so politely asked when Eldon grasped my waist and pulled me to him. It felt exceptionally strange, him touching me like this in public. Good strange. Or it would have been had Eldon not been glowering at me. "It's okay, honey," I reassured him. "He's really sweet, and he's Australian. That's just his way. I know you're under the impression that you're the only man who can order me around, but he actually can order me around because he's paying me. If you start paying me..." No, that wouldn't work because that would move to an ethical gray area. I shook my head. Anyway, he doesn't mean any harm. "I know he doesn't mean harm," Eldon bit out. "I want to know what he means." I tilted my head in confusion. "He means he wants me to get my ass to the coffee machine," I clarified, even though he'd made that pretty clear. I gestured to the long line of people waiting for coffee. Or they might start getting violent. People took their coffee very seriously here, which you could only understand once you tasted what real coffee was meant to taste like. "You are not working," Eldon replied through his teeth. I frowned at him. Yeah, I am." "You're pregnant." I blew a strand of hair from my eyes. "I'm aware." "Your morning sickness is getting worse." There was no denying the concern in Eldon's tone. My stomach lurched as if on cue. Of that I am also aware. "You're not standing on your feet all day when you're pregnant and sick." "I am working because I made a commitment to Julian, because I enjoy it, and because there are millions of pregnant women at this very moment managing to stand all day and exist in general." I refuted. "Violet," Eldon warned. "Eldon," I warned right back. We had a very long stare-off. Eldon was probably used to winning those kinds of stare-offs because he was a badass, irritable, dangerous guy. And any regular person would not just break the stare-off, but likely go off running. I was not a regular person. Not since I met Eldon. "I could stand here all day," I informed him. "You bloody can't stand there all day," Julian chimed in. "I can't promise the coffee-deprived customers won't drag you out," I told Eldon, ignoring Julian for the time being. Eldon's eyes had a hard glint, but he let out a very frustrated sigh. I smiled wide in triumph. I might have even done a little dance if not for the morning sickness and the alpha male yanking me in for a publicly inappropriate kiss. Julian whistled, or I think he did. I was in a vortex, on an alternate plane where only we existed.
"I'll be here to pick you up at 3.
Eldon murmured against my lips. "I'm scheduled to work till 5, I argued.
"I'll be here at 3.
Eldon's jaw was granite. I swallowed my grin. "Okay." Eldon gave me one more hard look, kissed my nose, then dragged me lovingly toward the counter. The previously hostile customers parted for Eldon. They were coffee-deprived, not insane.
"She is not to lift anything heavy,"
Eldon barked at Julian. Julian, to his credit, did not even bat an eyelash at the hostile biker barking orders at him in his place of business.
"10-4, big boy,"
he saluted. Eldon narrowed his eyes.
"She gets regular breaks, and make sure she eats something."
"She is standing right here." I smacked Eldon's arm. "She can also speak for herself, and by golly, she can feed herself." Eldon looked sideways at me.
"Did you just say, by golly?"
I jutted my chin up. "I thought something from your generation might sink in better." He shook his head, chuckling. Though I was currently irritated with him, I couldn't help but revel in the chuckle. Eldon gave me a firm kiss, closed mouth.
"See you at 3, baby."
My irritation melted to nothing. "Yeah," I murmured back. He held on to me for a moment longer, staring at me like there wasn't a line of people behind us, like he had all the time in the world just to look at me. Then finally, he walked off. I, along with the entire cafe, watched him. The difference between me and everyone else in the cafe was that I was entitled to stare dreamily after him because he was mine.
"Violet!"
Julian snapped me out of my trance. "Stop with the lovey eyes and make some fucking coffee."
3 days later, Eldon. When everyone sat down, the air was tense. Very fucking tense. Swiss and I had not been in the same room since he pulled his piece on me. Violet said he apologized to her for that, which was all that mattered to me. He didn't owe me an apology. I sure as shit owed him one. But I didn't think he'd be amenable to anything I had to say at that point. Yes, he'd promised Violet he wouldn't kill me, and he'd kept that promise. No need to make him reevaluate that. Not yet, at least. Plus, there were a lot of ways to not kill someone and make them want to die, and Swiss was an expert in such things. "We're designed for conflict," Hansen said, as his eyes skimmed over the men sitting at the table. "Bred for it. It's going to be a part of this club and a part of our lives till we meet the Reaper." His gaze found me, then Swiss. "But I will not have it tear this club apart from the inside out." His voice raised an octave, hardening. "That's how charters get destroyed. That's how people die. If you don't believe your brother has your back, you slip. I'm not burying another friend." He thumped his chest. "I'm not telling an old lady her man died 'cause he was too fucking stubborn to squash a beef. So this is gonna end." His chair screeched as he stood up. "You two," he pointed to me in Swiss. "Outside, now." I stood immediately. Swiss remained seated. "I'm not gonna fight him." There was no denying the bite in his tone. "You sure as shit aren't gonna open your heart to him over Cosmos." Hansen's expression contorted into one he didn't often wear, one of authority that he rarely had to wield with us. "Up, now." Swiss considered it for a split second, then stood. "Weapons on the table," Hansen ordered. I put my piece and the knife at my belt on the table. Swiss did the same, slower than me, though. Colby clapped me on the shoulder as we made our way outside. "Your old lady's going to be pissed about this." My step stuttered. Though I'd considered Violet mine for years now, no one had ever called her my old lady out loud. She wouldn't like the term, despite the importance of it. She definitely didn't like the term wife, either, if the way the blood drained from her face when I mentioned it meant anything. She was skittish about commitment, rightfully so. If only her father wasn't dead so I could kill him with my bare hands. I had to keep reminding myself that titles didn't mean shit. She was mine, with or without a ring or a piece of paper. But fuck if I didn't want her wearing my ring, walking down an aisle to meet me, to be mine in the eyes of the law, something I hadn't respected in a long time. Swiss and I shrugged off our cuts, him giving his to Hades, me giving mine to Colby. We circled each other, neither of us moving toward the other. "I'm going to be in your life forever," I informed him, "because I'm going to be in her life forever." He locked his jaw. "Don't remind me." Swiss was my friend, my brother. He was a good man, so it fucked with me to have him stare at me like he'd be happy to see me bleeding out on the pavement. "I'll take care of her," I vowed. "I love her." Swiss continued to glower at me. "You hurt her? You let any hurt come to her. I'll forget some promises I made." I raised my chin in confirmation. "Okay, let's do this," I said, loosening my shoulders. He was entitled to land the first punch. I'd betrayed him, after all. Swiss didn't hesitate. His fist connected with my face. He did not hold back.
Violet. Eldon came to pick me up from my shift, as always. I was not alone in the cafe for even a second, and despite my shift ending before it got dark and my ability to park right across the street, Eldon would not hear of me driving to and from. No one had caught the serial killer Soraya still believed we needed to start a podcast about, even though she'd already gone back to Providence. I'd tried to dissuade her, but she was not a woman to be dissuaded. I had a bad feeling about it, but maybe that was because finally, for the first time in a while, there were no secrets, conflicts, or tragedies in my life, and I was uncomfortable, so I was trying to create them. Not that a serial killer wasn't a definite source of conflict and terror, it totally was. And someone really should have been investigating to make sure those women weren't forgotten. But I just didn't think we should be dragging ourselves into that. Not when we'd achieved a somewhat tentative peace. I should have known better than to think my life was free of conflict when I was involved with the Sons of Templar. Eldon sauntered into the cafe like usual. All eyes turned to him, as usual, including mine. My heart did that little flutter like it always did when I saw him. Except he looked a bit different than he did when he'd dropped me off this morning. I hung up my apron and rounded the counter, arriving in front of it at the same time as him. He didn't hesitate to greet me the same way he did every day, yanking our bodies flush together and kissing me in a way that wasn't fit for public consumption. As he always did, Julian called out, "Get a room before all my customers think they can do that in here." He was always smiling when he said it, and he had not seemed at all surprised about Eldon and I being together or me being pregnant. Nothing much surprised Julian. Because I was not yet immune to Eldon and his badass powers, I kissed him back without commenting on the change in his appearance. But I managed to pull back enough to inspect his face up close. "You have a black eye." I glared at the bruise.
"It's not black yet. A little red, maybe."
He shrugged. "You have a cut on your cheek." I sucked my teeth.
"A scratch,"
Eldon corrected. "What happened?" I demanded, putting my hands on my hips.
"We're not going to talk about it here."
I rooted myself to my spot. "We are going to talk right here, right now." He considered me, as if he were assessing how serious I was.
"This needed to happen."
"You and my stepfather?" I deduced. He nodded. "Men!" I threw up my hands. "Are you all like this?" I looked to Julian. "We're definitely not all like that." He motioned to Eldon. I tried not to smile. Eldon's fingers went to my chin, gently turning me to face him.
Like it or not, this is the first step to things getting close to sorted between us.
I don't like it, I muttered. Eldon flashed me his teeth. Not fair, I whined. You can't just smile at me and win every argument. Eldon chuckled. Now he chuckles, I groaned. I'm powerless against you.
Ditto, baby,
he murmured against my mouth. Out of here, Julian demanded, before you get pregnant all over again. It was my turn to chuckle as we did what Julian asked. And although it was biologically impossible, when we made it back to the club, Eldon did his best to get me pregnant all over again. I went back to school, because even though I was questioning what I really wanted out of my future, I knew I didn't want to drop out. I wanted to close this chapter, whatever that meant. Eldon came with me. Not something I'd expected. You have a life here, I'd argued when he started packing his bag the day before I was scheduled to leave.
I have a life here,
he countered, placing his hand on my stomach.
Here,
he whispered, love shining in his eyes. My heart skipped about 1,000,000 beats as it did when he got all soft and romantic. What are you going to do every day? I asked. I don't think there are many pastimes for biker badasses on campus.
Rhode Island charter needs an extra hand,
he explained.
I'll keep myself busy.
I chewed on my lip. Although I had a pretty wild imagination, I had yet to ask what Eldon actually did on a day-to-day basis. I knew that he worked part-time in the garage. I knew that because he'd come back to our room wearing coveralls, rolled back halfway to show off his incredible torso, grease on his cheek. I'd all but pounced on him every time. I also knew the club owned a bar, did a lot of charity drives, but they weren't called Outlaws because it sounded cool, although it really did.
Ask me,
Eldon said. I stared at him.
Ask me what the club does,
he clarified.
No, you want to. No, it's probably been driving you crazy.
It had been, but I'd been doing really well with not thinking about it, mainly because I had a lot of other things on my mind the past 2 years. I don't know if I want to know, I admitted. I mean, secrets were the foundation of the first 18 years of my life, so I certainly don't want more of them. But I know the things you do are in direct opposition to a lot of the things I believe.
Like what?
Well, you're involved in a club that blatantly excludes women for a start. Eldon's eyes lit up.
You've made your feelings about that known since the moment you arrived here.
And I won't give up on the crusade to let women patch in, I informed him. Especially if we have a daughter. Eldon's hand went to my stomach, as it tended to do a lot these days.
I expect nothing less.
I stared into the eyes of the man I loved, the father of my baby. What is the club involved in? I whispered.
We run guns,
he answered without hesitation.
On occasion, we provide protection. Don't kill for hire. Have legitimate businesses, too. Garage earns enough, as does the bar. But majority of the club's capital comes from
running guns. I finished for him. He nodded. I'm for gun control, I informed him.
I'm aware,
he replied evenly. I've protested about it.
I'm also aware.
I scratched my cheek. Does the club have any plans to, go legit or whatever? I knew there were plenty of motorcycle clubs around the country that didn't break the law. The term 1%er existed for a reason. The other 99% of motorcyclists were law-abiding citizens, according to the American Motorcyclist Association. Eldon's lips flattened into a thin line.
Not that I know of.
I regarded him. Can't you make that happen?
Above my pay grade, baby.
He shook his head, stroking my jaw. I considered this. The club ran guns. It shouldn't have been a surprise. They were an outlaw motorcycle club. The outlaw part communicated the fact that they lived outside the law. They had really nice appliances, they had top-shelf booze, an impressive compound, fancy motorcycles, and each member who owned a house owned a really kick-ass house. They earned good money from their various criminal and non-criminal enterprises. Those enterprises were also responsible for almost the entire club getting murdered one Christmas. An icy chill slithered over my skin. I clutched at Eldon's cut. "You're not allowed to die." His eyes crinkled at the corners, gaze turning hard.
"I don't plan on it, Violet."
"Of course you don't plan on it." I frowned. "But you're involved in things that put you in danger on a daily basis. I know you're tough and strong and badass, but as far as I know, you're not bulletproof, and you run guns, which contain bullets, which likely pisses off rival people who are in possession of guns with bullets."
"Take a breath, baby."
Eldon pressed the palm of his hand against my cheek. I scowled at him, though I had been ready to rant much longer without breathing and might have passed out. "And you're breaking the law," I added once said breath was had.
"Aware of that,"
he murmured. "You're breaking the law, and the new sheriff is intent on bringing down the Sons of Templar," I babbled. "He wants to put you in prison again. You don't like small places. I'm not going to let you go to prison again." A vein pulsated in his forehead.
"How do you know the new sheriff is targeting the club?"
"Ollie hacked the department's computers," I replied, too deep in my spiral to worry about the change in Eldon's tone. I was not too deep to see his reaction to my words, though. His body stiffened, and he got all broody and dangerous once more, looking at me through heavy lids.
"Ollie, your roommate hacked into police computers?"
he repeated. Now I worried about his tone, but it was much too late. I pursed my lips.
"You better fucking answer me, Violet."
I let out a dramatic sigh. "Yes, Ollie hacked the computers. No, it was not my idea. I didn't even know about it. Soraya wanted to research the town." I shrugged. I figured it wouldn't be the best idea to tell him about the podcast she was still determined to start.
"I should have fucking known it was Soraya,"
he grumbled. "You better not be making insinuations about my best friend." I narrowed my gaze on him.
"I'm not making insinuations,"
he scoffed.
"Your best friend is fucking insane."
"Don't you dare talk about her like that." I bristled, ready to go to battle for my friend. Eldon blew out a long breath.
"Not saying she's insane in a bad way."
He gripped the back of his neck.
"Every bitch in this fucking club is insane. It's why their men love them like they do. Keeps us on our toes. It's why Colby can't keep his fucking eyes off your best friend."
I perked up. Colby can't keep his eyes off Soraya? Eldon looked at me like I was an idiot.
"It's pretty fucking obvious. How have you not noticed?"
I rolled my eyes. I don't know, maybe because a lot of my life is spent throwing up these days? He ran his hand through his hair.
"How did we go from talking about the club to this?"
"You're with me. I can migrate from topic to topic with ease, so keep up or get left behind." Eldon's face softened.
"No way you're leaving me behind, baby."
My insides melted.
"And I'm never leaving you,"
he promised, stroking my face. My previously melted insides twisted as we made our way back to the original conversation. "You can't promise that," I whispered. He searched my face.
"This gonna cause a problem between us, Violet? What the club does?"
I didn't answer him right away. though I wanted to tell him that nothing would ever and could never cause a problem between us. My heart wanted to say that, but my head, my ethics, my morals weren't so sure. Coming upon my mother being involved in a motorcycle club had been quite the shock, coupled with the truth about my father. Then there was the unplanned pregnancy and existential crisis. My focus had been on other things. And yes, it was exciting, dangerous, and wonderful to see the way the Sons of Templar lived their lives. I'd been caught up in that and in my feelings for Eldon for quite some time. I'd been focused on what would happen when the club found out about us, how that would affect my family. I had not been focused on what it meant for me, what being in love with someone who broke the law on a daily basis meant for my future. Eldon would leave the club if I asked him. Fuck, he offered to do that before he even got me pregnant. I searched Eldon's eyes. The aquamarine glaciers flecked with navy. I had misgivings about guns, violence, and the patriarchal structure on which the club was built. But those things could not supersede the love, the family, the fierce loyalty they felt for one another. Those things could not supersede what the club had given Eldon, my mom, me. No, I said finally. It's not going to cause a problem. Eldon's body sagged in relief. Then he leaned in to kiss me. I held my finger between us. But that doesn't mean I'm going to stay quiet about the things I don't like. He smirked. Wouldn't expect anything less. Then he grabbed my wrist, pulled me in, and kissed the ever-loving hell out of me. Chapter 22. It wasn't as much of an adjustment having a man in our household as I thought it might be. Actually, it was safe to say that everyone liked Eldon living in the house. He was handy with spiders, tight jars, getting things off high shelves, and he was a fucking great cook. He cooked for us all, almost every night, except the nights he was out on club business and came home late. Eldon cooked for us because he was very concerned about me getting all the nutrients required to grow a healthy baby, and because dinner was the only meal I could keep down. My morning sickness was one of the many things he asked our doctor about at our first checkup. She'd reassured him that it was normal. I was normal. We'd heard the baby's heartbeat. Eldon had gone still and misty-eyed. I'd sobbed because of the misty eyes and the pregnancy hormones. They were a bitch. I was tired all the time. School was killing me. I fell asleep at my desk many nights, but I always woke up in my bed with Eldon, because he carried me there the second my head hit the book, maybe even before. I didn't have solid evidence of this, but he was always sitting in the armchair in our room, staring at me over whatever book he was reading, as if waiting to catch me. We didn't exactly have a routine, but we had a life. Our separate lives had intermingled to become one. We were a couple, although we weren't using labels. I didn't want labels. Just thinking about them made my stomach spin in a way that had nothing to do with morning sickness, and everything to do with my dearly departed father. My mother called constantly, asking how I was feeling, what I was craving. I made the mistake of telling her I was craving jalapeno potato chips. Then a whole box of them was at our front door the next day. Swiss spoke during those calls, too. He asked about how I was feeling, how I was sleeping, and told me he would threaten my professors with bodily injury if they tried to work me too hard. He did not mention Eldon. So, the fist fight was not some magical cure for man feuds, it seemed. Okay, is it bad that I just used my vibrator for like 30 minutes after my hot boyfriend came and fucked me? Soraya asked, slumping down on the sofa beside us. I had been at class all day and had planned on going straight to work after, but Eldon had ordered me onto the sofa for at least 1 hour of rest. I'd argued solely because he ordered me to do so, but then I'd relented because I was actually very tired. And then Soraya slumped down and asked about the vibrator. I was used to those kinds of questions. I probably wouldn't have even registered it as unusual if we didn't have a large, older, muscled biker living in a household of 4 girls. One, to his credit, who didn't even raise his brow at Soraya or her question. "It's not bad at all, not on your end at least," I told her sincerely, happy that she was talking about sex openly and having sex again. She still got shadows behind her eyes sometimes, and I knew she was thinking of what happened to her. But those shadows passed quicker these days. Despite what Eldon had said about Colby, she had not mentioned the man or hinted that she had any kind of feelings for him. But her suddenly having a boyfriend when she'd previously been very against monogamy was suspect. "I have a boyfriend, one who is hot, edgy, talented, plays a musical instrument, and believes wholeheartedly in women's rights, LGBT rights, civil rights. Pretty much any rights that don't pertain to rich, old, straight white men." She winced. Her eyes rushed to Eldon as if she only just realized he was there. "Sorry, dude." At that, Eldon's brow raised a tad. "No apology necessary," he replied. "I'm on your team, in your club, part of your collective. Whatever won't get me kicked out of here." I swallowed my smile at Eldon exposing his neck to my tiny spitfire of a roommate, something I didn't think even the baddest of the outlaws had been able to get him to do. Soraya nodded as if that was good enough for her. Actually, a man's perspective might be quite valuable here. She turned so her full attention was on Eldon. "Okay, so as I said, I couldn't have written myself a more amazing boyfriend. And technically, he does all of the right things in the bedroom, you know? He's obviously spent a lot of time learning the female anatomy, and most of the time he lasts a decent amount of time." She screwed up her nose. "Okay, the majority of the time he lasts about 5 minutes. Which is honestly fine because I last about 5 minutes too, at least sometimes." She reached forward to the glass I had just set down on the coffee table. After she took a sip, she made duck lips. "There's no booze in this," she complained. I stared at her, then at my stomach. It was still pretty flat. "I'm pregnant." "Oh, and it's frowned upon to drink while pregnant," she teased. "In some circles, I gather," I replied dryly, grinning at Eldon. Soraya got up and went to the fridge, taking out a bottle of wine, a glass clanging as she took it out of the cupboard. It turned out she'd taken out 2 glasses when she set them on the coffee table, pulling the cork out with her teeth. Babe, I'm serious about the no-drinking thing," I informed her. "I know you are," she sighed, pouring. "This isn't for you, it's for him." She motioned to Eldon. I pursed my lips to hide my grin. "Sweetie, does Eldon strike you as the kind of man who enjoys a buttery Chardonnay?" Her eyes trailed over Eldon. "Don't stereotype him like that," she chastised. "He could love it but be imprisoned by conventional standards of masculinity that judge him for indulging in what has been categorized as a female-only drink." "That is impressive, and thank you for standing up for me. But I don't like white wine," Eldon told her with dancing eyes. It was something of a delight watching him unfurl like this, watching him speak in complete sentences and not brood as much. I couldn't hide my chuckle. "Tough shit," Soraya glared, holding out the glass. "My ride-or-die bitch cannot drink for me, and as the man who is responsible for this current condition." She waved her hand at my stomach. "You have to take one for the team and drink with me." There was a challenge in her eyes as she dared him to deny her. After a brief standoff, Eldon took the wine. I smirked once more. "Okay, so Eldon, as a man,
Would you be mad if you found out Violet used a vibrator after having sex with you? She asked, completely serious.
She doesn't,
he replied, looking at me in a way that made my ears feel warm.
How do you know she doesn't? Soraya asked. You could think you're satisfying her, but really you're not.
Eldon's face was blank as his eyes fastened on me.
Am I satisfying you, baby?
My toes curled, working really hard to keep my hormones under control with Eldon staring at me like that. Suddenly, I wasn't so tired.
Okay, I get it. You're a sex god and my best friend is very satisfied.
She moaned in exaggeration.
He's a boy,
Eldon pointed out, going back to Soraya's subject.
Whatever he knows about the female anatomy doesn't mean shit. He obviously isn't a man.
She exhaled loudly, looking down into her wine glass. Maybe you could introduce the vibrator when he's there. I offered my friend a better solution than, he obviously isn't a man. Eldon was not well versed in giving dating advice. Soraya sighed. I guess.
Or you could get rid of him and find a man,
Eldon suggested. I shot him a withering look. His eyes sparkled, as they did those days.
Or I could get drunk on Chardonnay and avoid all my problems.
Soraya smiled. I smiled back. Sounds like a solid plan to me. Eldon, the trooper that he was, stayed up with Soraya and me, watching Gilmore Girls while pretending he wasn't getting his badass card revoked for doing such things. Then again, that badass card was tattooed into his very being. Nothing could take it away. Soraya has no filter, I told him as I was rubbing oil on my stomach. There wasn't a swell, not yet at least. But there was something. I could feel it. A fullness, despite the fact I was almost constantly puking my guts out. My body was no longer my own. I was growing a human being. Growing something that would change my life forever. My feelings were a mix between wonder at the power of my body to be creating. I felt powerful, feminine. It felt right. Yet there were also times I felt removed from my body, unable to fathom that I was pregnant with an outlaw biker's child before I graduated college. I'd be celebrating my 21st birthday, pregnant.
I noticed,
Eldon replied as he took the oil and began rubbing my feet. Again, there was something infinitely and carnally powerful about my biker, baby daddy, rubbing my feet and just generally worshiping me. She's my best friend, I continued. Eldon looked up from my feet.
Know that too, baby.
I want you to like her, I said, biting my lip.
I do like her.
I raised a brow.
Look at me like that all you like, he murmured. It's true.
My brow did not lower. You like living here? I waved at the room. It was large, with enough room for a plush armchair by the bay window, where I had a small bookshelf that now housed a bunch of Eldon's books. He read there often. Most of them were baby books these days. Not that he read them for long. Whenever I walked into the room, saw him holding a book with his reading glasses on, my pregnancy hormones went wild. There was a closet that was large enough for both of our clothes, only because his clothes consisted of a handful of tees, Henleys, jeans, and motorcycle boots. My desk was nestled on one wall, cluttered with textbooks, a computer, and some bottles of perfume. It was cozy. It felt nice. Wonderful, actually. But it was a room in a shared house in a college town. Not permanent or suitable to raise a baby. Nor was his room at the club, the place we'd been living before we came here. I'd spoken to my professors, who had been pretty fricking understanding. So understanding, I worried that Eldon somehow got to them. About me structuring the finishing of my degree around my pregnancy. There was even a suggestion that I finish school online. With my summer school classes and credits I'd accumulated in high school, I could at least get my undergraduate degree and go from there. You could do anything online these days. I hadn't told Eldon about that yet because I didn't know how I felt about it. As much as I didn't feel right in the college atmosphere, I loved this house, loved living with my friends. If I completed my degree in Garnet, the decisions I'd been avoiding, like where we were going to live, what exactly we were to each other, and what I was going to do with the rest of my life, would become unavoidable.
I do, actually.
Eldon answered the question I'd forgotten I'd asked because I was lost in my own head.
I like it because you're here. I like seeing the way you live your life, like being a part of it.
You've always been a part of my life, I admitted, ever since that night on the roof. I considered that night, the one that seemed to have occurred decades ago. Eldon was staring at me with his forehead wrinkled.
Where do you want to live?
He asked after staring at me like that for a few moments. What do you mean?
When you graduate, you have goals for yourself, dreams, big ones.
He glanced to where I had all my work splayed out on the bed.
And you're fucking talented. You could be designing museums, winning awards. You shouldn't be wasting away in some town in the middle of the desert.
That was when I got it. He was worried about dragging me down. There I'd been, stuck in my own head, worrying about labels, about admitting what I really wanted when it was in direct conflict with what I thought I wanted. And he was ruminating on that.
I know that after your bachelor's, you were planning on studying for 3 more years, he continued. Rhode Island Charter would be happy to have me if that were the case. We'll find somewhere close to campus.
I sat up, silencing him with my finger on his lips. You've been thinking about all of that?
Of course I have.
He grasped my wrist and kissed my hand. And you would move to a new state, a new club, a new house. For me. My hand went to my stomach. For us. He gave me a look that I guessed was meant to communicate that he'd do anything for me. Which he would. He'd move here for me. Move to a new club. Uproot his life. I digested all of this, looking around the room that had been mine yet was now both of ours. The life that was mine, now ours. I wasn't planning on meeting you, I informed him. And when I did, I wasn't planning on falling in love with you, even though I had a lot of fantasies about you. Eldon's eyes dilated.
We're gonna be talking about those later.
His words went straight to my core. We will, I promised, already having trouble finding my train of thought. I found his icy gaze again. Before I left for France, my life was about plans. Since I was a baby, my life had been planned out for me. The school, the Ivy League college, the further study after, a fancy job. When the time is right, a fancy man, a McMansion, preferably in a Stepford town similar to how I grew up. I drew in a deep breath, wishing it would alleviate the chill that raced down my spine at the memories. I don't want any of those plans anymore, I admitted. I don't want to stay here to study more after my bachelor's degree. Not when I've got a baby. We've got a baby. I don't want to be half a country away from my mother, from my family, your family. I want us to live in a little cottage in Garnet. I want the desert. Want our baby growing up with its uncle, who I'm thinking we're going to have to refer to as his or her cousin so it doesn't get too weird. I chewed on my nail, thinking about that. Mom was right. Our lives were pretty Jerry Springer. What I really want is to have no plans, I continued. I want a home with you. Want to wait for life to happen with you. I want the future to figure itself out." Eldon stared at me for a long time, his eyes crinkled in the corners.
"Yeah, I want that too."
I scratched my head. My professors said they could make it work with me finishing most of my classes remotely, I told him. Everything is online these days. Eldon didn't say anything. He didn't look surprised either. Shit, I wouldn't be surprised if he had talked to my professors. "I think I want to go back to Garnet," I announced. "Be close to my family, not waddling around campus."
"You think?"
Eldon repeated. "I know," I stated firmly. "I want us to go home." His whole expression softened. Eldon would have gone anywhere with me, I knew that. And he wouldn't have resented whatever choice I made because that was him. But he'd wanted Garnet. I beamed at him. "It's settled. Now, I would like to discuss those fantasies I mentioned." My eyelashes fluttered. Then we proceeded to do that all night. The second I finished classes before the winter break, Eldon and I went back to Garnet. I'd missed it, he missed it, even though things were still likely to be tense between him and Swiss. A weight lifted off my shoulders the moment I'd made the decision to move back. Of course, another weight, a new weight, took its place. Concern over where we were going to live. What my day-to-day would look like with a newborn baby and a baby daddy at 21 years old. Soraya promised she would be there as soon as she finished with classes. She was now allowed to use the coffee machine at Oliver's. She didn't seem in any rush to get a real job, and it appeared her parents were happy to continue financing her life even though she hadn't seen or talked about them in all the time I'd known her. My mother was happy with Soraya living with her and Swiss for as long as she needed. But Soraya had already been looking at rentals in the area for her to stay in while she was here. Mom also told me during one of our phone calls that the nursery was already being set up at their place. She sounded excited, happy. And it broke my heart to delicately remind her that Eldon and I were a package deal right now. So it would not be in our best interests, or in the interest of the structural integrity of the house, for him and Swiss to be under the same roof. My mom had understood, but I could tell she was hurt, not because of the Eldon and Swiss thing, because it was clear that although she was my mom and my friend and I needed her greatly, we were entering a different phase in our relationship, one where I became a mom. I would be someone's mom. When I still called my own asking for advice on the best way to clean my cashmere, if my rash was caused by stress or if I was actually dying, and how to get red wine stains off the sofa. It felt odd. I definitely didn't have that elusive mom knowledge about anything and everything. I still thought I was going to die if I ate hummus that had been expired for a week. "What are we doing here?" I asked, confused as we got off the bike at Mom and Swiss's old cottage in Garnet. I was also confused about my car being in the driveway. The last time I'd used it, I'd parked it at the clubhouse. Not that I used it often. Whenever we went anywhere, it was on the back of Eldon's bike, and I didn't go many places alone these days. Everyone was still on high alert with the murders that hadn't yet been solved. As expected, Soraya had been following them very closely. I'd assumed that we were going to the clubhouse since that was where we'd been living before. I'd liked living at the clubhouse. Liked living at the clubhouse with Eldon. Liked the parties and the midnight taco runs that he did because I was pregnant, and which Colby and Lucas weaseled their way in on because they loved tacos. I liked the warmth there. My birthday was tomorrow, 21. It didn't feel like the milestone it should have. Sure, I was old enough to legally drink, but I'd been drinking long before that, and I couldn't even drink if I wanted to. All thresholds to adulthood had been crossed. Well, except marriage. Eldon hadn't mentioned it again since that night at Mom and Swiss's.
"We're living here."
Eldon gestured toward the house. I looked from him to the cottage. I had a scary sense of déjà vu, remembering pulling up here for the first time after a long flight, only knowing that my mom and dad were getting a divorce. I thought that my world was shattering because a boy had hit me. My father had been alive. He was problematic, but I still loved him. I'd been pregnant and didn't know it. Now I was a college student, had a boyfriend. It felt weird calling Eldon that, but that was the only label I used out of necessity. And was pregnant again. This time with a baby that was much wanted. "We're living here?" I repeated, staring at the wild garden which had held on through the winter, the charming facade, the walkway, the desert all around, the closest houses specks in the distance. I loved this house, had fantasized about us living in something similar to this.
"Not having you living at a clubhouse while you're pregnant, much less with a newborn,"
Eldon said, hand on my stomach.
"We need a home."
My heart stuttered. My foundation cracked a tiny bit. A home. Something so simple yet complicated at the same time. Something so wonderful yet terrifying at the same time.
"If you don't want to live here, we can find something else,"
Eldon said, judging my silence as disappointment. "No!" I replied much louder than I'd intended. I looked at him. "No," I repeated, looking into his eyes. "I want this." He leaned in to kiss my head.
"Good."
I let out a squeal as he lifted me into his arms and strode down the walkway. "What are you doing?" He shifted me in his arms so he could open the door.
"Carrying you over the threshold."
I frowned. "That's only for brides." The mere thought of that made my skin itch.
"Maybe I just wanted you in my arms."
He snickered. I couldn't argue with that. I looked around once he set me on my feet in the middle of the living room. Most of the furniture that Mom had when she lived here remained, apart from the velvet sofa she'd loved. In its place was a cozy-looking white slip-covered sofa and 2 new vintage-looking armchairs. There was also a new addition, an entire wall of bookshelves and a drawing desk.
"Your mom chose the sofa and chairs,"
Eldon explained.
"Bookcases were my idea, for all your dragon and magic smut."
His hand moved up the side of my body to caress my very sensitive nipples, and I let out a little moan of pleasure. Eldon loved my fantasy novels. He routinely took me shopping for new ones. Book boyfriends didn't threaten him one bit, likely because he was like one come to life.
"I figured you'd want to put your stamp on it,"
he continued, voice thick with desire.
"We can get whatever you want."
"What I want," I breathed, looking up at him, "is for you to fuck me." His eyes flared, and I was in his arms again, my legs wrapped around his waist.
"Oh, I've been planning on doing that from the second we pulled up."
He growled against my mouth, setting me down by the sofa. He whirled me around so I was face down, my arms resting on the edge of the sofa. I shivered as his hand snaked down my back and around, undoing my jeans before making quick work of taking them and my boots off. I was exposed to him in a second, already wild and ravenous for him. His calloused hand ran along the skin of my ass, then around to my pussy, cupping me where I was already wet for him. My knees shook as he coated his finger with me.
"Yeah, my bad girl is ready for me,"
he rasped, using his feet to kick my legs out wider, to press me farther down so I was more exposed to him. Eldon grasped my hips, pressing against my entrance.
"Can finally fuck you when and where I want,"
he murmured, teasing me with his cock.
"I can finally make you scream."
He fisted my hair in his hand, pulling it slightly.
"Hold the fuck on, baby."
I did as he asked and held the fuck on. Then he plunged into me with beautiful brutality. And he did make me scream. Chapter 23.
"Your mom is arriving in about an hour, so we should probably get dressed,"
Eldon said. We were naked on the sofa, in the middle of the day, in our house. It felt wild, weird, and wonderful all at once. "My mom is arriving?" I asked lazily, coming back down to earth.
"You're going shopping."
Eldon drew circles on my shoulder. "For what?" I asked, repositioning myself so I could look at him.
He shrugged. "Whatever the fuck it is women shop for when they're decorating a new house."
I grinned, forcing myself up even though I could have stayed there for hours. Well, then we could be gone for hours, especially since there's a lot of baby stuff to buy. We both got dressed. Then Eldon got his wallet from the pocket of his jeans, handing me a card. I frowned down at it. "What's this?"
"For shopping."
Eldon jostled the card. "I have a card for shopping," I informed him. "My mom also has a card that she will fight me to use, especially if it is anything baby-related."
"Take the card, Violet,"
Eldon demanded. I finished buttoning my shirt. "I don't need your card." His expression darkened.
"Yes, you fucking do. You're shopping for our home, our baby, and I'm not letting you or your mother pay for it."
"Because you have to take over the financial responsibility of the house?" I glowered at him, not restraining the warning in my tone. He did not get the warning in my tone.
"Yep."
He turned to head toward the kitchen as if the discussion was over. "You've got to be fucking kidding me," I snapped, getting ready to go to battle on this. Eldon stopped walking, turning to me with a calm, level gaze.
"Besides my bike, I haven't had anything to my name in decades. Despite what I did to them, my parents left everything to me."
He widened his stance.
"It was all mine when I got out of prison. Didn't want it. They left it to their son. I wasn't him."
My heart quieted, the fury in my veins dissipating completely.
"Haven't touched it in years,"
he continued.
"I probably should have donated it or some shit."
He shrugged.
"Held on to the thought I might meet a woman who made me feel like the man my parents would be proud to see. Granted, they wouldn't be proud to see me wearing a patch in an outlaw motorcycle club."
His tone was solemn, his gaze heavy. The words tore at my soul.
"But,"
he stepped forward,
"they'd be proud to see the woman I found. The woman that I'm nowhere near worthy of but will fight for every day."
He cupped my stomach.
"They'd be proud that they're getting a grandchild, and they'd sure as fuck want their money to go toward building a home, a life for my woman and child."
I fought against the lump in my throat.
"So you gonna take the fucking card?"
Eldon asked. I nodded, taking it.
"Good,"
he murmured, kissing my head then stepping back so I could slip the card into my purse.
"The bed."
He pointed to the master bedroom.
"It's new. Your mother picked it."
"Okay." I questioned why he was telling me the bed was new. It was an abrupt change in subject. I guessed Eldon didn't want to linger in the past for long. I understood that. If only I could escape mine sticking to my shadow.
"Because the last bed..."
He trailed off. My mom and stepfather used it, I deduced, feeling kind of icky yet also amused. He nodded.
We don't have to use that room if you don't want to.
I rolled my eyes. Oh my God, we're using the room.
We can sleep somewhere else while we wait.
First, I don't want to sleep somewhere else. I love it here, I told him sincerely. And secondly, what are we waiting for?
For you to design our house,
Eldon said. I went back on one foot. That's how hard his words hit me. Excuse me? I stuttered.
Bought us some land,
he said as if it were no big deal.
We sign the papers next week. It was supposed to be a surprise for your birthday, not an actual present, though. Soraya would skin me alive if I didn't spoil you with one of her many suggestions.
I might have smiled at that if it weren't for the current circumstances. You bought us land? I repeated. Eldon nodded.
Quite a bit of it, in fact. No one around for miles, plenty of space. You can design whatever you want. For us.
My heart slammed against my rib cage. Panic rose up my throat. You bought land for us, for me to design us a house, I clarified, my voice sounding like it was coming from far away. Eldon's posture changed as he registered my reaction, his shoulders straightening.
Violet?
He stepped forward. You know, I'm just going to meet my mom at her house, I said quickly, snatching my purse. Eldon blinked, stopping in place.
Violet,
he repeated, softer this time. I couldn't deal with it. The softness. My perfect, rugged, dangerous biker soft for me. Doing things that people just didn't do in real life. I have to go. My voice cracked at the end. I expected him to fight. That was kind of his thing. He got all possessive and intense when I got in my own head. Except he didn't fight. He kept the distance between us, although his expression made it clear it was difficult for him to do so.
Okay,
he said. I didn't take the time to register how out of character that was for him, what he was giving me. I just needed to escape. So I did. Violet! Mom greeted me in surprise when she opened the door. I was just on my way to pick you up. Mom! I cried. Instantly, her smile melted from her face, her eyes creasing with concern, and she took me into her arms without hesitation. Sweetie, she murmured. What is it? Is it the baby? Her tone was tinged with panic now. No, the baby is fine. I pulled back from the hug.
What did he do?
Swiss demanded, appearing from somewhere in the house.
If he hurt you.
He didn't hurt me, I yelled. Swiss jumped back, obviously not expecting me to yell at him. And I did sound a bit manic, to be sure. He is never going to hurt me, I snapped at him. So you can stand down. I get that you love me, that you want to make sure I'm happy and keep the threat of death and dismemberment over his head to ensure he keeps me that way. But newsflash, buddy, he doesn't need the threat of death or dismemberment to treat me well. He treats me well. He cooks me dinner. He carries me to bed when I fall asleep at my desk. He rubs my feet. He buys me land in the desert and tells me he wants me to design our house. Swiss slowly backed away once it became apparent that I had not been harmed in any way by Eldon and he could not dismember him, realizing that I was hysterical for other reasons that were not easily fixed by violence.
I'll just be finding all the potato chips we have in the house,
he muttered before scurrying. She doesn't like potato chips anymore, Mom called after him. It's pork skins. But Swiss was already gone. I'm not craving pork skins, I hiccuped. It's green apples, but they have to be a certain kind of green, a fresh kind, and crunchy and cold. Eldon spends like 15 minutes in the produce section looking for the perfect apples because he's perfect. Yes, he's a biker and he's too old for me, according to you, not me. Yes, he's ornery with a tortured past and wants to protect me from things I don't need protecting from. But I love him and he loves me and we're going to have a little girl. Mom let out a little scream. A girl! I nodded. We just found out. My breakdown stalled for a second so I could recall the memory at the doctor's. We'd chosen to have the genetic blood tests, which thankfully all came up clear, and which also told us what we were having. Are you disappointed? I asked Eldon as we walked out of the doctor's office, me clutching the new ultrasound picture where the baby actually looked like a baby now, not just some tadpole. Eldon hadn't said much of anything since we found out.
Disappointed?
He'd stopped walking, his voice strange. Yes, I said in a timid voice. That it's not a boy you can craft into a badass and teach to shoot and ride and kill a man 30 different ways. I looked down at the picture in my hands. Eldon grasped my chin, tilting it upward so I met his eyes. They were glassy with emotion.
First off, our daughter is going to be her own kind of badass who can shoot, ride, and kill a man 30 different ways.
I smiled, though I was pretty sure it wasn't a joke.
Second,
he said, softer now,
seeing our baby, hearing her heartbeat, finding out she's healthy, one of the best moments of my life.
He stroked my face.
Just trying to figure out how the fuck I got the whole world and how I'm gonna protect it, treasure it.
Why didn't you call me? My mother demanded, hurtling me back into the present. Because, Mom, I was amping up for this breakdown, I groaned, the beautiful memory making my throat burn hotter. She sobered. Right. He loves me and bought us land and wants to marry me and give me a life I couldn't have even fantasized about. But I'm scared. I searched her face, hating what I was about to say. I don't trust myself, don't trust it, because what if he turns out to be some kind of monster like the one that you never knew your father was? My mother vocalized the thought that I'd been trying to push away for so long. The thought that Eldon did not deserve, but one I couldn't get rid of. I nodded, my vision blurry from tears. He did that to me, and he didn't care. He didn't love me, and I'm so mad at myself for not seeing that. I'm so mad at him. I swatted the tears from my cheeks. I can't ever forgive him for what he did to you, Mom. But I can't stay mad at a ghost. It'll eat me alive. Mom stroked my face. Oh, sweet girl. You don't have to forgive him for what he did to me. You have to forgive yourself for still loving him despite knowing what he did. Even if the rest of you hates him, you can't change the fact that you love your father. You have to find a way to get right with that. I chewed on the inside of my lip.
I have pork skins and chips.
Swiss appeared once more, holding both bags with triumph. I smiled weakly at him. Come on. Mom tugged me toward the kitchen. I'll make you some tea. I shook my head rapidly. I need to go. She nodded in understanding. Of course, honey. She kissed my head. We'll go shopping another time. You make things right with Eldon. I smiled, said my goodbyes, and didn't correct her. It wasn't a lie. I did have to go. Just not back to Eldon. To the airport. It was a weird, happy accident that the house was empty. Mom had sold it when I told her it held no sentimental value to me. The proceeds went toward charities helping women affected by domestic violence. It was a good thing. Apparently, the house itself was haunted in some way, since the new owners barely lived in it for over a year before they sold it again. The alarm wasn't activated. Another stroke of luck. Colby had taught me how to pick a lock, among other things I hadn't thought I'd ever have practical use for. Fate was maybe on my side again. My footsteps echoed against the marble floor. I remembered sliding across them in socks, delighting in the fun the cold, expensive floors gave me. My father had caught me and held me by the arm, chastising me for being so childish. I could have hurt myself. Shouldn't I be reading or playing with dolls? The air smelled stale. No one had opened the windows or burned expensive candles in a long while. It had always smelled of my mother's cooking, my father's cologne, a vague edge of disinfectant because my mother was always cleaning. The ceilings were high. The entryway with its ostentatious stairway was always grim, uninviting to me despite my mother and grandmother's tasteful decorating skills. I walked through the house like a ghost, struggling to find a happy memory that wasn't tainted by hindsight. I wanted to wish away those happy memories, the ones where my father sat up with me until midnight studying for a test, or how he tried all different combinations to get the perfect volcanic eruption for my science project. Except I couldn't wish away those things. Couldn't turn my father into an irredeemable villain. That's what I figured out, sitting on the floor of my childhood bedroom. My father had been a father during my childhood. That was separate from the kind of husband he was. However fucked up that was, it was true. Now that I knew what kind of husband he was, I couldn't revise my entire history to make it so he was a terrible father. Nor could I use that information to jeopardize my own future. I loved my father. I hated my father. Both of those things could be true at the same time. Eldon was nothing like him. I didn't need to hold my breath every time things got better between us, every time he proved how different he was. I was afraid of getting too comfortable, too busy bracing for the blow that would tear it all apart. I had imposter syndrome in my own relationship. I didn't feel like I deserved it because I loved my father. How could I deserve happiness when I couldn't entirely hate the person who withheld it from my mother for so long? When you said you needed some space, I didn't think you meant hundreds of miles, Eldon said dryly. I let out a little cry of surprise. Having been so deep in my thoughts, I not only hadn't heard his boots on the floor, but I had not seen him enter the room. "You're here," I breathed in relief. I hadn't been running from Eldon, not even a little. I'd been trying to find a way to move forward with him. Eldon sat on the floor, dragging me to straddle him. I let him do it because I needed him. His touch, his presence, his scent. "I've been here the whole time," he murmured, pressing his lips against mine. "Told you, I'm always gonna keep up." How did you know I was here? Though I was hungry for more of him, there were questions that needed to be asked. And how did you get here so fast? I'd driven straight to the airport and was able to get on a flight leaving within the hour. Then I'd rented a car at the airport and driven straight here. I realized only just now, in Eldon's lap, that I was fucking exhausted. I had been running on adrenaline and was now safe to crash. Not quite yet, though. "Swiss called me," Eldon said, stroking my hair. That perked me up. "Swiss called you?" He nodded. "Was worried about you. Wanted to make sure you got home okay." His eyes hardened ever so slightly. "Obviously, I didn't realize this was the home you were going to without telling me. Luckily, I do track your phone, and I drive faster than you." He grasped my chin.
We're gonna be talking about you not knowing I was tailing you the entire way to the airport and all the way here.
He grumbled. I gaped at him. You were on the same plane as me? He nodded. How in the fuck did I not notice?
Eldon's mouth ticked up. Don't know, baby. Probably because you were deep in your own head, which is why I'm not fucking furious with you.
He kissed me again.
Don't ever take off like that again.
I won't, I promised without hesitation, filled with shame for taking off on him when he was being perfect. And right after he'd been vulnerable with me about his parents, I was such an asshole. My chin trembled, tears escaping the corners of my eyes. Eldon wiped them away immediately. I'm sorry, I stuttered. I needed to do this.
I know,
he murmured. But I didn't consider your feelings. I sobbed. I was being selfish and bratty and just mean, and I'm fucked up. I mean, I know you knew that from the start, but maybe I'm even more fucked up than I thought. And it's too late for you to back out because you already put a baby in me. I was spiraling now. Eldon's hands fastened around my neck.
Violet,
he said firmly, his voice the anchor I needed to find my way back.
The one and only time I even thought about backing out was when you asked me to kiss you on the rooftop,
he said, eyes blazing. But we weren't even us then. His lips landed on mine.
Weren't we?
That only made me sob harder, which was fine since I had a man who wasn't afraid of my tears, my demons, my imperfections.
You ready to go home now?
He asked. I looked around the room. Yeah, I said quietly. I was definitely ready to go home. Eldon and I arrived back from Carver Springs renewed. Or at least I was renewed. It wasn't Eldon who had needed to face his demons, make peace with them. It was I who needed to linger in hell for a minute so I could enjoy our version of heaven. It was I who needed to learn that heaven and hell were both the same place, viewed through a different lens. An important chapter of my life was closed. I was done with letting my dead father sabotage my happiness. I was sure that there would be shit that came up, that I'd be fucked up forever. But I was okay with that. I had Eldon. I could let myself sink into the life I was going to have with him. Fear remained, as I figured it always would with this new, unplanned, uncertain life ahead of me. But I wouldn't let that fear dictate my happiness. The second we got back, after visiting Mom and Swiss and quelling their worries, Eldon and Swiss even managed to be in the same room and share a beer. I went straight to the computer at our cottage, designing our forever home. It got dark without me noticing, and Eldon practically had to drag me to bed. Well, he didn't have to drag me, since I was still a living, breathing pregnant woman who was ruled by chemistry and hormones, and was indescribably obsessed with her man. Even though I was incredibly busy and unable to slam a tequila shot, Mom threw a birthday party for me at the restaurant. The whole club was there. The food was amazing. I was spoiled with gifts. Though nothing compared to the first edition signed hardcovers of my favorite fantasy series that Eldon had somehow managed to get. They were incredibly scarce and worth a lot of money. He would not tell me how he got them, and I wouldn't be surprised if he threatened some poor book collector into parting with them. Soraya arrived in Garnet not long after we did, to have a belated birthday celebration for me, where she drank for 3, me, her, and the baby, to go shopping, to celebrate Christmas at the club, which she loved, and to move herself into a little apartment she was renting above Oliver's on Main Street. She still had another semester at college, and paying rent on another apartment in a town she wasn't living in full-time didn't make sense to me, but she'd waved it off, mentioning that the rent was nothing. Nothing to her, apparently. She also said there was nothing going on with her and Colby, even though they were constantly bickering and glaring at each other, glares with definite sexual undertones. She refused to talk about it, therefore I didn't talk about it. She had other things to talk about, though. This became apparent as we drank coffee at our cottage. Ours, mine and Eldon's. It was still wild to think that. Having a quiet morning since Eldon was at the club, and neither of us had shifts at Oliver's. I knew my time there was limited the further along I got. Eldon was getting increasingly protective as time went on. It didn't piss me off as much as it should have. In fact, it didn't piss me off at all. I liked feeling protected, nurtured in that way. Loved that he loved me and the changes I was going through while growing our daughter. There was not a moment I felt insecure or alone. There was another murder while we were gone, Soraya informed me, putting her mug down. Another murder? I shivered at the thought of it. Maybe that's what the meeting at the club was about. Maybe that's what all the overprotective stuff was about. Eldon and I hadn't talked about the murders, and it wasn't like it was exactly the club's job to be investigating. Only the next town over this time, Soraya nodded. She was our age, home from college. She was working at a strip club to pay her way. Blood pounded in my ears. Soraya nodded at what I guessed was my horrified expression. Definitely a serial killer, and fucking no one is reporting about it. The only reason I know is that Ollie's monitoring the police stations in the area. She shook her head. Someone has to do something. I sighed. Someone does have to do something, I agreed. And not just when some girl with a rich family or the right photo for a news piece gets hurt. Soraya drained her coffee mug, standing. Let's go then. I frowned at her. Where are we going? She put her hand on her hip. We're going to do something. Because like you said, no one else will until some pretty rich girl gets hurt. And who knows how many other women he will go through before the police get their heads out of their asses or the media decides someone is worth reporting on. I thought about it. It was wildly irresponsible to get involved in something like that. But letting the police do their job didn't seem to be working out, especially if Soraya was right and our local sheriff only cared about bringing down the club. Eldon will be mad, I grimaced. She smiled. I know. Won't it be great? Soraya, I groaned. Things are peaceful between us now. She rolled her eyes. Snore. Plus, we both know it's worth the makeup sex. And I'm not going to put you in any danger. I never would. We're just going to put some fire under some asses. Unless you're already a boring old soccer mom, then fine. She trailed off, inspecting her nails. The bitch knew how to get to me. Fine, I huffed, standing up. But Eldon can't know. I promise. She rubbed her hands together. We'll be as quiet as church mice. We had been planning on going in there to ask some questions. Innocent questions. We certainly hadn't planned on getting into any trouble. But Soraya was there. I was there. We got a little angry. Trouble happened. Chapter 24. The police station itself was small, well-maintained, quiet, which made sense. The town of Garnet wasn't exactly wild with crime. I'd not so much as been pulled over for a speeding ticket. And I did speed. A lot. Eldon yelled at me about it all the time. I ignored him all the time. The lobby of the station itself was the same as the outside. Clean, quiet. There was one officer behind some plexiglass who looked up when we walked in. He did not look back down at whatever he was doing. His tongue was practically wagging as we approached, which made sense. I mean, I guessed I looked okay. My jeans were tight and showed off my midsection in the crop top I was wearing. I planned on wearing jeans as much as possible and showing off my flat stomach as much as possible before it stopped being flat and my jeans stopped fitting. As it was, they were pretty fucking tight right now. My tits were also almost double the size, which Eldon loved. My stomach was mostly flat, but there was a definite swell, especially after I had a big lunch. I'd only just started feeling well enough to eat lunch, though. It was likely Soraya who had the officer's tongue wagging. She was wearing tailored pinstriped pants and a matching vest without anything underneath. Her hair was piled on top of her head. She was wearing square-framed glasses and bright red lipstick. In other words, she'd gone full Erin Brockovich.
"Can I help you?"
the officer asked enthusiastically. He wasn't much older than us, wore thick glasses, and his nose had been broken one too many times. He worked it, though, in a nerdy Owen Wilson kind of way. Soraya beamed, leaning on the counter in front of the plexiglass so her considerable cleavage was on display. "I sure hope so," she drawled, fluttering her lashes. "Oh my God," I muttered from behind her, grinning. Her head whipped around and she mouthed, "Fuck off," before returning her attention to the desk jockey. "I'm here because I'm a journalist," she continued. I snorted at that. She flipped me the bird behind her back. "And I'm investigating the murders that have been happening in the area over the past few months."
"Murders?"
the officer repeated. Soraya's megawatt smile dimmed. "There have been 4 young women brutally murdered within 50 miles of this town in the past 8 months. He scratched his head.
"Well, that's not our jurisdiction."
"Not your jurisdiction?" she parroted. "So you don't have to know about them then as an officer of the law?"
"We are aware of the situation and monitoring it,"
a deep, smooth voice commented from my left. Both Soraya and I had not noticed the police officer in our periphery, who had obviously heard the gist of the conversation. The man in question was in a uniform that was pressed immaculately and showed off his lean muscles. He was tall, maybe Eldon's age, though his hair was styled slick, and he was clean-shaven, showing off a tan, square jaw. He had brown eyes that were so dark they were almost black. "And who might you be?" Soraya asked.
"I'm Elijah Turner, the sheriff."
He introduced himself. This was the sheriff. He seemed too young. And I'd been picturing a straight-laced Tommy Lee Jones type, who was intent on bringing down the big, bad criminals. I disliked him already despite his friendly smile and relaxed demeanor. He was trying to bring down the club. Trying and failing, but still. His main goal was to ruin the family that my mother had only just found. Put Eldon back behind bars. My nails sank into the inside of my palms. "Perfect. Just the man we wanted to see," Soraya purred, turning her full attention to the sheriff, obviously not full of burning hatred like I was.
"About the murders," he deduced.
"Yes," she replied.
"And you're—"
he looked between us.
"Journalists?"
Soraya nodded enthusiastically.
"Forgive me for saying so, ladies, but you look a little young."
A bit of a southern drawl peeked out from his deep, masculine tone. The 4 young women brutally murdered were probably a little young for that, too. I shot back. Soraya turned her head to me, giving me a subtle thumbs up. The sheriff gave me his full attention. His gaze was not hostile, not quite, but it was measured.
"As I said, we're monitoring the situation,"
he repeated calmly. I cocked my head. "And does monitoring the situation actually mean something? Or is that some kind of political bullshit to cover up the fact that you don't actually care about women being murdered? Because you're too busy trying to bring down a club of people who have done literally nothing to you? His gaze was no longer even. I don't know where you're getting your information, but the Sons of Templar are not a club. They're a gang. A criminal organization that brings crime and unsavory characters to this town. His voice was colder now, but remained that same even level. Unsavory characters? I scoffed. Where did you escape from? A 60s sitcom? Which I guess makes sense since you seem to me like a small-minded asshole with his head up his ass and his mind on whatever awards you think you'll get from arresting the Sons of Templar. Instead of, I don't know, protecting and serving like you're paid to do. I stepped forward. And just remember, you're paid by the taxpayers of this town who just happen to include every member of the Sons of Templar. You should leave now, he said mildly. I'm exercising my right of free fucking speech, I countered. You're getting very close to disturbing the peace. Oh, far be it for me to disturb your peaceful day when there's a man out there murdering women, I exclaimed. He looked at Soraya now. You should get your friend to calm down and out of this station before I'm forced to take action. Soraya put her hand on her hip. I don't have to get my friend to do anything since she is in her right mind and, as she said, exercising her right of free speech, otherwise known as calling out an asshole. I know I don't know you that well, and it could be considered a stretch to label you as that before getting to know you, but I'm working off a pretty solid hunch. She smiled not so sweetly. He looked between the two of us, sighing. I'm gonna have to ask you both to leave right now. Soraya tilted her head in question. And on what grounds? Highlighting the ineptitude of the local sheriff is merely us doing our civic duty, she pointed out. And again, you have yet to make any worthwhile comment about the serial killer who's prowling this area. And you've yet to prove what news organization you're from, he returned, eyes focused on Soraya, though he was pretty pissed, with his hands on his hips and his spine steel. His eyes kept dropping toward her lips. It was also clear that he found her attractive. He was a male with a pulse, after all. I'm from an organization that's very interested in the survival of any woman under 40 in a 100-mile radius, she told him. We appreciate your concern, but not the hostility, he replied. Oh, pardon me, sir. You want us to be more agreeable, soft-spoken, delicate? My voice rose as I moved forward. I would like you to remember that you're speaking to an officer of the law, he stated in that frustratingly mild tone. My gaze raked up and down his body. I don't know, I think I was pretty apt in calling you an asshole, I hissed. His hands went to his hip not so casually. You keep going, Missy, I'll be forced to take action, he warned. I stopped just inches in front of him, meeting his stare. Be my fucking guest, champ. See what happens. I'm sure some of the nation's foremost news organizations would love to hear about a jumped-up sheriff wanting to make a name for himself. Not only ignoring a serial killer, but then arresting two innocent young women who simply want justice for a misunderstood group who have done nothing but good for this town. His stare turned chilly. I don't do well with threats. I hoped my own gaze matched his. Good thing I'm not threatening you. I'm literally informing you of what I plan on doing if you don't leave the fucking Sons of Templar alone and start investigating these murders. My fury had taken on a mind of its own. My fingers twitched with the urge to rip his badge off his chest. Violet, a voice barked. I jumped, turning to see Eldon standing behind me, Colby beside Soraya. Neither of them were smiling. Soraya was beaming, obviously amused. Outside, now. Eldon pointed to the front door. They're with you? The sheriff asked, his tone no longer even vaguely friendly. I turned around, beaming at him.
Why, yes, we are. I'm carrying the child of this here man.
I rubbed my stomach, brewing up another wicked criminal.
You need to get them out of here right now,
the sheriff said, speaking to Eldon. Eldon wasn't looking at me.
Your wish is our command, Sheriff.
His own tone was full of venom I hadn't heard before.
Violet.
I sighed, giving the sheriff one more glower before turning on my heel and walking out the door.
What the fuck do you think you were doing?
Eldon seethed, grabbing me by the upper arm. The grip itself was tight, but carefully so. He wasn't treating me like a delicate flower now that I was pregnant, but he was much more controlled when touching me, that was for sure.
There's a serial killer near this town,
Soraya jumped in. Her eyes were locked on with Colby, who was scowling at her in a way that confused me because usually this was the kind of thing Colby enjoyed. Us yelling at the sheriff, investigating murders. His facial expression informed me that he definitely was not enjoying this.
We were simply asking the sheriff why he wasn't taking the murders seriously, I told Eldon. And getting material for our podcast, Soraya offered, unhelpfully. I spun around and glared at her.
Eldon stopped walking.
What podcast?
We don't have a podcast, I told Soraya. Not yet, she corrected,
not understanding what my wide eyes were communicating.
Let me get this straight,
Colby said.
You think there's a serial killer here?
There is, Soraya interrupted. Colby's jaw ticked.
And you think the most logical thing is to go poking around places you fucking shouldn't in order to what? Catch him?
Soraya shrugged.
Looks like we're going to have to since the police aren't doing shit.
Colby put his head in his hands. Eldon gripped me harder.
You are not catching a serial killer,
Eldon ground out.
So you agree that it is a serial killer?
Soraya exclaimed triumphantly.
That's not the point of this, babe, I said, wincing.
Whatever. She rolled her eyes.
Get on the bike, Violet,
Eldon ordered. I looked at the bikes, then at Eldon. He was not amused, not even a little. In fact, he was really pissed off. Though I did want to argue about the manhandling, the over-the-top moroseness, and the ordering of me around, I didn't think this was the right time to argue with him. It was fun while it lasted, I sighed, looking at Soraya with a what-can-you-do shrug. She grinned. I wish I'd recorded you dressing him down. Lost opportunity, she sighed.
You're getting on the bike too,
Colby addressed Soraya, still not smiling. Soraya's eyes bugged out, and she put her hand on her hip.
You have ventured into a parallel universe, bless your soul,
she cooed sweetly. Then her eyes narrowed.
Oh, wait, actually no. There is no universe where you can order me around. There is no way in fuck I'm getting on that fucking bike.
Colby's jaw worked, and I really wanted to settle in to watch the duel. But Eldon was too busy directing me to the bike.
Hey,
I argued.
We're not staying here a moment fucking longer,
he hissed in my ear.
Get on the bike.
His tone told me there was no point in arguing, so I got on the bike. The good thing about the bike was that you couldn't have a conversation during the ride. Eldon's body was taut the entire time, the ride doing nothing to calm him. He waited until we'd gotten off and into the door of the house before he started speaking.
You're pregnant,
he seethed the second the door had closed behind us.
Thanks for the reminder,
I replied smarmily, folding my arms over my chest, as if the radiating heartburn and constant morning sickness weren't enough clues. Apparently, he did not find that funny, pacing the small living room.
You're pregnant, and you think that investigating a fucking serial killer is what you should be doing?
I'm not investigating. Soraya is doing most of it. I'm just along for the ride. I quickly learned that was not the best thing to say. Eldon stopped pacing, and he looked like his head might just explode.
You're fucking kidding me, right?
He asked quietly, his tone a complete contradiction to the fury in his eyes. I pursed my lips, not answering because it was most definitely a rhetorical question.
I'm very mindful of the conversation we had the day Swiss found out about us.
My throat constricted underneath his powerful glare. Eldon wasn't done. He didn't stop glowering.
I'm very aware of the promises I made you, but you're making it really fucking hard to keep them when you are not only provoking someone who is trying to find a way to hurt the club, at the same time as trying to get close to whomever is butchering women.
He was wound so tight he was shaking.
Tell me, Violet, how am I supposed to think about anything, do anything else but worry about you when you're doing shit like that?
There was no longer any fury in his tone, just naked fear.
You want to hold assholes to account for their bullshit,
he continued in a soft tone.
I understand you want to bring about action, change, and justice.
He stroked my face.
Hearing even the tail end of you going toe-to-toe with that fuck for the club made me proud as fuck that you're my woman.
He placed his hand on the swell of my stomach.
Not asking you to change who you are, but I'm asking you to be mindful of the reality that you're carrying my whole world around, that you're fucking irreplaceable, that I wouldn't function if any harm came to you.
My eyes watered. I had been impulsive, and I had been operating like it was still just me, but it wasn't. Eldon clasped the sides of my neck.
Will you promise me that you won't try and go all vigilante justice on this? At least not without me by your side.
I promise, I whispered. Unfortunately, Soraya had not made the same promise. I'm going to date him, Soraya declared.
Date who?
I asked, frowning at the very disturbing image in my baby book. I was lying in our bed, Soraya helping herself to clothes from my closet that no longer fit. The sheriff. She pulled her hair off the nape of her neck. I put the book down. Please tell me you're joking. Soraya did not look like she was joking. Look, it's the best way to get some info on what exactly is going on. Plus, he's hot. She shrugged. Soraya, he is literally looking for ways to bring my family down, I reminded her. Her brows furrowed. Yes, I know that. Which is why I plan on breaking his heart so completely he'll quit his job and go farm yaks or something. You have not thought this through, I groaned. I have not, she agreed cheerfully. Colby will be pissed, I added. She scowled. I don't give a fuck what Colby thinks. What is going on with you two anyway? I asked, abandoning my book. It only scared the shit out of me anyway. Nothing, she snapped. Absolutely nothing is going on. I don't believe you. Believe what you want, she huffed. Nothing is going on. And I get that you're pregnant and you can't really go undercover trying to catch a serial killer, but my womb is empty. And my heart is full of fury at men who think they can go around murdering women or men who don't think they need to do anything about it. She winked at me. Don't wait up. I made her text me routinely throughout the night, deciding it was not the best time to tell Eldon about Soraya's plan. Though I didn't keep secrets from my man, I also didn't want him to have an aneurysm. Plus, I'd chosen to have a possessive alpha biker in my life. Soraya hadn't. And as much as I was worried about my friend,
She was a force of nature. Nothing was going to stop her. Which was why I was relieved when she texted me later that night, informing me that she hadn't had any luck. I hoped that was the end of it. 2 weeks later. We were at the club, arguing. Our age difference very rarely became an issue between us, except on things pertaining to my pregnancy. Then again, I was pretty sure that it was not an age difference thing. I was pretty sure it was an over-the-top alpha male thing.
"It's not happening,"
Eldon spat. I put my hands on my hips. It sure as fuck is. Home births provide a calmer atmosphere to bring a baby into. His glare was withering.
"Calm until something goes wrong and you're not in a hospital."
"Nothing's going to go wrong," I informed him, shooting a withering glare of my own. We were having this conversation in the common room. Lucas and Colby were sitting at the bar with beers dangling from their hands, watching us like it was a very entertaining show.
"You know, I also read about lotus births,"
Colby offered with a grin.
"First of all, shut the fuck up,"
Eldon barked.
"And how in the fuck do you know what a lotus birth is?"
"How do you know what a lotus birth is?" I addressed Eldon.
"I read the baby books," he seethed. "The ones written by medical professionals who operate out of hospitals."
"This country is one of the worst in the developed world for infant mortality," I fired back.
"And you think giving birth at home is going to improve that statistic?"
Eldon's eyes might have been wider than I'd ever seen them. Swiss walked into the common room while we were having this conversation. I expected him to walk right out upon seeing Eldon, or to ignore him, but he didn't. He came to join our little conversation. Though I hated that Swiss was still not Team Eldon. I was thankful for their little feud at this moment, since I'd get some reinforcement. Eldon ran his hand through his hair in frustration.
"You need to talk some sense into her."
He turned to tell Swiss. Swiss looked at me.
"You need to listen to Eldon."
I gaped at the two of them. "Since when are you allies?"
"Since you decided you wanted to give birth without a medical professional present,"
Swiss replied matter-of-factly. "I will have a doula," I argued.
"And she probably got her medical degree from fucking Hogwarts,"
Eldon muttered. "First off, Hogwarts doesn't offer medical degrees." I glared at him. "That's further study. And don't you turn your nose up at a very important profession."
"Not turning my nose up at the profession."
Eldon folded his strong arms in front of him.
"In fact, you can have her there, at the hospital if that's what you want. You can have a whole army of them, I don't give a fuck. As long as my baby is born in a hospital."
"Your baby?" I squawked.
"Think I had an equal hand in creating it,"
he returned, not missing a beat.
"This is gonna be good,"
Colby whispered loudly. I ignored that. "Oh, wow, you had an orgasm," I applauded. "Someone get this guy a medal. Or should we erect a statue in your honor for doing this single thing required of you to create life?" I started to pace. It's almost as if it's you who had to suffer through 5 months of morning sickness that wasn't morning sickness at all, really just a constant hangover. And then there are the hormones that make you seriously wonder if you're going to give birth to your child in a state penitentiary after you've been convicted of murdering your overprotective, insane baby daddy and your equally overprotective, equally insane stepfather. I ranted, pointing at each of them. It also must be you who spent the first trimester worrying yourself sick that you might lose the baby that wasn't planned but was most definitely wanted. I continued, pacing once more. And then once that part was over with, it must have been you thinking you had to literally push a baby out of a very narrow place and thinking about the ripping.
"I don't think I need to be here for the conversation about the ripping,"
Swiss muttered, making his way over to the bar with Lucas and Colby. "Coward," I called to his back before my eyes darted back to Eldon. "For bikers who I assume kill and maim people on the regular, you seem positively faint at the thought of a perineal tear." Eldon was looking at me in a very peculiar way. Not exactly pissed off, though there was a shadow of that. Yet there was also a shadow of amusement and warmth.
"We do not kill and maim on the regular,"
he replied.
"Only very rarely."
I stopped pacing, looking him directly in the eye. "I'm having the doula."
"In a hospital."
I scowled at him. He did not blink at the scowl. We might have continued this for much longer had Swiss not interrupted.
"We've got cops,"
he announced, looking at the security screens showing all the entrances to the club. Both Lucas and Colby quickly lost their amused expressions and their beers.
"We got anything in here we need to worry about?"
Eldon asked. They both shook their heads.
"I'll call Hanson. Tell him to steer clear and give our friendly neighborhood lawyer a call,"
Lucas said, phone to his ear. Eldon nodded.
"Good. We need Violet out of here."
His voice was calm, purposeful, empty, as was his expression, but he held me tight enough to hurt. Swiss's jaw clicked.
"Don't have time. They don't have shit on us. Won't find shit. We'll be good."
My stepfather looked at me.
"Stay close to Eldon."
Eldon's arm tightened around me, then he kissed my temple.
"It's going to be okay,"
he promised. Just then the door crashed open. Actually crashed open. I jumped, and Eldon moved me behind him. None of the men looked worried, so I did my best not to be, even though my heart was thundering all the way up in my throat, and I was seriously thinking I was going to vomit all over my shoes.
"You know you could have knocked,"
Swiss pointed out casually.
"But at least now we'll get to bill you for a brand new door."
The sheriff, along with a bunch of other uniforms, walked in, guns drawn, though the sheriff was the only one who looked like he really wanted to be there. His handsome face was pinched with distaste.
"On the floor, all of you, now." "You mind telling us what this unlawful entry is about?"
Swiss asked again, tone still casual, though his posture was rigid, like Eldon's.
"You don't have to tell us, but it sure does help us with the billable hours. Our lawyer is expensive as fuck, but worth it. She'll have us owning the station by the time she's done with you."
There was an edge to his tone now. The sheriff directed a cold stare in his direction.
"We have a warrant,"
he informed Swiss.
"Now on the ground." "Happy to comply with an officer of the law,"
Colby said with a massive "fuck you" grin. Eldon kissed me on the temple again. Eyes blazing with fury as he complied with the sheriff's order. Hatred and fury seethed through my veins seeing Eldon, Swiss, and my friends lying on the floor. The sheriff smiling in satisfaction at them doing that. His eyes found mine.
"You two."
He pointed to the ground.
"Excuse me?"
I asked, venom in my tone. His hand went to the gun on his hip, resting it there.
"I said everyone on the floor, which includes you, young lady."
I scowled at him. "Bite me." His scowl intensified.
"Officers, assist this young woman to her rightful position."
He nodded to the ground, speaking to the two uniformed officers beside him. The men in question did not move right away, both of them looking uncertain. They did not look happy to be here in general. They were likely residents of the town who had been here longer than the sheriff, likely did not have the same career aspirations and were likely, rightfully, attached to their arms, which would probably get ripped off if they tried to force me to the ground.
"She's 6 months fucking pregnant,"
Eldon hissed, standing quickly so that he was in front of me.
"She's going to get on the ground if she doesn't want to get arrested,"
the sheriff repeated in a clipped tone. When Eldon stepped forward, I grasped onto the back of his cut in an effort to stop him from attacking an officer of the law who was armed and looking for a reason to lock him up or hurt him.
"You make my pregnant woman get on the fucking floor, I'll end you,"
Eldon promised, his tone low.
"Careful, brother,"
Swiss warned from his place on the floor.
boots thumped against the floor until the sheriff was toe-to-toe with Eldon.
On the floor.
The sheriff's voice was eerily quiet.
Both of you.
I grasped Eldon's cut tighter.
It's one thing for you to come in here and misuse your authority for some fucked-up search. You can get away with that, for a time. But you manhandle an innocent pregnant woman, my innocent pregnant woman, you can't explain that shit away.
Eldon replied just as softly, in a way that was equally menacing. The air was thick with tension. I did manage to hold in my vomit, which I counted as a win, but that was likely because I was too terrified.
I'll take my chances,
the sheriff finally said. Things happened rather quickly after that. All I remembered was the sheriff reaching around, presumably trying to grab me. Maybe I imagined that, and the rest. But what I saw with crystal clarity was Eldon, in handcuffs, being taken away from me. Chapter 25. Hours later, the entire club was back. The police were long gone. They got what they wanted, after all. The club's lawyer was at the station. She had been at the station for hours. Eldon had been at the station for hours. They wouldn't let me go see him. Something about my blood pressure or my safety, I didn't know what. All I knew was that they weren't letting me go to the station, so I was there, at the club, while Eldon was locked up. "Please sit down, sweetie." My mom's expression was pinched with worry. She had arrived not long after they took Eldon away. She had been trying and failing to calm me down ever since. "Eldon doesn't like tight spaces," I told her as I began pacing. "He doesn't like losing control, being locked in somewhere. And that fucking piece of shit cockhole cunt locked him up." Though this situation was not worth smiling about, not even a little. It seemed my cursing amused the peanut gallery consisting of Colby, Javier, Lucas, and Soraya. Soraya arrived shortly after my mother. She hadn't attempted to calm me down because she likely took one look at me and knew I wasn't going to calm down. So she then situated herself at the bar with the boys. She pointedly ignored Colby, something I noted with detachment. "Don't use that word, sweetie," Mom said under her breath. I stopped pacing to look at her. I am a woman. I am allowed to use that word however and whenever I wish, and right now, I wish to call out the sheriff for being a cunt. More snickers came from the peanut gallery. Even Hades, who was sitting with his wife, had a twitch to his lip. It could have been an involuntary tick. "I'm going down there," I decided for the 400th time. "I'm not standing here doing nothing." Macy got up before my mother did. "You aren't doing nothing," she told me, a hand on my bicep. "You're here, calling people cunts, growing bones, eyes, ears. You're growing his baby. You're keeping it safe. And going down there in the state you're in jeopardizes that very important job." Her words penetrated, but barely. She squeezed my arm. "Yes, okay," I murmured. "Good." She smiled at me. Does it gross anyone else out the way she just explained that Vi is growing fucking eyes and ears inside her body at this very moment? Colby asked the room. I whirled on him. "It's the miracle of life, you donkey fucker," I hissed. "Treat me like the goddess I am, or you'll be eternally sorry." He pursed his lips in a way that told me he was fighting a smile. He held up his hands in surrender, eyes gravitating to the door. "Thank fuck," he muttered. "I think she might have murdered someone soon." He was talking to the door, not me. I spun around, seeing a large form. He was wearing a cut. He had a chocolate goatee peppered with silver. His eyes were ice blue. It was my biker. I didn't hesitate to sprint toward him and launch myself into his arms. He caught me without effort, my arms and legs wrapping around him. I inhaled deeply, reveling in his scent, in the hardness of his muscles, the buttery leather of his cut, the firmness of his arms around me. "Did anyone hurt you?" I grasped onto his neck, inspecting his face. Devastatingly handsome as always. "I'll fucking kill them if they hurt you. I'll burn that station to the ground." Someone, likely Lucas or Colby, chuckled in the background. Eldon stroked my face.
"No one hurt me, baby," he murmured. "I'm assuming you've been freaking out."
"No, I haven't."
"I was afraid for my life,"
Colby called out. Eldon's forehead wrinkled.
"You feeling okay?"
he asked, worry in both his tone and in his eyes.
"The baby?"
I sighed. "The baby is fine. I'm fine. Again, I'm not the one who was locked up without cause. We're suing." I turned to Hansen. "We can sue, right? I'll sue them all." Hansen smiled.
"We've got our best lawyer on it."
He looked to Eldon.
"You good?"
Eldon lifted his chin, his arms tightening around me.
"I'm good. Was gonna call church, but I think we can do that tomorrow, since your old lady doesn't look like she's gonna detach anytime soon."
Hansen smirked. I tightened my limbs in response. Eldon smiled. After being locked up, he was smiling and not looking traumatized at all.
"We need to go home,"
Eldon murmured, looking at me. "Yes," I agreed, my voice breathy. "You've been locked up for so long." His eyes flared, and he didn't say goodbye to anyone, just walked us out of the clubhouse with me still wrapped around him. It was late, or very early. Whatever it was, all that I cared about was that we were in our little cottage in the desert, in our bed, naked. Eldon had indeed fucked me like he'd just got out of prison, which technically was true.
"Are you sure you're okay?"
Eldon asked in a concerned tone while drawing circles on the swell of my stomach.
"You were worked up. We need to get your blood pressure checked."
I pursed my lips. You didn't seem too worried about my blood pressure or me getting worked up a few moments ago. My body vibrated with his chuckle. "And also, I should be asking you if you're okay," I added, a lot less teasing in my tone. "Are you okay? I can't imagine what that brought up for you." I fisted the blanket. "I will kill that fucking sheriff." Eldon turned my face toward him.
"Baby, please let the club deal with the fucking sheriff. I really don't need my baby born incarcerated."
"Not funny," I sneered. "Plus, they'd never trace it back to me, not with Soraya's help."
"Neither you nor Soraya is getting involved," he grumbled.
I wet my lips. Soraya was definitely already involved, but it was best not to tell him that. "Seriously," I changed the subject back to him. "Are you okay?"
"Baby, I'm fine,"
he said firmly.
"He was gonna put his hands on you, my pregnant woman."
His tone grew colder.
"And I saw red, the same way I saw red that night."
The night at the bar. I knew that's what he was talking about.
"Figured I was gonna lose control like then, that I was gonna kill him."
He blew out a sharp exhale.
"And even the fancy lawyer the club has wouldn't be able to get me out of it."
My blood chilled at the mere thought of it. His hand fastened on my chin, his soft lips landing on mine.
"Except I could hold it together, because I held on to you, our baby. I'm not leaving either of you, Violet."
My body warmed at the vow. "Promise," I whispered.
"I promise."
Though I didn't sleep easily that night. I held on to that promise tightly, Eldon's arms around me, reminding me he was here. We were safe. For the time being. I assumed things with the sheriff were done because there weren't more raids on the club, and Eldon's charges were also dropped, because they were bullshit. Soraya had gone back to school. She never said anything else about the sheriff, which meant her dating attempt hadn't been successful. I was attending classes online while designing our house. Our fricking house. Of course, since I technically wasn't a qualified architect, we were working with a firm that was somewhat impressed and had already offered me a junior position once I graduated and had the baby. The firm was well regarded. I liked them. I liked the prospect of working there. Everything was falling into place in a scary way. Although I had yet to have a mental breakdown and fly back to Carver Springs again, I still had moments of complete fear over just how well everything was falling into place. I'd jerk awake in the middle of the night from some nightmare or another, and Eldon would be there. His arms would be tight around me. He'd murmur something comforting, kiss me. His hand would be on my stomach. Then he'd make quiet, reverent love to me. That's what he did those days. Made love. Not that it wasn't amazing, it was totally fucking amazing. But he became more tentative as I got more pregnant. He was more careful with me. Tender. It was an adjustment. I liked tender, loved it. But I was also working him back toward grasping my hair, ripping my panties off, and bending me over the sofa. It was those thoughts, along with if I wanted to go with arches in our living room or if it would be more streamlined to have sharper edges, that were going through my mind as I crossed the parking lot and walked into the clubhouse. The clubhouse was quiet. It made sense. Everyone was at Hanson and Macy's for a pool party. I was supposed to be there, but I'd left brownies in the kitchen. Mom made them for the clubhouse. They were like crack to most people. To a pregnant woman, they were something else entirely. I'd had all the best intentions with this pregnancy. To eat only natural, whole foods. The processed crap Americans ate on a daily basis was full of crap that would kill us. Give us diabetes, cancer, and all sorts of other things. I knew all of that. But my baby did not. She wanted pork skins, burgers and fries, brownies. And as hard as I tried to fight her, she won. I told Eldon it didn't bode well for us if our daughter was already winning fights in the womb. He'd smiled and kissed the side of my head. Nothing bothered him lately. Sure, there was the undertone of the murders and the sheriff who wanted to destroy everything. But even that didn't seem to cause ripples in the calm waters we'd entered. There was an odd smell in the kitchen. And not like that time when Lucas had tried to make paella. It was bitter, coppery. Granted, my sense of smell was magnified right then. I could no longer stand having bananas in the house. Something about the smell turned my stomach. Also, no one could write with permanent markers anywhere around me. The thought of it alone made my nose wrinkle. My phone buzzed as the smell became stronger the closer I got to the pantry.
"Baby,"
Eldon greeted.
"where the fuck are you?"
There was worry in his voice, like there always was these days when we weren't together. He also sounded anxious. Swiss was definitely at the pool party, and the tension between them remained. Even though they had been somewhat of a team during the raid, things reverted back to their tense holding patterns straight afterward. Mom's fury toward Eldon had cooled entirely. She wasn't good at holding grudges anymore. She was entirely too cheerful. Plus, despite her misgivings about me being pregnant so young and her being a grandmother to a child who was less than 2 years younger than her son, she was happy, excited. "I'm at the club getting brownies," I said, pointing out the obvious. The pantry door was slightly open.
I swear if some biker has already eaten them all, we're going to engage in a blood feud.
A blood feud?
Eldon repeated, obviously amused. This is serious, I snapped. As my baby daddy, you must promise to engage in battle with whomever ate the brownies. We still had not nailed down what we were to each other. No labels. I was already terrified enough that I was having a baby so young, that I was fitting into all those cliches I'd been certain I was going to stay away from. Even worse, they felt comfortable to me. I liked them. There was a pause where I imagined Eldon was swallowing a chuckle. I also imagined he was struggling with the baby daddy comment. He was not worried about cliches, about ancient patriarchal structures. He just wanted me to be his. And I wanted that too. Yet here I was, fighting against it, pregnant with his baby.
Okay, baby. I swear I will engage in battle with whomever ate the brownies,
he agreed solemnly. I searched for the light in the walk-in pantry, flicking it. Nothing happened. Hang on, I told Eldon. Apparently, badass bikers can't replace light bulbs. Or mop the floor, I added as I stepped in something sticky while I was turning on the flashlight on my phone. Eldon replied. I was sure he did. But I didn't hear anything after the shrill howl entered my ears as the flashlight illuminated the narrow space in the pantry. Maybe I screamed, though I think I let out more of a shocked whimper. I really hoped I didn't scream. It was far too cliché, and I hated when they always made the woman scream in movies.
Violet?
Eldon sounded urgent, his voice instantly changing, that warm teasing completely gone. So I must have let out some kind of sound to trigger his alarm. My hand shook but didn't move from where it was illuminating the body of one of the club girls. Jenna, I think her name was. We'd spoken a couple of times. She was sweet. She loved fantasy books, too. Her little brother was going to Harvard. She was really proud of him. And now she was lying in the pantry, covered in blood. It was everywhere, splattered on the walls. I was standing in it.
Violet?
Eldon repeated, louder now. Jenna's dead. I stuttered, my breath catching in my chest. The world swayed as I tried to blink the image away. It didn't seem real, couldn't be real. There was so much blood, too much. It seemed like an overeager extra on a horror movie set had gone overboard with the ketchup. It couldn't be real because that would mean I was standing there looking at the brutalized, dead body of a girl who had a brother in Harvard and liked to read books about magic. Someone stabbed her, I continued whispering, unable to look away. Like a lot. Her eyes are open. I stared at them. They were hazy, empty.
Violet, get out of there right now,
Eldon demanded with a tinge of panic in his voice. People spoke in the background of the phone. I didn't hear what they said. That means she's dead, right? I asked. Maybe she isn't. Maybe she's just in shock. I wished desperately for that to be true, even though the blood, the gruesome state of her body meant she was definitely dead. My brain could not accept that I was staring at a dead person, one who I'd seen alive, happy, smiling yesterday. I need to check for a pulse, I muttered more to myself than Eldon.
You need to get the fuck out of there right now,
Eldon barked, no longer calm at all. Just as I knelt down in her blood, I noticed distantly that there was a creak. I froze. The creak was the sound of a footstep against the floor. Somewhere, not far. Someone's still here, I whispered in alarm. My heart thumped in my ears. My hand went to Jenna's neck,
even though my stomach protested as it did so. She was still warm, but there was no pulse. I was no forensic investigator, but I could deduce that she had been murdered recently. If I hadn't stopped off at the gas station to pee, I likely would have happened upon the attack. Maybe I could have stopped it. Or maybe I'd be lying next to Jenna. "He's still here," I whispered, quieter this time, fumbling for the flashlight on my phone that could be seen through the pantry door.
"I'm coming to you, Violet,"
Eldon said as I heard the roar of a bike.
"We're coming."
That would have been comforting, except I knew that Hanson and Macy's place was 10 minutes away, and that was being generous. I heard another creak, closer now. I placed one hand protectively on my stomach. I was cold with terror. I crouched down farther, wanting to make myself as small as possible, as if that would help. What I needed was a weapon. But this pantry was full of snacks and nothing else. How in the fuck did a biker compound not have a secret cache of guns and weapons in every corner? I froze as my keychain clanged with my movement. I had a weapon dangling off it. Yes, it was bright pink and couldn't mortally wound anyone, but it was something. There was another creak. My eyes were glued to the sliver of the kitchen that was visible through my vantage point, the spot between the island and the entrance to the kitchen from the hallway that led to the common area. I stared at it like my life depended on it, which it did. There was a flutter in my belly. Our lives depended on it. I could still hear the low rumble of Eldon's bike through my phone, and he must have switched to the Bluetooth system I'd set up for him because his voice was clear from the phone. I remember joking with him about him being so old he couldn't even figure out how to set up Bluetooth. He just smiled at me and kissed my head. That felt like 1,000,000 years ago.
"Baby, I need you to talk to me,"
he ordered. I could tell he was fighting for control. Eldon was scared. My eyes didn't move from the spot in the kitchen. "I have to put the phone down," I whispered as low as I could. Even that felt too loud in the eerily silent clubhouse.
"Baby, don't you leave me,"
Eldon growled, voice low to match my energy. I didn't want to. I wanted to cradle the phone to my ear, let him tell me everything was going to be okay, to wait for him to save me. But I knew it wouldn't work that way. I had to save myself. Both of us. My hand shook as I reached blindly upward, placing the phone on a flat surface as I fumbled with my keys. The entire time, my eyes had been on that corner of the kitchen, endlessly imagining seeing the legs of the man responsible for this. I'd been imagining it because that was how my mind worked, having seen scenes like this countless times in the movie marathons I'd had with Soraya. But I wasn't expecting it to really happen. I'd removed it from reality. My mind was fractured at this point, faced with things I knew happened in real life but only on documentaries set years in the past. But what was happening was occurring right then, in the present, to me. And the second I saw the motorcycle boot land on the kitchen tile, it became starkly clear. He was here, and I was alone. Chapter 26. It was only a moment before all of the lights turned off, and the only light came from the dying sun shining through the small window on the other side of the kitchen. Everything else was shadows, varying shades of black. My keys were too loud as I scrambled for my taser. The footsteps grew quicker, less hesitant. He knew I was there. I was literally cornered, in a fucking pantry with no escape. I moved on instinct, knowing that if I stayed where I was, Eldon and my stepfather would be finding 2 bodies instead of 1. That wasn't going to happen. I slipped in blood as I pushed off from where I was crouched down. darting out the door just as the footsteps became a roar. I smelled him. As I brushed past the warmth of his body, he reeked of sweat, of blood. I was still jostling my keys as he reached for me. My goal was the hall, toward the door leading to the parking lot. There was more light there. I'd be able to see him. I'd have a better chance. But I didn't get there. He grabbed me, yanking me back with a firm grip. I let out a strangled scream, struggling like a banshee, unwilling to let him get his arms around me. I somehow knew that if he could get his arms around me, I was dead. We were dead. I'd never been more scared in my life. Never had I felt so hopeless, so aware of how easy it was for a man to overpower a woman. Never had I felt like such a victim.
Even in the midst of a journey, we pause for beauty. This music is that moment just for you. Thank you for spending your time with us.
No, I wouldn't be a victim. Couldn't. I thought of my mom, my baby brother, my stepfather, and finally, Eldon. I focused on those piercing eyes of his, the ones that lit up for me, that had welled up when he saw our baby's heartbeat, that had promised me whatever kind of future I wanted, that had promised me forever no matter how hard I tried to fight against it. I would not let him find me like that. Finally, I found a good grip on the taser, and I reached out wildly, ripping myself from his grip the same moment I pressed down. There was a loud buzz, then a grunt of pain. I kicked out blindly with my legs, finding impact and earning me another grunt of pain. I didn't hesitate to run then, crying out as I misjudged the distance between the island and the walkway, my side jamming against it. Pain and panic mingled as I cradled my stomach, burning with worry over the precious thing I was growing in there. I didn't let myself think, didn't let the pain penetrate. Sticky with blood, my feet slapped against the floor as I ran. I made it to the common room just as I heard his loud footfalls behind me. It was dark and shadowy in there, too. All I could make out were shapes. The blinds were pulled. They had been open when I walked in. He'd prepared. He'd heard me come in from the start, maybe. Had been planning for this. I ached to hear the rumble of motorcycles, the sign that I wasn't facing him alone. But there was nothing but my ragged breathing, the horrific rhythm of our footfalls. I was halfway toward the door when he grabbed me, yanking me back by the hair. I let out another cry of pain as I landed against his chest. I tried to take in details. He was taller than me, bigger too, stronger. He reeked of blood. Something else too. A cologne that was bitter and cheap and vaguely familiar. My body exploded with panic and terror as he held me tightly to him. "Let go of me, you piece of shit!" I snarled, slamming my foot down on his. He was wearing boots, so the impact sent pain splintering from my heel. There was a shooting, burning pain in my shoulder, too. I ignored this and lifted my elbow, just as Soraya and I had been taught in our self-defense course. There was a satisfying crunch as my elbow made impact with his nose. He stumbled back, loosening his grip, and I took advantage of that by pulling myself out of his grasp and sprinting toward the door. I'd gained a few seconds, but the sound of him coming after me, his breath hot on my neck, told me I hadn't done enough. I heard the sound of motorcycles the second I found purchase on the door. I didn't hesitate to open it, letting the light in. And that was when I did something stupid. I didn't run blindly into the parking lot. I turned around, knowing that he was already running from the sound, knowing he didn't have time to kill me and escape from the bikers who would rip him limb from limb. I knew that I needed to find something, anything that would give me a clue to his identity, give us the chance to avenge Jenna and the girls before her. But all I saw was the flash of his black hoodie with an insignia on it I couldn't decipher. He'd rounded the corner to the kitchen, toward the back door before I had a proper chance to look. The clamor of the motorcycles was deafening now, and I blinked rapidly, my eyes adjusting to the light as the bikes pulled in with a dizzying, worrisome speed. My vision was blurry, unable to make out anything but the shapes until Eldon threw his bike down on the concrete and raced toward me. A lot of things would haunt me in the days, weeks, and months after that, but the sheer terror on his face was something I could never shake. I didn't realize at the time that I was covered in blood, not realizing just how much of Jenna's blood I'd coated myself in. "Violet!" Eldon breathed my name like a prayer once he made it to me. Swiss wasn't far behind him. "Jesus," my stepfather uttered in a low, devastated voice. "I'm okay," I reassured them both quickly, my voice foreign, flat. Eldon's eyes were wide and horrified as he took me in, his hands finding my stomach. I let out a little yelp of pain when his hand landed on the spot I'd hit on the counter. Both him and my stepfather froze at my yelp of pain. Or, at least, I thought that was why. Both Eldon and Swiss were staring in horror over my shoulder. I began to twist to see what the big deal was, but Eldon's hands found my neck, the grip tight enough to still me.
"Don't move, Violet,"
he murmured, dusting his thumb against the bottom of my jaw.
"Hanson!"
my stepfather hollered, nowhere near as calm and collected as Eldon. Hanson appeared in front of me, as did the rest of the club. They were all staring at me in varying degrees of horror, which really didn't do well for the calm I was desperately trying to hold on to. "He ran, out the back," I told Hades and Jagger, both of whom had guns drawn and disappeared inside along with everyone but Colby, Hanson, and Eldon.
"Baby, I need you to stay calm,"
Eldon told me, his voice gentle, careful. "You know when you tell someone to stay calm, it has the exact opposite effect," I retorted, "especially when you're looking at me like that." I was holding on to my irritation, but it was slippery, and spots danced in my vision. My fingers and toes were numb. Hanson's eyes were on me, but he spoke to Eldon.
"Need you to let her go,"
he told him evenly. I liked Hanson's tone. It was even calmer than Eldon's. Comforting. He'd been a medic in the army, I was pretty sure. He was used to stressful situations, at staying even-tempered. Also, it probably helped that I wasn't his woman and pregnant with his baby. He could be slightly more removed from the situation. Eldon's jaw flexed at Hanson's request. He didn't want to let me go, which I understood because I didn't want him to let me go. I had the overwhelming feeling that something terrible was rushing toward me. Like that scene in Deep Impact when Téa Leoni and her dad were standing at the shore after the asteroid hit, and the ocean receded in preparation for the huge tsunami to come in. Yeah, I felt just like that. And Eldon was the only thing keeping the wave at bay. "I'm fine," I reassured Hanson in a shaky voice. "I just bumped my hip on the counter." Eldon's hand went to my stomach, the touch feather-light but enough to warrant a little kick. Our daughter had always loved her father's touch. His body visibly relaxed, but his expression told me he was still wired. "See," I said, glancing to Swiss. "She's fine." My hand covered Eldon's. The movement made my shoulder burn a little, but I made sure not to show that. "We're fine." Swiss looked from Hanson to me to Eldon.
"Who the fuck is going to tell her?"
he asked, his voice strained, eyes clouded with concern. Colby was startlingly pale.
"Honey, you've got a knife in your shoulder,"
Hanson told me calmly, without any of the barely restrained anger and panic radiating from the rest of the men. I tilted my head, considering his words. "I've got a knife in my shoulder?" He nodded matter-of-factly, like we were discussing the weather, like a knife in the shoulder was no big deal, which I guess to him was true. He'd been on battlefields. He'd seen much worse. I'd worry when he looked worried. Swiss, Eldon, and Colby only looked like they did because they were seriously overprotective. It was no big deal. Surely they'd seen worse, being outlaw bikers and such. They were just worried because I was a girl, and they were expecting me to freak out. I straightened my posture. I would not freak out. In fact, I would prove just how much tougher we were than men. It was my duty. For the sisterhood. "Okay," I said calmly. "But I can't feel it."
"You're in shock,"
Hanson informed me, moving around my body to inspect the area which I assumed had a knife protruding from it. The knife that had likely been used to kill Jenna, that had ended her life. My vision swam for a moment on that thought. "Don't touch it," I shouted quickly. "I mean, it's got his fingerprints on it, won't it? The killer?" I looked at Eldon. His gaze was steely, cold and intense on me. I mean, maybe he was wearing gloves, but maybe he wasn't, and we can't take that chance. Plus, it's not really even bothering me. I lied. Now that I knew it was there, the burning in my shoulder was getting more intense by the second, and spots danced in my vision quicker. My stomach heaved, and I forced myself to swallow down the bile creeping up my throat. The ground swayed. Eldon grabbed onto my hip, the opposite one from the one I'd hit.
"We need to get her to a fucking hospital now,"
he seethed. Hansen nodded.
"Can you walk, honey?"
He asked me in that gloriously calm voice of his. He wasn't panicking. Neither was I. "You're like a flight attendant," I blurted. He blinked, and Swiss and Caleb exchanged worried glances.
"Did you hit your head, baby?"
Eldon asked, carefully brushing the hair from my face. Looking at my forehead for a bruise or a cut, I assumed. "No," I huffed out. "I mean, when there's turbulence, if the flight attendants are still handing out drinks, smiling and laughing, you know that it's all good. You're not going to plummet to your death in a ball of fire." I nodded to Hansen, wincing at the pain that radiated from my shoulder. "He's the flight attendant," I said around the pain. "He's calm, which means I'm good. Therefore you all," I motioned to Eldon, Swiss, and Colby, "need to stop with the masculine fury and worry because it's freaking me out." Hansen smiled. No one else did.
"Hospital, now,"
Eldon ground out.
"Can you walk, Violet?"
Hansen asked, nodding to the van that had pulled up in front of us. I guessed we weren't waiting for an ambulance. I was glad about that. The reality of being put in an ambulance would have made the situation much too real. Not that the dead body, the blood, the struggle with a serial killer and a knife in the shoulder wasn't real, but it felt far away. Maybe Hansen was right. I was in shock. "Sure, I can walk," I said with more confidence than I felt. It was only a handful of steps away.
"She can't fucking walk,"
Eldon snapped.
"I'll carry her."
"Can't risk the knife moving," Hansen informed him.
"If she can walk, it's better."
Eldon stared at his president for what felt like a mighty long time, as if he were measuring his words before he finally gave in. Eldon moved to the left side of me. The burning was coming from the right.
"Lean on me, baby,"
he murmured, kissing my hair. "I'm fine," I argued, walking forward. The world shifted when I did, so I was thankful for Eldon's solid form next to me. Both Swiss and Colby were watching helplessly as Hansen climbed into the van first, holding out his hand to steady me as I climbed inside. Eldon was right beside me, and I clamped my teeth together so I didn't cry out in pain with the effort it took to get myself in the seat. Eldon was beside me in an instant. He kissed my temple.
"Good work, baby."
He looked to Swiss, who had climbed into the driver's seat.
"Get to the hospital, now."
There was definitely a ride to the hospital. Definitely hard jaws and glowering looks of concern, surely. But I was removed from it all as if I had floated away, even though Eldon's hands were on me. Even his firm, loving presence wasn't enough. The wave came and washed everything away.
Eldon. She was sleeping. They'd removed the knife, and by the grace of some higher power it hadn't done any permanent damage, nothing that required surgery. The baby was fine, too. There was a large and angry bruise where she'd bumped her hip, but nothing internal. A strong heartbeat, both of them. All good news. She'd make a full recovery. Physically. The door opened and closed. I didn't look up to see who it was. I kept my eyes on Violet. They'd cleaned all the blood off her. She looked paler, smaller than normal in that bed. My eyes flickered to the monitor every now and then, first hers, then the baby's. Then they went back to her chest, the rise and fall, finishing on her face. It had been my routine for hours. Kate had been here, on the other side of the bed, clutching her daughter's hand, forcing smiles and jokes, hiding her horror as only a parent could. She left only because Violet urged her to, because she had a baby boy at home. It had been tense since it was clear Kate did not want to let her firstborn out of her sight. "Eldon's here," Violet had argued. She was tired, crashing. You could see it, hear it. It had been a miracle that she'd been alert and together for as long as she had, except for when her eyes had gone blank and glossy, somewhere between the club and the hospital. That had been the scariest moment of my fucking life. But she came back to me. She was a fucking miracle. "He's not going to let me out of his sight, right, handsome?" she'd asked me with a teasing grin. My gut clenched. "Right, baby." I kissed her hand. Kate looked at me uncertainly, with the same uncertain edge that had been there since she found out I impregnated her daughter. But now there was something else. Trust. She might not like what I was to Violet, but she understood how it worked in this club, what we did for the women we loved. She knew, come hell or high water, her daughter was safe with me, even though I'd fucking failed them both with Violet in this hospital bed. So she left, promising to be back the second she bathed and put her son to bed. Violet had crashed not long after that, holding it together only for her mother's sake, not wanting her to worry. Boots thumped against the ground as Swiss sat beside me. He'd been there beside his wife, too. Then he'd been at the club, trying to figure out who the fuck did this. The piece of shit sheriff didn't help. He was treating the fucking club like suspects. Apparently, he'd tried to come in here to interview Violet. Swiss had made sure that didn't happen. I couldn't be within 5 feet of the man. I might have ripped his head off. He didn't speak as soon as he sat down beside me. "She's going to be okay, brother," he said finally, clapping me on the shoulder. It was only the second time he'd called me brother since he'd found out Violet was carrying my baby. There was no violence in his tone now, no undertone that communicated he would kill me if he could. I might have felt relief if the situation were different, if my woman wasn't in a hospital bed with a fucking stab wound and trauma that would live in her bones. "I can't stop thinking about pulling into that parking lot," I said, not taking my eyes off her. Seeing her standing there, covered in blood. Covered in it. I shuddered. Can't stop hearing her crying out in pain on the other side of the phone, hearing her fighting him off. My stomach turned at the memory that wasn't a memory. I could hear it right now, clear as day. Could feel the bike underneath me, willing it to go faster when I knew I was already too late to save her. Knowing that she was completely fucking alone, pregnant with my baby, and it could all be taken away from me. "Gonna be marrying her," I said, still staring at Violet. I took a breath, a long one, finding enough control to convince myself that if I took my eyes off her for a moment, she'd still be there. Her chest would still rise and fall, and the heartbeat monitors would stay steady. Not much would get me to look away from her at that point, but this was important to me, and I was going to do it right. Well, as right as I could, given the current circumstances. My eyes found Swiss's. They were hard with worry, but not with the borderline hatred he'd been directing at me since the news came out. Rightly so. I deserved it. "No, this isn't what Kate wanted for her," I continued. "No, that this is not what you wanted for her. No, I did it in a fucked up way. But I love her." The steady beeping of the monitors kept me calm, or as calm as I could be. "I'll give her the life she deserves," I told him, "wherever that takes me. Even if I have to abandon the cut, I'll do it. For her." The thought wasn't as terrifying as I thought it might be. The club, the cut, had quickly become a part of me when I had nothing else. Now I had something else. I had 2 heartbeats that I'd do anything for. Swiss looked at me. I hoped he wouldn't challenge me on this. Not because I wasn't up for it, because Violet didn't need that shit. Thought, very seriously, about burying you in the desert, up to your neck, and letting the sun, the coyotes, or the ants get you, Swiss said coolly. I nodded once, knowing that was not hyperbole. He was a sick fuck and would do anything for those he loved. Thought of about 100 other ways to end you, he said conversationally. His eyes shifted to Violet. I knew Kate was mine the second I saw her, and when I heard her talk about Violet, knew she was mine too. Knew it was my job to do what her father didn't, couldn't. Love her, protect her, make sure anyone in this world who thought about fucking with her wouldn't be breathing for long. His eyes found mine again. Not crazy about the way this started, he grumbled. But having the time to figure it out, see what you'd do for her, the love you feel for her. The other bullshit falls away. His eyes tracked to Violet again, as if he too needed to remind himself that she was there, breathing, heart beating. I realize now that I wouldn't want anyone who wasn't wearing a Sons of Templar cut to be looking out for her, he murmured. Granted, I wanted it to happen a little later in her life and earlier in yours, he grinned. But who the fuck am I to talk about what's appropriate, what's normal? You make her happy, keep her safe. I don't give a fuck about the rest. He squeezed my shoulder. You break her heart, I'll carve out yours and feed it to you. Wouldn't have it any other way, I replied. We both looked at her. I was the easy one, you know. He gestured to the tiny body lying in the bed. She's going to be the challenge, with all of her progressive ideas on marriage and patriarchy. I wanted to smile, but it was impossible when my woman was lying in a hospital bed, with stitches in her shoulder and a bruise next to the place my daughter was growing. Oh, I know, I said. You're up for the challenge, then? Oh, fuck yeah. I looked at him once more. You gonna walk her down the aisle? You get her there. I'll walk her down the aisle, he promised. And there it was, one hurdle crossed. I could feel it, the chasm between us being closed. But Swiss was right. He was not going to be the difficult one. The small, pregnant woman in the hospital bed would be it, the one who had just fought off a serial killer, then walked calmly to the van when she found out she had a knife protruding from her shoulder. Yes, she was a miracle. And she'd be my wife, even if it took forever to convince her.
Chapter 27. Violet. Eldon was sitting in the chair next to my bed when I woke up. That didn't surprise me. It wouldn't have surprised me if I'd been in a coma for 3 months. He would have been at my side the entire time. He jerked the second my eyes opened, the second. He was watching me with a concentrated intensity that likely would have woken me up if he had those kinds of powers. I hadn't ruled out that possibility. I rasped. Eldon rushed to grab the pitcher of water beside my bed, pouring it into a glass. Glass, not a plastic cup, which meant my mother or Freya had been here, and gave it to me. I took it thankfully, my throat burning and dry. Eldon watched me, his eyes full of cerulean fire. I handed him back the glass and took stock of my body. My shoulder burned dully. My entire body felt tight, tense, achy, as if I'd done a really intense workout the day before. It made sense. My fight-or-flight response had been triggered, and I'd done both. My hand went to my stomach, comforted to know that the doctors had found a steady heartbeat. On cue, our little girl wiggled beneath my palm. I'm fine, I told Eldon.
though I knew that wouldn't make much of a difference to him right now. He didn't respond, just continued with the intense stare thing. I sighed, pushing myself up, or trying to. Eldon was at my side in a moment, lifting me up to a sitting position with care. His lips landed on my head, and he stayed there for a moment, breathing me in before he sat back in the chair that was as close to my bed as humanly possible.
"We need to get married,"
he said. I rubbed my eyes, staring at him and waiting for the punchline. None came. He was Eldon, serious, intense, somber. I didn't reply because what did someone say to their baby daddy who informed them they were getting married? Informed, didn't ask. After they woke up in a hospital bed after having an altercation with a serial killer.
"You're gonna argue with me on that,"
he murmured. Yes, I sighed. When I've gotten my bearings, we are going to argue about the marriage we both refused when my stepfather tried to force it on us. When I told you that a baby is not a reason to get married, and that I loathed the institution of it because all it does is make women the property of men. Eldon just looked at me. He didn't smile, face completely devoid of emotion. The corner of his lip didn't even turn up in that kind of smile he had. He just stared, his eyes twinkling ever so slightly. But there were also plenty of shadows in them, surrounding him. He was haunted already by what happened. It hurt me to see it, but it didn't stop me from being pissed.
"If this is you without your bearings, I'm gonna need to prepare,"
he commented dryly. I scowled at him, but before I could launch into another diatribe, he moved forward, grasping my hands in his and lifting them up to his mouth, kissing them lovingly. My readiness to argue drained out of me.
"I've never been more scared in my life,"
he whispered, eyes searing into me.
"Hearing you cry out like that, hearing you fight off that fuck and knowing I wouldn't get there in time."
He shuddered. No, shuddered was not the right word for it. Something cracked in the core of him, like a massive earthquake destroying everything. And this was just an aftershock. "I'm okay," I told him in a whisper, trying to fight back tears at seeing my strong man unraveling before my eyes. He was still grasping my hands, like they were his only lifeboat in the middle of a storm.
"I wasn't there."
His nostrils flared.
"I should have fucking been there."
How could you have known that a serial killer would be lying in wait when I was innocently getting brownies? The joke didn't land. "This isn't your fault," I told him firmly. "And you were there. You were with me. You helped me fight." Eldon shook his head, lips still at my hands.
"No, you fought for yourself. For me."
His hands went to my stomach.
"For us."
My eyes filled with tears that I fought not to let fall. "Did someone call Jenna's family?" I asked weakly. Eldon blinked at the change in subject. Jenna. The girl whose smile I couldn't remember now because she was coated in blood. All I could recall were those barren eyes that saw nothing. Eldon squeezed my hand.
"Yeah, baby, Hanson did. Macy was with them when they arrived."
I nodded once, still fighting against tears. "Will you find him?" Eldon's gaze instantaneously filled with bloodlust.
"Oh, yes. We're gonna fucking find him and pull him apart, piece by piece."
The promise in his tone ran over my skin, cold but also comforting. I wanted revenge, wanted the person who could do that to women suffer in a way that the judicial system was not capable of delivering. "Good," I whispered. I searched his face, the man I loved, the father of my baby, the man who had been there since that night on the roof, who had traveled to another country to punish someone for putting their hands on me, who called me when it rained, who was mine even when he wasn't. My ideas on marriage were a knee-jerk reaction, informed by my own past more than anything else. I knew that the marriages within this club did not even resemble the contract or the prison I'd been convinced matrimony was. Knew it was because these men wanted the world to know in every conceivable way that they were taken, owned. It was not the men who owned the women. It was the other way around. Even if, upon first glance, their unions looked like some bullshit patriarchal structure, I'd come to understand that this club was one of the most progressive organizations in the country. "Okay," I said. He stiffened.
"Okay."
"We'll get married." His expression shifted. All of that fury melted in an instant. Something akin to joy took its place. I cursed myself for fighting it this long when this was what I got. This was what I could give Eldon. Joy. "We're not doing it in this hospital, though," I added, envisioning him running through the halls to find someone to marry us. He had that alpha urgency about him. His mouth ticked upward.
"Wouldn't dream of it,"
he murmured.
"Want to do it before the baby's born, though."
"Of course." I rolled my eyes. "You couldn't wait until I'm not a whale and won't have pictures of me with 5 chins and giant ankles in our house for the rest of our life." His eyes darkened, but only slightly.
"First off, you're the most stunning creature I've ever seen carrying my baby. Not gonna listen to you talk about yourself like that."
I pursed my lips against my smile. Eldon had made it clear, very clear, that the changes my body was going through were very attractive to him.
"Second," he continued, "we don't have to have a big ceremony. We can do the courthouse thing and wait for whenever you want to have the big wedding. What's important to me is that you're my wife."
"Fine," I sighed, holding his gaze. His beard parted, presenting me with a dazzling grin.
"That's a story to tell our daughter. What did your mother say when I proposed?" "Fine."
Well, considering the start of the proposal was her father ordering her mother to marry him after being attacked by a serial killer, it tracks. His expression faltered. I reached out to brush his beard. "We'll find a more PG story," I promised. He didn't look convinced as he nodded. We didn't have time to say anything else, though, since that was when the doctor came in. And unsurprisingly, Eldon transitioned into a scary, protective biker, peppering him with every question under the sun. I had no end of visitors, even though I was due to be discharged the next day. Me being in the hospital was merely a precaution, and I had the option of being discharged sooner, an option Eldon would not even consider. I didn't even try to fight about that since I knew I wouldn't win. If it were just me, I would have had more to say, but it was not just me. Our baby had a shock, but despite slightly high blood pressure, she was fine. Even though I felt profound relief over that, I was also filled with a fierce protectiveness, a visceral fear that I hadn't felt before all of this started. This was my baby, our future, a precious, priceless thing that was so vulnerable that some fucking asshole tried to take from us. Soraya, who had dropped everything to get here, was also alternating between fury, false cheer, and planning mode. The first time Eldon left me alone, presumably to have some meeting about vengeance somewhere in the hospital. No way was he leaving the premises. He left me alone with Soraya. My mom was getting food and coffee,
and the rest of the old ladies were getting the house ready for my homecoming. I had no idea what that really meant, but I was too tired to ask. Tired and a bunch of other things. I feel like I failed, I admitted to Soraya while she was fussing with the flowers in my room. She spun around, frowning at me. What did you just say? I toyed with the blanket on the bed. It was cashmere. While I was having my first shower, with Eldon, because he wouldn't dream of me showering alone, lest I slip or linger outside of his watchful eye for too long. Soraya had replaced the bedding. Freya brought in silk pajamas and a 12-step skincare routine. Macy had arranged a stack of books at my bedside. Mom brought a never-ending supply of brownies and other baked goods. Caroline set up a laptop, connecting it to the internet so it was constantly playing Gilmore Girls. The Sons of Templar had done what they did best, like the forces of nature they were. I couldn't help but feel inadequate. I should have done something more. I played the events over again, thinking if I'd done something different, Jagger and Hades might have been able to catch him. Babe, you fought off a serial killer, Soraya reminded me. You did it while pregnant with his knife protruding from your fucking shoulder. You're better than any dumb, two-dimensional horror movie heroine. If I hear you talking shit about what more you could have done when you did the absolute most, I will bitch slap you, even if you're pregnant and in the hospital. I could tell that she was trying very hard to keep her voice light, to keep the fear and worry out of it. Everyone was. Everyone was shocked in a way that surprised me for a club of men and women who were, unfortunately, accustomed to violence and death. I supposed a lot of it was what they'd invited in, part of the life they'd agreed to when they put on the cut, or formed a union with a man wearing one. But this was something different. This was the horrors of the outside world coming in. This violence was not retribution for something the club did. This was a senseless evil that permeated everything and shook even the baddest of badasses. I saw it with my own eyes. I only wish I saw more. The sheriff had come in not long after I woke up, only because I heard Swiss arguing with him in the hall, and I'd convinced Eldon that I wanted to speak to him. Eldon was not happy about that. Eldon was not happy about anything right now. Sure, he was trying to force smiles, keep his gaze light and unworried on my account, but I saw the concern in his eyes, the terror that had yet to recede. When the sheriff came in, Eldon was a statue at my side. To his credit, at least the sheriff managed to look sheepish, staring down at me in the hospital bed. "Are you ready to take this seriously now?" I asked him, not bothering to hide the irritation from my voice. He nodded tightly. "I assure you we're doing everything we can to catch this monster, and we appreciate you working with us. Tell me everything you remember." The problem was I couldn't remember much. I didn't hold anything back when I spoke to the sheriff. I mentioned the motorcycle boots, the detail causing Eldon to stiffen, the detail that had the sheriff's hand stutter as he wrote down my statement. He'd given Swiss and Eldon a careful look then, but he was smart enough not to say anything. I knew what they were all thinking, though, that there was a possibility this was someone in the club. I didn't believe that, but I couldn't rule it out either. My details were that he wore motorcycle boots, was taller and stronger than me, wore shitty cologne and a sweatshirt with an insignia on it I didn't recognize. Nothing much for anyone to go on. Regardless, the sheriff took my statement and assured me they were working overtime on it. "Does that mean you're not wasting your time on the club and working to make sure you're actually protecting and serving the community?" I asked sweetly. Swiss, who had been hard-faced during the interview, grinned, Eldon did not, nor did the sheriff.
"I'll be doing everything I can," he replied. "If you remember anything else, please let us know."
"You'll be the first person I call," I lied. His eyebrow twitched, but he didn't say anything else, just nodded and walked out. "Promise me you're not going to get involved with this anymore," I said to Soraya. She blew out a raspberry. "Babe, I'm staring at you in a fucking hospital bed after he tried to kill you. How can I not get more involved?" My heart hammered at the thought of my brave, feisty, impulsive friend doing anything for me. "Because I need you as my baby's godmother and my maid of honor." Her eyes widened. "Way to bury the fucking lead," she shrieked. "You're getting married?" I nodded. It seems Eldon is no longer willing to take no for an answer, and I'm no longer willing to refuse him. "About fucking time," she beamed at me. "Now, I love that you're independent and fighting the system and all that jazz." She waved her hand. "But you and Eldon are something else, babe. And you procreating is really helping out humanity because your babies will be gorgeous badasses." She looked at my stomach. "You could be growing the first female president in there." "There is definitely going to be a female president before then," I told her. "Fuck, you could be the next female president." "I would rock that shit," Soraya agreed, tapping a finger to her lips. "But I'd never pass the background check." Her eyes narrowed. "Plus, we're getting off topic. Wedding. When, where, and most importantly, do I get to choose my own dress?" I grinned and let Soraya go off on a wedding planning tangent. Unable to shake my dread, my certainty that this was not over.
Eldon. We were holding church in the hospital chapel. Something I might have found ironic and amusing had my pregnant wife not been lying in a hospital bed. The only reason I was leaving her was because we had 2 prospects at her door, and Soraya inside with her. Even if anyone did manage to get past 2 armed prospects, they stood no chance with my woman's best friend. I knew a couple of patched members who were equally scared to death of the woman and infatuated with her. Javier was one of them. It should have relieved me that he was no longer brave enough to look or speak to Violet, but something about the fuck still rubbed me the wrong way. "What do we have?" I barked the second the door to the chapel closed. Despite knowing logically that Violet was safe, I could barely stand not being able to see her, not being able to use the image of her clean, breathing, beautiful, and unharmed to chase away the one of her covered in blood. If I couldn't hear her voice, then I couldn't drown out the sound of her fighting against a fucking serial killer. Everyone's faces were grim. This had rocked everyone. Jenna had been new but well-liked. Lucas was hit hardest. He had taken a liking to her. But everyone was shaken. This had nothing to do with the club. This was something different, something wrong and evil that had made its way out into our world, had touched our women. "He must have had a vehicle somewhere close," Jagger said, face stormy. "We didn't even get a glimpse of him when we made chase. He also overrode the club security," Colby shared. "Cameras, gates, everything." That was no mean feat. The security was done in tandem with greenstone and wire from the Amber chapter. That shit was top-notch and rivaled some of the most high-tech government shit. So he knew our security and was familiar with the layout of the club. Hanson rapped his knuckles against the pew. The fucker looked troubled. Deeply fucking troubled. The club and everyone involved was his responsibility. He was taking this hard, blaming himself. "Must have been inside at least once," Hades said. "Also knew that no one would be there. Had to have been watching Jenna for some time to know she was going to be there alone. She shouldn't have been there alone in the first place," Lucas grumbled, obviously full of blame. "This isn't your fault." Hanson clapped him on the shoulder. "She should have been safe at the club. We're taking care of all her funeral costs and her brother's tuition at Harvard." He looked around. "This is top priority over everything else," he announced. "We don't have a shipment to run for a few weeks. We'll spare who we can for that, but our main focus is nailing this fuck, getting all the information we can." Soraya has been looking into him when I explicitly forbade her from doing it. I'll get what she's got, Colby said. Swiss grinned. You've got some shit to learn if you think that woman is going to do anything but the exact opposite when you try and forbid her to do shit. Colby did not grin back at him. Get whatever she has. Wire is going all over police reports as we speak, Hansen told us. How that fuck actually survived was anyone's guess. He was on call for half the clubs in the country and could hack into anything. Violet's old roommate, Ollie, she's been looking into shit too. Seems to be a college version of Wire, I said. Hansen nodded. Okay. I want all the club girls followed everywhere. Want new security at the club, and eyes open. Even though he didn't have a gavel to hit, everyone took that as their cue to go. Hansen eyed both Swiss and I, so we lingered, knowing he had shit to say. He only spoke once the door shut, leaving just the three of us. Though I was itching to get back to my woman, I managed to lock my shit down. Worries me that whoever this was knew the club so intimately, he muttered. He was vocalizing what we'd all been thinking. You think it's someone wearing a patch? Swiss asked, cracking his knuckles. A muscle in Hansen's jaw twitched. I hope to fuck it's not, he replied. But we can't rule it out. I trust each of the men in this club with my life. Wouldn't have given them patches otherwise, but no fucking way I'm taking any chances. Swiss nodded. I tightened my fists. The thought that it could be a brother left me itching to cause mayhem. There were men I knew for a fact couldn't do this. Men with old ladies, children. But the ones without that? Fuck. Who knew? If it's a patch, they're fucking excellent at hiding what they are, I growled. Everyone wearing a patch went through a year of prospecting. Before they even prospected, they had extensive background checks. That's how Hansen knew about my past. It was not unique for a brother to have a record. Fuck, it was practically a requirement, along with a fucked-up past. That's what made men seek out this life. Unfortunately, that also could be a recipe for a piece of shit who liked to kill and torture women. Wire is going everyone's shit again with a fine-tooth comb, Hansen sighed. But that fucker is busy as it is. There's a lot to wade through. This piece of shit covers his tracks well, hasn't left so much as a scrap of evidence at any crime scene. It's not going to happen quickly, so we need to be on guard. Both Swiss and I nodded. I imagined he was going to have a similar conversation with the men we all knew had nothing to do with this. Problem was, prior to what happened, if you'd asked me which man in the club could be capable of this, I wouldn't have been able to point to a single one. Sure, I didn't like every single brother, but I trusted each of them with my life. We were all silent for a moment, considering what the reality of a brother betraying us would look like. On to something a little more cheerful. Swiss clapped his hands together, breaking the silence. You convinced Violet to marry you yet? It was hard to remember that my brother no longer wanted to kill me. It just so happens I have, I replied. He grinned, clapping me on the shoulder. Impressive. I would have put money on it taking you at least another week. Hansen smiled too. We need something to celebrate. The bad comes whether we want it or not. The good we need to celebrate. I nodded, thinking of my woman in that hospital bed. The woman who would be my wife. I tried to focus on that, instead of the man who tried to kill her still walking this earth. He wouldn't be for long.
Chapter 28. Violet. Mom and I were out shopping. We were not alone. Colby was with us. Not because he wanted to be shopping for dresses that didn't scream shotgun wedding, but because I did not go anywhere alone anymore. Eldon was with me as often as possible, which was almost constantly. This was the first time he'd let me out of his sight for a prolonged period of time since I'd gotten out of the hospital. He'd been intense, to say the least. But I'd needed that. As much as I liked to consider myself strong and capable, I had PTSD from seeing a mutilated dead body then fighting for my life afterward. There were nightmares, flashbacks, panic attacks.
but Eldon was there for every single one. He was my calming, strong presence, my port in the storm. He chased off the most severe effects, and I had become somewhat insatiable since we got out of the hospital, desperate to feel alive again. The most enjoyable way to feel alive was to be fucked by him. Fucked. I didn't need gentle, which I'd communicated to him as he undressed me in our bedroom. "Please," I murmured, his lips against mine. His hand at my breast stalled. "I don't want to hurt you, Violet," he sighed. My shoulder was healed. The nasty bruise at my side remained, though it barely hurt anymore. "I need you to hurt me," I implored, desperate. "I need you to mark my body, to give me something else to focus on. I need you." His eyes warred, fighting against his instincts. He wanted to protect me, make sure no further harm came to me. But I knew his baser instincts needed this too, that he was just as hungry for this as I was. For a second, I was transported back to the roof of the clubhouse, watching him decide whether he was going to kiss me or not, whether he was going to bring us right here to this moment. Then he thrust me firmly back into the present, flipping me so my hands landed on our bed, my ass in the air. My hands fisted the sheets, my body ripe with anticipation as Eldon's hand had trailed down my spine, hooking into the lace of my underwear and tearing them off. "You're my bad little girl still, aren't you?" he rasped in my ear, spreading my legs with his feet. "Always," I promised. "Always yours." He grasped a handful of my hair, yanking me back so my neck was exposed to him, and my scalp burned with delicious agony. Our eyes met. His blazed as the control he'd been clutching to lately slipped out of his grasp. "Violet," he warned, voice thick. "Fuck me, Eldon," I ordered. His eyes flared, and then he thrust in. Brutal, fabulous. He didn't stop until the world fell away and we were the only people left on the planet. "What about this?" Mom asked. I jerked back into the present, looking at the light pink lace dress she was holding up. My cheeks flamed. It was completely inappropriate to be thinking about that as I shopped for my wedding dress with my mother, but I couldn't help it. Eldon did that to me. I wore marks on my thighs, my ass, as evidence that I was alive, loved, cherished, and that fucker didn't win. They still hadn't found him, something that I knew haunted every man in the club. The sheriff was still investigating, whatever the fuck that meant. Soraya, luckily, had been too preoccupied with planning things for the wedding next week to be doing anything that would get her on either the sheriff or the killer's radar. My wedding, which would be taking place during the 8th month of my pregnancy, while I also somehow managed to finish my degree. Both Mom and Eldon had tried to convince me to contact my professors after I got out of the hospital. As far as excuses went, being attacked by a serial killer while pregnant was a pretty good one to get me out of my final assignments. But I fought them. Because if I didn't have assignments to finish, then I would have had a bunch of free time to think about everything. Thinking was bad. Which was why I threw myself into schoolwork and into putting the finishing touches on our house. We were breaking ground the day after the wedding. Eldon had taken me out there the day I got discharged from the hospital. It was perfect. Everything I could have imagined. It wasn't far from Mom and Swiss's place, closer to the mountains than them. The sky and desert endless around us. I could envision exactly where everything would go. Where we'd have our greenhouse, I planned to grow as much of our own food as possible. Where the pool would go, my studio, a large garage. I could see our entire life there.
But right now, I was looking at dresses. "It's pretty," I said, fingering the lace.
"See, it's pretty. Perfect," Colby exclaimed. "Buy it, then we're done." I chuckled at my friend. He had been a good sport during the first hour, even offering helpful suggestions, but his patience had worn thin after the 10th dress, and he was slowly losing the will to live. "Even if this is the one, which I'm not convinced it is, we're not done," I informed him. "We still have to find shoes, which will be extra challenging since my feet have ballooned to what must be 3 times their normal size." "Why can't I be fighting rivals somewhere, seconds away from death?" Colby groaned. Mom and I both grinned. "Your feet are not 3 times their normal size," Mom argued. I sighed, looking down at them. I may have been exaggerating, but they felt like it. My stamina for shopping had greatly decreased, especially since every dress I tried on was wrong. We weren't doing a courthouse wedding. I didn't want that. I wanted to celebrate with my family and friends, make it a big event. My grandparents were coming. My brilliant, loving, unflappable grandparents had taken in stride that their granddaughter was not only pregnant, but marrying a man much older than her in the same outlaw motorcycle club as the man my mom married. My grandmother was already shopping for our nursery and for her great-granddaughter. Since it was going to be a real wedding, I wanted something specific. I didn't want a traditional wedding dress. I did not want it to look like a shotgun wedding, which was impossible since I was 8 months pregnant. Sure, my slight frame hadn't blown up that much, and every woman in the club had told me how lucky I was, how good I looked. But I was sure they were only saying it to make me feel better. My tits were huge. My stomach wasn't huge, but it was approaching that. Not that I wanted to hide it in a dress, but I didn't want it looking like maternity bride. For the millionth time, I wished Soraya was here. Not that my mom wasn't wonderful, she was, but Soraya had a kind of magic when it came to fashion. She'd find exactly what I wanted even when I didn't know exactly what I wanted. Something elegant, classy, sexy, and not over the top. Something that complemented my bump but didn't highlight it. "I think we need to call it," I sighed, wondering what could be so important that my best friend couldn't help me shop for a dress a week before the fucking wedding. Time was quickly running out. Even if Macy told me she could alter whatever we got in plenty of time. At this rate, I'd be walking down the aisle in sweatpants. Not that there would be an aisle. We were having something at Mom and Swiss's, which suited me just fine, as long as we had family, the desert, and most importantly, Eldon. I didn't much care. Mom glanced at her phone. "Okay," she chirped, putting the dress back. It was odd since she'd been intense about us searching every store for something perfect. "Thank the fucking Lord," Colby muttered. I shot him a glare. "We're never going to find anything," I whined to my mother. She put her arm around me. "I promise we will." Though I didn't think my mother would flat out lie to me, I thought she would also omit some things so she didn't have to face the wrath of a bride who was 8 months pregnant. "How about we get a pretzel, huh?" she suggested warmly. I pouted. "I don't want a pretzel. I just want to go home." And I kept pouting and sulking the entire drive home, munching on a pretzel. Not exactly mature of me, but I was at the mercy of hormonal mood swings. And despite my reluctance to get married, I actually wanted to be Eldon's wife, very much. I may not have ever been the girl who fantasized about her wedding, but I did want it to be something special, and I wanted to look like a goddess. Heaven knew my groom was going to look handsome as all hell no matter what. The bastard. Men should be the ones who got pregnant. Then again, if they were, the species would be extinct within a generation.
I was much too deep in my thoughts to take notice of where we were going until we pulled up at Mom and Swiss's instead of our place.
"What are we doing here?"
I asked as Soraya skipped out of the front door. Skipped. As if the bitch hadn't just stood me up on our ill-fated shopping trip. She opened the door to the car.
"What is going on?"
I demanded. She only grinned wider at the irritation in my face. "Be revealed soon, it will," she said in her best Yoda impression. I rolled my eyes but let her pull me out of the car, knowing fighting Soraya was futile. There was soft music playing in the house, and all of the old ladies were in the kitchen.
"What is going on?"
I repeated. All of the women smiled. Each of them was dressed to the nines, their hair and makeup done. I recognized Marilyn, Freya's best friend, situated at the dining table, a plethora of beauty products laid out in front of her. "Sit," Soraya demanded. I frowned at her.
"Not until you tell me what's going on."
Her eyes danced with happiness. That was how I noticed that my friend was all dolled up, too. Her clothes were casual as Soraya got, that is. But her chocolate locks were wound in braids, flowers scattered through them. Her makeup was subtle, light pink blush glowing on her cheeks, and long eyelashes that had to be fake but looked natural.
"You're getting married today, duh!"
That did not help. "I can't be married today," I snapped. "I don't have a dress." "You have a best friend who should be getting her bachelor's degree in style and fashion instead of psychology." She shook her head. "What, you think I'd let you get a dress off the fucking rack from a department store?" She shuddered, then pointed to the chair. "Sit your ass down, let Marilyn make you more radiant. We will bring you non-alcoholic champagne, which I think should be illegal, but your over-the-top fiancé would likely scalp me or something if I dared to give you a sip of champagne. Even the French stuff." She rolled her eyes. "And I really like my hair today, so..." She pointed to the chair. I looked at the women, then to my mother. "You knew about this?" I gaped at her. She grinned. "Well, you knew about my surprise wedding, so it's only fair." Shit. I had nothing to say to that. Nor could I argue with Soraya, so I sat my ass in the chair. "Soraya," I breathed.
"I know,"
she beamed. "Soraya," I repeated.
"I know."
She jumped up and down. We were in my mother's closet. I was wearing the wedding dress that she'd found me. Normally, even a best friend buying you your wedding dress would be out of the question. But I was the only person who had Soraya as a best friend. And she was magic. The dress fit me like a glove. I had no idea how, unless she'd measured me in my sleep or something, which I wouldn't put past her. It was a light violet, so light that it was almost beige, but not quite. It somehow didn't wash me out and complemented my alabaster skin perfectly, which in and of itself was utter sorcery. The bodice was a V that constrained my new boobs to perfection, off-the-shoulder sleeves displaying my collarbone and the necklace my mom had gotten me for my 19th birthday. It had a silk lining and tulle that flowed down my body like butter. The sleeves themselves cascaded down the dress, flowing into the small train behind me. The fabric flowed over my bump like a waterfall, somehow not making me look like a cream puff, but instead, a goddess, I whispered to myself. Soraya stroked my hair. It was done similar to hers with intricate braids and wildflowers woven through it. "Took the words right out of my mouth," she whispered. My makeup was light, blush high on my cheeks, neutral eyeshadow and lashes that made my eyes glow almost purple. "Thank you," I told her, meeting her eyes in the mirror. She was in her dress now, a burnt beige silk, also off the shoulder. It hugged her every curve and dipped way low at the back.
Thank you for the dress, for choosing to be a part of that house share back in Providence. I don't know what I'd do if I hadn't met you.
My voice broke. You sure as shit wouldn't look this good on your wedding day, she joked before wiping my tears away. No crying, she murmured. Marilyn will yell at us both.
I smiled weakly.
You're my family, babe, Soraya said quietly. It is me who would be fucking lost if I hadn't met you that day.
She squeezed my hand.
I'm honored to stand beside you as you wed your biker. She winked. Gives me more material for the novel I'll be writing about you all. I laughed at my friend.
Oh my God, you're an angel, my mother declared, walking into the room.
She was also wearing something Soraya had sourced. Hers was a deep purple, almost black, a striking contrast against her skin and the silk skimming over her curves. Well, I don't know about an angel since I don't think they get pregnant out of wedlock, but something close, I teased. My mom's eyes glittered with tears. No crying, Soraya demanded, her eyes suspiciously wet. We need to keep ourselves perfect for the drive.
The drive? I questioned.
We're not having it here? I'd assumed we were since this was the original venue for the wedding I knew about. Soraya shook her head. Fuck no, we aren't.
Eldon. You nervous? Swiss asked. We were watching the dust fly up from the approaching cars. No fucking way, I replied, keeping my eyes glued for my bride. If you told me 3 years ago that I'd be standing there, with Swiss as my best man, waiting to marry the woman carrying my baby, I would have... Well, the cliché is overused, but it gets the point across. I hadn't let myself imagine any kind of future where I was happy. One where I was alive was the best it was going to get. I'd made my peace with that. Until Violet. Happy for you, Swiss said, in a voice that was no longer teasing. Truly, there's no one I'd rather have for a son-in-law. Hades, who was standing next to him, snorted out a chuckle. Fucking Hades. You're not going to be starting with that shit. I punched him playfully in the arm. Swiss's lips were spread in a wide grin. Oh, yes, I am, son. Fuck. I might have preferred it when you wanted to kill me. Well, I'd love to stay here and chat, but I'm needed. Swiss squeezed my shoulder once more before jogging down the aisle to meet the cars. As expected, the women got out first. Music was playing from somewhere, but everything fell away when she got out of the car, when Swiss took her by the arm and walked her down the aisle. Violet. The ground shifted underneath my feet. No one else moved or seemed alarmed, so I knew that they didn't feel it. Like my whole fucking world had rocked upon seeing such a creature walk down the aisle toward me. Mine. That fucking angel was mine. She glowed with happiness, tears shining in her eyes as she clutched on to Swiss. It was only through sheer force of will that I remained standing, that I didn't fall to my knees watching her walk toward me. She's beautiful, man, Hades leaned in to say into my ear. Even Hades, the baddest motherfucker to walk the earth, was affected. I noted that with detachment. All of my attention was on her, my fists at my sides, anxious to yank her out of Swiss's arms and into mine. They stopped in front of us. Violet was beaming. She was the fucking sun itself. She leaned in to kiss her stepfather on the cheek before leaping into my arms. She fucking leapt into my arms. It was only because she was my whole fucking world that I got my bearings enough to catch her, my arms tight, reveling in her warmth, in her scent, the feel of our daughter between us. I lifted her up, content to hold her forever. But I was also mindful of the fact that I wanted her as my wife, so slowly I set her down on her feet. You're the most exquisite thing I've ever seen, I whispered. She reached up to wipe the tears from my face. Ones I wasn't ashamed of in the fucking slightest. You too, she whispered back. Someone cleared his throat. My head turned to Hanson, and I realized we might have been standing there staring at each other for some time. Want to get married now? He asked with a grin. My arms tightened around Violet, and I opened my mouth to speak, but she beat me to it. Fuck yes, we are. There were chuckles all around at the most perfect woman to walk the earth, cursing like that. I kept hold of her, while I made her mine forever.
Chapter 29. Violet. I was not the girl who imagined her wedding in great detail. I had not given it a thought. No scrapbooks or Pinterest pages. None of my many fantasies included a wedding. But if I had spent my life dreaming up my perfect day, it would have been today. Somehow, Soraya had managed to erect an oasis in the desert on the land our home was being built on, complete with a huge portable trailer that included bathrooms, actual bathrooms. Mismatched antique rugs formed the aisle, long benches on either side with lanterns and large vases of dried flowers flanking them. To the right were long tables fully set up for what I guessed was our reception. One table with 2 comfortable armchairs that I assumed were for Eldon and myself. I took all of this in when I got out of the car, in absolute, complete shock. Swiss's eyes were shining as he took my arm.
You look gorgeous, Violet,
he said, voice thick with emotion. I might have said something to him. I was sure I did, but my eyes found the art at the end of the aisle. Or rather, the man standing at the end of the aisle, wearing black slacks and a shirt underneath his cut. The man who I might have sprinted to if Swiss's arm hadn't been linked with mine. The man who looked at me like I was his everything, who cried when he saw me walking toward him. The ceremony passed in a blur. All I remembered, all that mattered, was that Eldon's hands were on me the entire time, and I said, I do. There were cheers all around, and to Soraya's dismay, no gunshots. There was incredible food, there was laughter and toasts. Even my grandparents were here, surprising us with news of the vacation home they'd bought and were going to be at by the time I gave birth. Eldon's hand on my thigh during dinner moved higher and higher until it got to the point where it was either let him take me into the desert to fuck me, which I would have totally done, or take me home. Eldon, obviously slightly more sensible than me, took me home. The party in the desert was likely to rage on to the wee hours by the looks of it. We said our goodbyes to our family and barely made it home before ripping each other's clothes off. My lovely wedding dress was in a pile by the front door. I likely should have gone to retrieve it to hang it with the reverence it deserved. But I no longer had use of my limbs, and I was tangled up in my bed with my husband. My fucking husband. I was a wife, soon to be a mother. Those thoughts no longer filled me with unease or dread. They wrapped around me, settled into a place deep inside. We hadn't spoken in a long time. What else was there to say?
Didn't believe in a higher power,
Eldon eventually murmured, cutting through the silence.
But I have to, since all the sins I've committed, the lives I've taken and ruined, I still get you.
He stroked my face.
It's impossible, but fuck am I grateful for whatever it is that gave you to me. Every single year, every single minute I spent locked up, I'd do it over again in a heartbeat, so I could be right here.
My breath hitched when his hand landed on my belly. You have to stop saying things like that, I hiccuped. There's only so much a pregnant woman can take in a day.
Getting married to her impossibly hot baby daddy in an impossibly perfect scenario, with all of her friends and family in addition to all those orgasms. I'm at my limit. Eldon chuckled and kissed my nose.
Well, hold on, baby. I'm about to take you to new limits.
He then spread my legs, cupping me between them. My eyes rolled to the back of my head, unsure if I could take any more. But, as it happened, I could. You would have thought that was it. That was our happily ever after. The perfect dress, perfect wedding night. All wrapped up in a tidy bow. But things didn't work that way. They never did. 2 weeks later. It was an accident that I happened upon them meeting. I'd been shopping, and I wanted to show Kira the cute outfit I got for the baby. Of course, I hadn't been shopping alone. There was still a serial killer on the loose, and I was due to have a baby soon, so I barely went to the bathroom alone. Freya and Hades had been with me, which itself was amusing. It should have been against some law of physics for a man like Hades to be in a baby store. But he managed to cross the threshold, and he also had opinions on things. You could have knocked me over with a feather. His opinions were fucking spot on, too. Then again, he had a super stylish wife and a baby girl, so some of it had obviously rubbed off on him. They had come inside the club and gone straight to the room he kept there. Since they had a babysitter, were no longer babysitting me, and had been giving each other looks all afternoon. And I went to find Eldon. His bike was there, so I knew he was. I also wanted to convince Eldon to take me back to the cottage for an afternoon quickie. Although it wouldn't take much convincing, and it definitely wouldn't be a quickie. Eldon tended to give me anything I wanted these days, and sex wasn't just something I wanted. It was most definitely something he wanted too. I worried that I was becoming unattractive to him with the swollen ankles, the stretch marks, veiny boobs, and the huge belly. But no. If anything, our sex life had become more intense, especially since the wedding. Which, considering our sex life prior, was kind of insane. My sex drive was almost out of control. Anything and everything turned me on. As expected, Eldon had an opinion on that. He thought that I was dealing with my trauma by ignoring it and wanting to feel alive by having all the sex, which I had told him was a pretty healthy way of dealing with trauma since I wasn't on coke or anything. He hadn't seemed that reassured. He and everyone around me was worried, waiting, for me to break down, I guessed, which kind of made sense. I'd seen a dead body and been in a tousle with a serial killer. That kind of constituted a breakdown. I was determined not to break down. And apart from the nightmares, I was okay. I was okay because Eldon was there when I jerked awake from those nightmares. I was okay because our baby was healthy, because I'd finished with classes, because we had our little home, because we'd broken ground on our house, because Soraya was back and was even making noises about buying something instead of staying in her rental. She was planning on building some kind of hotel spa just outside of town. The Sons of Templar were the ones who killed all development and growth that haunted the town's borders so that it never turned into a capitalist nightmare. They'd chased off billionaires, celebrities, all sorts of developers. But I knew they would be no match for Soraya. Despite the business opportunities, the town's charm and its residents, I knew that Colby had a bit to do with her plans, even though she wouldn't admit it. Even though they were at each other's throats whenever they were in the same room. Especially because they were at each other's throats. Their chemistry was undeniable. So yes, there were many things making me happy. My due date was only a week away.
It was incredibly odd for Eldon to let me be without him since at my last checkup, the doctor said the baby was already in position, so I could go into labor any day now. Granted, I was with Hades and Freya and less than 15 minutes away from him, but it was still unusual.
How do we know he has her?
Eldon's voice filtered from the open door across the common area. I stopped in my tracks, redirecting my path, needles of dread pricking me upon hearing the tone of Eldon's voice.
We don't,
Jagger sighed.
but we know that her car, along with her purse and phone, was just sitting on the side of the road. Bitch does not go anywhere without her purse or phone.
All blood had drained from my body by the time I got to the door that had been left ajar.
We have to tell Violet.
Colby's strained, anxious voice filtered out.
No way in fuck, Eldon replied. She knows her better than anyone else, Jagger argued. She may know something that could give us a chance, give her a chance. We're not telling Violet shit, Eldon barked. Not until we know for sure.
Too late, I informed him, pushing the door open, staring at the table full of very serious and worried-looking bikers whose heads had all swiveled in my direction. Rapidly, Eldon stood, stalking toward me. I held up my hand to stop his approach. Instead, I focused on Hansen at the head of the table, my flight attendant. Except he did not look calm, in control. His features were tight. His hand was fisted on top of the table. This was not just turbulence. The plane was going down. I swayed on my feet. There was a screech as a bunch of men prepared to come to my aid. But naturally, Eldon was much quicker than anyone else, his arms around me. I scowled at him but needed his arms because I wasn't completely sure I wasn't going to fall over. "What's going on?" I demanded.
"Why don't we get you to sit down?"
Eldon tried to guide me toward the nearest chair. My eyes found his. "I don't want to sit down. I want someone to tell me what's going on."
"Soraya is missing,"
Hansen told me, his tone tight but controlled. I forgot how to breathe. "Missing?" He bobbed his head.
"We can't be sure, but we think he took her."
He. By he, Hansen meant the killer who has been butchering young women and had almost killed me. My brain struggled to process this information. Eldon's arms tightened around me. "But this serial killer has a specific victim profile," I argued. "Sex workers from a troubled background. Soraya is a college student from a wealthy background." Colby's face was a mask of fury.
"No, she's not," he grumbled.
I'd never seen him look so serious, so angry, so worried. No, I had seen him look like that before. The day I'd escaped covered in blood with a knife protruding from my shoulder. "What are you talking about? I go to college with her," I argued. "She is one of the most well-liked students on campus by the faculty and students."
"Yeah, but she pays for her tuition, her fancy shit, her entire lifestyle by working webcams."
Colby's voice was colder than I'd ever heard it. Nothing of my easygoing, cheeky friend remained. This was a cold-blooded outlaw. A chill passed through me at the sight, along with what he had said. I looked from him to Eldon, who was holding me in a vice-like grip. "What?" I whispered. Eldon rubbed my arms.
"We only just found out. We've got a hacker in the Amber Charter who informed us."
I saw his lips moving and heard the words, but they were coming through a vacuum. "And you found out that her parents—"
"They live in a small town in Utah,"
Eldon said somberly.
"They live paycheck to paycheck."
I gulped at the information.
"So she makes her money, all of her money, from her webcams,"
Colby said.
"From what we can gather, she doesn't actually go on any dates with clients. But I doubt he's strict on that facet of his victim profile."
Victim profile.
Soraya was a victim. Again. After she'd finally healed from the last time a man tried to make her into a victim because of what he thought he could take from her. My breathing was rapid and shallow. My throat was bone dry, making it impossible to swallow. I squeezed my eyes shut through that and the burning pain at the base of my spine.
"You need to calm down,"
Eldon murmured against my ear. My jaw dropped. Let's forget that saying that sentence to a woman in any circumstance is an act of war, let alone saying it to a pregnant woman. I informed him as evenly as I could muster. But it is straight-up insanity saying it to a pregnant woman whose best friend has just been taken by a serial killer. Now I was screaming.
"And you were almost 9 months pregnant,"
he hissed, obviously hanging on by a thread. I should have given him some compassion since he was likely traveling back to the place where he thought I was going to die at the hands of this killer. But I was almost 9 months pregnant, hormonal, and worried about my best friend who I had just discovered I didn't really know at all. Yes, Eldon, I'm pregnant. I gripped my eyes between my thumb and forefinger. Vikings fought while pregnant. Women in countries that don't have maternity leave and don't have any other options work through labor. I think I can handle getting a little pissed off and worried. Eldon had finally released me, so I was now pacing up and down the long table that I'd never actually seen up close before. This room, referred to as church, was somewhat of a mystery to everyone who didn't wear a Sons of Templar cut. It wasn't anything special. A long table with chairs arranged around it. No sigils to betray any kind of devil worship or witchcraft that might have been able to explain the sheer hot guy to normal guy ratio around here. "What do we know?" I huffed out. Eldon was watching me with worry etched in his features, but I focused on the table, my eyes running over the men. Almost everyone was there except Hades, who was in the back with Freya, Swiss, who I knew was at home with Mom and Declan, and Javier. I had no clue where he was.
"We found her car less than an hour ago,"
Lucas offered, glancing to Eldon, who was staring daggers at him. "As we said, all of her shit was there." He paused, eyes darting to Eldon again. "Sign of a struggle." The world swayed again, and again Eldon's arms went around me. I didn't look at him, and I ignored the lance of pain at the base of my spine. "What about the police?" I demanded. Colby scoffed, his hands fisted in front of him.
"Can't declare someone missing unless it's been 24 hours. Fucking piece of shit sheriff's orders. Even though the fucker isn't even there."
He slammed his fists down on the table. I jumped at the violence.
"Local uniforms are loyal to us,"
Jagger spoke up, looking at me.
"There's no love lost between them and the new sheriff."
His mouth tightened.
"They're doing everything they can, but we've probably got more resources and manpower at this point."
I nodded, trying to fight against the panic constricting my throat.
"We're going to find her,"
Eldon told me, moving me to face him, clutching my upper arms. I looked into his eyes, the ones I trusted without question. But even my strong, brave, badass husband could not make promises like that. But I just nodded again because there was nothing else to do. These men would do everything in their power to find her. I knew that. And Soraya would fight like a banshee. I knew that. I also knew that even that might not be enough. Eldon's gaze scrambled around my face.
"Baby, you sure you're okay? You're pale as fuck."
My spine burned. "Yes, considering what I just found out, I'm pale," I snapped back. He scrutinized me for a moment longer, brows pinched, but he finally nodded.
"Swiss and your mom are on the way,"
Hansen announced, putting his phone down.
"Got our best hacker on this. Got all hands on deck here. We'll get her."
I clamped my teeth together against the pain. hoping that Eldon would think I was just concerned. "I think I need to use the bathroom," I said, not entirely lying considering the pressure I felt in that general area. Eldon's eyes flared once more.
"I'll come with you."
I tilted my head at him. "Thanks for the offer, but I think I can remember how to use the bathroom on my own. Although, if this baby stayed in much longer, I would be needing help getting up off the seat." His brows stayed knitted, and the pressure on my arms remained for a few moments before he let me go. I sagged in relief as he laid a firm, closed-mouth kiss on my lips and let me walk to the bathroom. Except I didn't go to the bathrooms directly off the common room, though they were more convenient and the walk down the hall almost killed me. I went to the bathroom in Eldon's room, the bathroom that had various skincare and makeup products neatly lined up on the counter, and sat on the toilet where I let out a stifled moan as a contraction speared my womb in half. Or at least that's what it felt like. It took everything I had to get up, touch up the mascara that had smudged over my face from the tears I'd let out, and make myself somewhat presentable. Eldon was right. I did look a lot paler than normal, my eyes strained with discomfort. I laid my hands on my considerable bump. "Not yet, baby girl," I whispered. "We have to get your Aunt Soraya first." As if she could hear me, my daughter stopped trying to claw her way out of my womb. For the moment, at least. Long enough for me to walk into the bedroom and prepare myself to face Eldon and his eagle eyes. "Get it together," I whispered to myself. Soraya was going through God knew what right then. I could handle getting through a couple of contractions. Just then, something wet trailed down my legs. It didn't come in a huge surge like in the movies, but it was enough to make it very clear that I was in labor. "Fuck," I muttered, searching for a towel to hide the evidence. Luckily, I had a decent supply of clothes in here for when we utilized the room. A knock sounded on the open door.
"Hey, Eldon wanted me to come in to check on you since he's currently yelling at the sheriff and—"
Holy fuck! Colby walked into the room, staring at me, then staring at the small but not unnoticeable puddle on the floor.
"Your water just broke."
He gaped at the ground and then me. "No, it didn't," I hissed, looking at the door then rushing to shut it. It was uncomfortable and painful to move so quickly, but I managed it. Colby looked from me to the floor.
"I understand that pregnant women don't have complete control over their bladders, but I know you didn't just piss yourself."
His expression sobered.
"You've been in pain since the second you walked in. Now your water broke. I'm gonna tell Eldon."
I clutched his wrist in a death grip. "You will do no such thing." He winced.
"Fuck, loosen up, Violet. I need this hand."
"You need to promise me you won't tell Eldon or Swiss about this." I did not let go of his wrist or loosen the grip. His eyes grew to saucers.
"Let's forget for a second that they will both straight up kill me, and not figuratively. I mean bullet to the head if they knew I knew you were in labor without telling them," he said, voice tight with pain. "If we forget that, we'll just skip over to the fact that whether or not I tell them, eventually you're gonna have to push a baby out, and they're gonna get hip to what's going on."
"First, labor lasts hours." I squeezed my eyes shut against the pain. "Maybe even longer than a day, but they aren't going to be thinking about that. They'll get themselves in a tizzy, then focus on me." My voice shook. "I don't need any focus on me right now. I need all of their focus to go toward finding my best friend. I'm not having this baby until we do." Colby gave me a strained smile.
"Although you are definitely more versed than me in women's anatomy, I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. You don't get to choose when and where you give birth." I narrowed my eyes on him. "I can if my best friend's life depends on it." He just looked at me, obviously not convinced.
I know she means a lot to you, too, I whispered. I know you're worried and scared, and I want you to channel that worry and fear into finding her, I ordered. I watched Colby battle with his obvious concern about me, his alliance to Eldon and Swiss, his friendship with me, and then his very real fears about Soraya's fate. Okay, he conceded, releasing a long exhale. My entire body relaxed. Or at least it would have had a contraction not just threatened to break my spine.
Can you let go of my hand now? He asked. I'm in a lot of pain.
You're in a lot of pain? I gaped at him. A girl is holding your hand. I have a child preparing to exit my body, and my body is literally pushing her downward and splitting my hips in two to accommodate that. I hissed. You're fine. I gave his hand an extra squeeze before letting it go. He shook it out, wincing as he did. I rolled my eyes. Go, I shooed. Go and exact vengeance or investigate or shake down informants while I change. Colby lingered at the open door. We're going to find her, he vowed. My eyes watered. I know. Though, like when Eldon promised me, I didn't fully believe it. Chapter 30. I should have got a fucking medal or an Oscar for my performance over the next couple of hours. My contractions were still relatively far apart, and Colby kept looking my way with panic in his eyes every time I so much as breathed heavily. I had to glare at him to get him to look away. That little snitch did not have the stomach for this shit. Luckily, the clubhouse was a hive of activity, and I was able to white-knuckle my way through most of my contractions without anyone raising a brow. And every time Eldon came close to me and looked too hard, I ordered him back to whatever he was doing to save my friend. It worked every time except this time, when he refused to move, and my body tightened with an oncoming contraction. I struggled to find something else to distract him and my mother, who had been watching me much too closely, too.
Violet,
Eldon said, hand on my stomach.
You're going to tell me what's going on right now.
Shit. Javier's not here, I blurted. His expression moved from concern to confusion.
What?
Javier. I was struggling to speak clearly. He's not here, and he hasn't been here since we found out Soraya disappeared. There was a beat of silence over the whole room.
Holy fuck, Colby muttered.
He brands women, Eldon said slowly. I wrinkled my nose, thinking of the way that he'd come on to me countless times. He'd always given me the creeps, but I'd thought he was just strange.
Fuck,
Hansen grumbled, putting his phone to his ear.
Wire, I need you to do a deeper dive on Javier right now. Check into every fucking corner.
He was right under our fucking nose, Lucas seethed. There was a bunch of manly rage and mutterings after that. Even Eldon jumped in, saying what I didn't know. But it did not give me enough grace to fight my way through another contraction unnoticed. I really fucking hoped they found him soon because I knew I didn't have time. We didn't have time.
We still don't have shit on him,
Hansen sighed, hanging up the phone and pinching the bridge of his nose.
Doesn't have any alternate property rented or owned. His fucking cell phone isn't pinging, and...
He stopped speaking, staring at the door. Everyone else did too. Javier waved at the group.
What did I miss?
Where the fuck have you been? Eldon recovered first, standing from where he'd been sitting on the sofa next to me. I had been forced to sit, even though it was uncomfortable, and walking made things feel less like I was giving birth to a hot poker. Javier looked uncertainly at everyone who was glaring at him.
Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a serial killer?
He joked. Surprisingly astute, Caroline commented, tilting her head to survey him.
Where the fuck have you been?
Hansen demanded. Javier's cheeks flushed.
I have brunch with my mom on Sundays,
he shrugged.
Then we watch Real Housewives.
Everyone just stared at him.
Why the fuck don't you have your phone on you?
Hansen asked.
Mom makes me turn it off,
Javier responded. He looked around the room again.
Seriously, what is going on? You guys are freaking me out.
Killer took Soraya, Colby clipped out, folding his arms and glaring at Javier. Javier, to his credit, looked sufficiently shocked.
Holy fuck,
he muttered.
Do we have any idea who this fuck is?
No one answered.
Jesus fucking Christ,
he muttered. Then he looked upward.
Sorry, Lord.
He glared around the room again.
You seriously thought I was a serial killer? That blows, man.
You brand women, Colby stated, obviously still not convinced. Javier scratched at his 5 o'clock shadow.
Yeah, but as far as I know, in this club, having certain sexual proclivities doesn't mean you're a fucking serial killer,
he hissed. He's got a good point, my mom muttered from beside me, looking at Swiss. I would have been a mix between amused and grossed out if I wasn't battling with my body and silently yelling at my daughter for trying to rush out so soon. There was no way I could remain seated. I needed to walk around. And Eldon was still staring at Javier, so he couldn't stop me from moving. I not so subtly pushed myself off the sofa, waddling around it so I could pace. Despite Eldon's concentration, his eyes rushed in my direction the second I started moving.
Dude, I'm not a serial killer,
Javier exclaimed, looking at Colby, who was still glaring at him. There might have been more of an interrogation and definitely an alpha stare-off if I hadn't let out an involuntary groan of pain as I moved wrong and my womb tried to kill me. All eyes, unfortunately, went to me. Javier looked relieved to have the attention off him.
I can't believe you thought I was a serial killer,
he muttered to no one in particular. Eldon, of course, had rushed to me and was now holding me up. Although I was mad at his overprotectiveness, I was thankful for him stopping me from falling to the ground.
Violet,
he demanded, his voice full of concern. I'm fine, I replied weakly, trying to smile. Eldon was not convinced by my smile.
Oh, for fuck's sake, I can't take it anymore, and you are going to explode at this point,
Colby yelled, pacing.
She's in labor,
he told Eldon, pointing at me. Eldon's eyes went wide.
You're in labor?
Eldon asked so quickly it sounded like one jumbled word.
Barely,
I replied through a painful breath.
What did Colby just say?
Swiss demanded, joining the huddle.
Nothing,
I said at the same time Eldon yelled,
She's in fucking labor. We have to get you to a hospital,
Swiss said, eyes tinted with panic. I am not going anywhere, I declared firmly, standing my ground and glaring at both men.
You fucking are if I have to drag you kicking and screaming,
Eldon refuted, already trying to move me toward the door. I planted my feet and leveled my gaze on him. I promise you I will never forgive you for that, I told him. I'm not bringing our child into a world where her godmother is being held captive by a serial killer. You can keep arguing with me, or you can make sure that does not happen. It's not as simple as just squeezing your legs together, hun, my mom said mollifyingly, joining the fray. At some point, this baby is going to come whether you want it to or not. And by that point, Soraya will be here, I informed her.
She's gone crazy,
Swiss muttered.
Get the club doctor here, right now,
Eldon called out to the room at large. It wasn't clear who exactly he was talking to because his eyes were on me. He was very mad, and also very worried. I'm not going to let anything happen to her, I told him soothingly.
You're not going to let anything happen to you either, he replied. And I promise, Violet, if there is a chance, even a small fucking chance, I could lose either of you, I will drag you to the hospital kicking and screaming. I will live with you being mad at me for the rest of time because you'll be alive to be mad. That's fine with me.
I nodded. Despite what my stepfather said, I wasn't insane. I would not put our daughter or myself in any undue danger. But I was also determined. This baby could not come into a world that didn't include Soraya. It just couldn't. I had been relocated to Eldon's room, which I was thankful for since the lovely doctor arrived and had indeed had her head all up in my vagina, and I didn't think the club at large needed to see that. Eldon was positioned with his back against the headboard, and I was leaning mostly on his body. He was holding my hand, not complaining no matter how hard I squeezed it, and generally looking like he was on the edge of freaking out. My ever-calm, ever-controlled port in the storm was close to freaking out. Then again, he wasn't in control of the situation. He was not a medical professional, and I'd refused to let him take me to the hospital. He could sit here and let me squeeze his hand. Essentially, he was helpless. Eldon was not good at being helpless. My mom was sitting in a chair next to me, wiping a cold towel on my face every now and then, giving me water and looking much calmer than all the males in the vicinity. I'd banned all the other men who weren't out following leads, so it was just Swiss pacing at the door, murmuring into his phone. "I'm sorry," I said to Eldon.
"What the fuck are you sorry for?"
"For making you worry and not making this easy." I gestured to the room. Eldon let out what sounded like a snort.
"Newsflash, baby. Never thought you bringing a baby into this world would be easy. Fuck, it kills me that it's hurting you so much."
"It's not that bad," I lied. Eldon stroked my forehead.
"You're fucking amazing," he murmured. "But we're going to the hospital in 5 minutes.
I pinched my lips closed to hold back the curse words dangling off the tip of my tongue. I wanted to argue with him, but I knew I couldn't. My contractions were close together now, the pressure getting more and more intense. Something instinctual inside of me told me it was almost time. Whether or not I wanted it to, a baby was coming into the world. As I was thinking that, Swiss entered the room, his face grim. My entire body tensed, and I squeezed Eldon's hand tighter, bracing for his words.
"We have her,"
Swiss said, phone at his ear, looking at me. I sagged against Eldon. "And she's okay?" He hummed in confirmation. "Okay," I whispered, needing more information but unable to demand it at the moment. There were other pressing matters. "Now we can go to the hospital." At that moment, a contraction hurtled through my body, and I panted through the pain, proud that I didn't scream at the top of my lungs. "I don't think we'll make it to the hospital," Sarah, the doctor, informed us, replacing the sheet that was covering my modesty.
"What?"
Eldon gasped from behind me. "I can make it," I protested, my voice pinched with pain. "I'll just hold her in." Sarah smiled with warmth, placing her hand on my thigh. "Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way. She's already crowning. I promise you've done most of the hard work already. You can do this." The room suddenly seemed much smaller, and my lungs were unable to produce air. "I can't have the baby here," I moaned. I looked up to Eldon desperately. "I know I talked about doing a home birth, but that was under different circumstances. There was calming music playing, essential oils. I'd researched a tub you could get. And even then, I'd secretly known I wanted to go to the hospital," I babbled. Impressed I was able to string all of those sentences together while I was in complete agony. Eldon, to his credit, did not look like he was barely holding it together anymore. He looked much more like my fully capable, utterly badass husband who could and would save me from anything.
You can do this here and now.
He squeezed my hand.
I'm here. I'm not going anywhere.
He kissed my nose.
We're going to meet our daughter, baby.
I smiled at him, the thought of that cutting through the worst of the pain. For just a moment, at least.
You can do this,
he repeated. I nodded, finding strength in his eyes, his presence, his firm body behind me. Okay, I can do this, I told Sarah confidently. Let's have a baby, she replied, smiling. My mom squeezed my hand. And things went well. For about 5 minutes. Then I realized why women did this in hospitals where they gave you drugs. I really fucking needed drugs. I can't do it, I cried, shaking my head, tears streaming down my face, squeezing my eyes shut.
Yes, you can,
Eldon replied calmly. I can't, I screamed. And if you were trying to push a human out of you, you wouldn't either. I stared into his infuriatingly captivating fucking eyes. I cannot do this. My eyes squeezed shut once more, and I let out a sound that was more animal than human. Bitch, you better fucking do this. If I just escaped that sick fuck, then you can give birth to a tiny baby. My eyes snapped open and found Soraya. She was standing in the doorway, leaning heavily on Colby, and looked paler than I'd ever seen her. But she was alive. You're here, I rasped. She smiled weakly. It takes a lot more than a deranged serial killer to get me down. Now please don't embarrass the cause by bitching out at this moment, she joked, clutching Colby's arm. Let's have this baby. I stared at my best friend, then my mom, then finally, my husband. I found the strength. Only 5 minutes later, Willow Soraya Donovan came into the world. I cradled her against my chest, exhausted, overwhelmed, and overcome. My eyes found Eldon's. They were bursting with wonder as he delicately laid his lips on our daughter's head.
Kiss me,
he whispered.
I need to feel my whole world.
Epilogue. 2 years later. Eldon. I woke up alone. My eyes found the skylight directly above our bed, staring at the smattering of stars above me. It was late, at least for us, since we had a daughter who woke up ready to attack the world at exactly 5:30. Though she was wild, willful, stubborn, and extraordinary like her mother, she, like her father, liked structure, order. She also slept through the night peacefully. So peacefully, Violet had ordered some fucking sock that monitored her breathing and heart rate, which was a fucking waste of money, since Violet had been up every hour on the hour, checking to make sure she was still alive the first 6 months. Violet was an amazing fucking mother. I thought I'd seen everything she was already, but seeing her with our child was something else. I'd been right when I thought it would take a lifetime to know her entirely. She was patient. She handled the sleepless nights, the crying, the colic like she was made for it. I was in awe of her. She oversaw all of the construction on the house she designed for us. The house she designed for me, with vaulted ceilings, large archways, and more windows than walls. Everything was open, because she didn't want me to feel trapped. I knew there was no way to tell her that living in a home with my wife and daughter, I was never fucking trapped. Though Violet no longer got up to check on Willow every hour, she was up for different reasons. I threw back the covers, noting that Artemis's bed was empty too. She was always with Violet or Willow. She considered it her job to protect and adore them. She merely tolerated me because I fed her and took her on morning runs. The doors off our bedroom were open, the balmy desert breeze moving the curtains. Violet was standing there at the edge of the patio wearing my tea, her perfect ass peeking out from underneath as she folded her arms. Hunger sparked within me, seeing that alabaster skin in the moonlight. My wife had always been beautiful, fucking perfect. But while she was in college, stewing on shit, suffering from her father's sins, her frame had shrunk. She hadn't been eating. Even during the first months she was pregnant with Willow, she barely gained a pound because she couldn't eat. Now that she had all the curves her body was designed for, wearing evidence of creating our daughter, my need for her had grown fucking tenfold. I was like a horny fucking teenager whenever she was around, thankful that our daughter napped in the afternoon and slept through anything. Artemis, the black lab that Violet had surprised me with for my birthday, was sitting beside her dutifully, scouring the desert too. I didn't hesitate to slip my hand underneath the tee Violet was wearing, pulling her back to my front and cupping her perfect breast. She let out a contented sigh, sinking into me. I nuzzled her neck, inhaling the delicious scent that was my wife. That drove me crazy to this day, and would until the day I died. "You're getting too good at getting out of bed without me noticing," I grumbled, annoyed at myself for not noticing my wife leave. She leaned her head back against my shoulder. "I didn't want to wake you," she said. "You know that you're the one Willow wants in the morning anyway." I grinned, thinking of it. Willow adored her mother with everything she was, but the mornings were ours. As soon as Violet stopped breastfeeding, I let her sleep, taking Willow with me into the kitchen, sitting there with her, sipping coffee and watching the sunrise. We'd go on long walks with Artemis in tow, dutifully protecting her sister because she didn't seem to trust me to do it. The quiet, the desert, the sun rising, my daughter's warmth, smell, the noises she made in delight as she discovered something new about the world. They were like nothing on this earth. I hadn't known such peace existed, especially when we got home to my wife, either wearing my tea or nightgown, holding 2 coffees, smiling sleepily at us. "Don't give a fuck," I told Violet. "You're not getting up shaking off nightmares, standing here in the middle of the night alone." I tweaked her nipple, and she let out a moan I felt in my dick. The need to take her was almost impossible to control. Almost. "She's gone again," Violet whispered. I moved my hands down her sides, slowly turning her to face me. "She'll come back. She always does." Violet let out a long sigh. "I'm worried about her." Everyone was worried about Soraya. She had survived what most people wouldn't at the hands of that piece of shit. The fucking sheriff. Yeah, no one had been expecting that. No one had thought he'd be smart enough to bury his fucking craziness down that deep, separated so completely from his outward persona. It was Ollie, Violet and Soraya's old roommate, who had found it out. Figured out a twisted and well-buried trail that led to what he was. A fucked-up piece of shit with an equally fucked-up past. His mother had been a club girl. Long fucking ago. Attached to a different club, not the Suns. One that didn't treat women with respect. One that used them up whenever and however they wanted until they were done with them, then threw them away like trash. Apparently the young sheriff had been old enough to remember that. Remember the cigarette burns in his dear mother's skin, her bruises, her broken bones, the drug habit that they had hooked her on. Little Elijah, or Beau was his birth name, acquired a healthy hatred for motorcycle clubs in general, and toward loose women who reminded him of the mother he loved and hated in equal measures. He had been watching the club for some time, had been making plans. He told us all of this after we caught him. He stayed alive for a good long while, each of us taking our time with him. Our new sheriff, one of his former deputies, was a local and more than willing to work with us and declare the perpetrator as missing. We caused him pain, made him bleed, made him wish he was dead long before we killed him. But that wouldn't heal anything, wouldn't change shit. Soraya, to her credit, was one tough bitch. She shouldn't have even been able to stand when she was there for the birth of our daughter. The fuck had cut her up good. She was bleeding out, standing there, had done it quietly, without a fucking word while Violet gave birth. She'd almost fucking died in the hospital. Something she forbade every single Pat to tell Violet. Something everyone had agreed to do because they didn't want to face her wrath. She wouldn't tell anyone, not even Violet, what he did to her in those hours he had her. But whatever that sick fuck did was enough to cause damage that birthed a darkness in her that hadn't been there before. I knew she and Violet had spoken about what Soraya had kept from her. Knew that Violet didn't give a fuck about how her best friend got her money. All she cared about was that her best friend was breathing. She moved to Garnet permanently. Colby barely left her side. At first, she fought it. Then she did her best to ignore him. She was there for Willow, for my wife. Until she wasn't. Until one day she left with a note and a promise she'd be back. No one knew where she went, and not for lack of trying. The bitch was fucking smart and evaded even wire. I suspected she had help from her hacker friend. Wanted to be mad at her for putting my wife through all of this worry, but I couldn't. Not with the devil she had on her heels. She's gonna be back, I repeated, clutching Violet's neck, looking into her troubled eyes. As much as I know you want to do something for her, you can't, baby, I said as softly as I could. She's tough. Toughest person I know, including every man who wears a patch. That was not a fucking lie. The club would agree with me on that one. She's running from shit. Maybe chasing shit, I continued, stroking her bottom lip. But she's not alone. Not with Colby making it his mission to tear this country apart looking for her. Violet smiled weakly. Colby had a one-track mind when it came to Soraya. No matter what she did or said to push him away, he stayed fast. We've got another Sons of Templar courtship on our hands, she muttered. This one is likely to be the most explosive of them all, I replied, laying my lips against hers. We can't do anything now, I murmured, reveling in the taste of her. But we do have about 2 hours before our daughter wakes up. I'm thinking I'm gonna bend you over the patio furniture as you scream into the desert. Violet's dazzling eyes flared with desire, her body stiffening with need. Artemis seemed to sense things were changing, and she trotted back into the bedroom. I grinned, taking my wife by the hips and lifting my tee to expose her bare, sexy ass. She opened for me, submitted to me, and eventually screamed for me. Hours later, I left her sleeping soundly in bed and found Artemis sitting by Willow's door, waiting for us to begin our day. Not for the first time, I thanked fucking whatever controlled this world that I kissed Violet on that rooftop all those years ago. Then I opened the door, my daughter already standing in her crib, staring at me with her mother's eyes, showing me my whole fucking world, showing me that even villains got a happy ever after. This concludes Wilting Violets by Anne Malcom. Narrated by Liam Sanderson and Carolyn Eve. Copyright 2022 by Anne Malcom. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Anne Malcom, care of 2 Daisy Media LLC, and was produced in the year 2025 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.